saw this rare pushback here, but I think it's important to know is, you know, many people who talk about this point out, this really wasn't a one-off. It was the president that political power in part by also questioning the citizenship of the former president. I think it's a burglarism as well. I mentioned that you had other social media accounts that have also faced questions about this as well. You had just a couple months ago a xenophobic tirade also against Somalis. There has been other data points that have gotten this type of criticism, but with this, it seems to be just too blunt for federal power.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Zolan's point. There's been a history of these racially charged racist posts that the president has put out over the years. I mean, this is a sample of some on your screen, but there's just so many that have come out over the years that, to say that, oh, I didn't see the video, straight up for jewelry.
So I have a strange take on this, insofar as I think Trump has a word on this, in that his, Trump defenders often get into this mode where they think explanations are excuses. Trump's explanation is entirely plausible. He was stupid, lazy, and irresponsible, and forwarded a video only after watching it for 10 seconds. Doesn't mean he wouldn't have still sent it if he watched the whole thing. So my point is, perhaps he's just hear that. Funding the federal government, came to the Homeland Security Department, because there all this pushback from both sides, and he recognized the given a little bit, and now we have sharing government shutdown deadline, the Homeland Security Department. By the end of this week, as Democrats demand the changes on ICE, there are a bunch of federal agencies who would be impacted if funding for DHS is not extended past Friday, because you have those on your screen. And this fight is now about how they will restrain ICE. Democrats have a whole slew of demands. And I just
get a taste of where things are right now, because two Republican, the Republican senator and Democratic senator, you're making clear how badly the two parties are divided as they stare into the shutdown.
They want to get rid of ICE, they can't do that. They don't have the votes for that. I'm not going to help them do that.
We're not asking for a bunch of progressive priorities. I think some people are living in a world that's 10 years ago, where we're having an immigration debate. This is not an immigration debate. This is a debate about whether or not Americans have basic constitutional rights anymore.
Do the CRs off the table?
I don't think we're going to go CR.
The last comment is important because they're saying they're not going to extend funding at all. So Democrats are saying that all these demands that the Republicans must agree to, at least some of these key ones, or we're facing a shutdown. So how does the White House get to it? How strong can it do it? Is he really willing to concede to some of these Democratic demands?
I mean, just based off of the conversation that you've had with White House officials, as you know, as of right now, the White House has come out and called some of these describing sort of as wish list items, right? What I think is interesting is actually if you look at that list, Democrats seem to be walking a line here of not trying to make this a debate over necessarily immigration policy, right? But trying to actually make it about use of force and enforcement, almost making it about federal law enforcement broadly. Like there you see targeted enforcement, you see efforts to have a strict enforcement policy, demasking as well. I still don't know if that will actually sway and get the support of folks in the White House who have spent the past year also criticizing so-called sanctuary city policies, and obviously, have both in actions on the Hill and in the White House made it a priority to support ICE too, right? So we're at a gridlock here, right? And the reality is, if it continues to be a gridlock, I mean, ICE funding is good after the one handful bill. They got so much money. FEMA, TSA, wow, those other agencies.
There would be a huge impact. So work for those agencies as well. I will see what happens there. And coming up for us, the president called a fellow Republican a moron at the National Prayer Breakfast. At Congressman Thomas Massey was to respond, and what he says about that and about the Epstein files. That's next.
News for you. Be with us on Saturday at 9 on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
This Supermont Deluxe is made for small spaces. The upgraded strip has 75% more scrubbing power. And with the new locking head, fitting into tight spaces is simple. The all-new Supermont Deluxe, the mother of all things.
Their friends, sons, fathers, their little league coaches, and better, they're people who love this country. These are immigration and customs enforcement officers. They are removing violent criminals from our streets.
with an innovative formula that finally unlocks real GLP-1 results in a pill. One pill a day to lose 14% of your body weight in a year. The lowest price FDA-approved GLP-1 ever. Now on Grow.
I need a car millionaire.
Would you like to join us? Yeah, we would love to join you. This is something no one would have expected even a few months ago.
There's new drama here on Capitol Hill tonight.
See, I even want to women right now ask that question.
Only that there's one vote to spare, which brings it forward in the House. But one Republican has drawn more ire for President Trump than any other. This was Friday at the National Prayer Breakfast in Washington.
No matter what we do, this moron, no matter what it is, we'll get 100% love except for the guy named Thomas Massey. There's something wrong with him.
Thomas Massey, a libertarian-minded conservative that has represented voted Kentucky since 2012, a perennial no-vote for spending bill, and now a leader in pushing for the full release of the Epstein files over the president's furious objections. He joins me now live from his farm in Kentucky. Congressman Massey, thank you so much for being here. I do want to ask you about that comment from the President of the United States insulting you like that at the National Prayer Breakfast. What's your response to it?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to know I'm in the president's prayers. But second of all, on the internet, some people have suggested that MIT should take my degree away. And my response is, which one should they take away? I have two degrees of MIT. And I'm starting to look more on
Justice Department now has released more than 3 million documents, and it says the Justice Department is saying that they have fully complied with the law. Is the Trump administration complying with the law?
No, well, they missed the deadline, but that's not the worst part. The two worst parts are they're releasing victims' information. I mean, just outright lists of victims is terrible. And beyond that, they are withholding the perpetrator's names. There's still 302 files. Those are the forms that the FBI fills out after they interview witnesses and victims, and they're still withholding those. And they're over-redacting the documents that have, they relate to some really sketchy emails, but we can't see who the sender was. And so they really need to come off some more information. Monday, Todd Blanche said that members of Congress can come and start viewing those redactions. Rokhana and I are very interested in going and reviewing some of those redactions, but there are also files that we need to see. And finally, Pam Bondi will be in front of my committee. I serve on the Judiciary Committee this coming week on Wednesday. And so I'll have some questions for her related to the Epstein files.
What do you have?
Well, there's the rest of the documents. Why did they release victims' names? They took extra time, they said, to be safe. And, you know, what are these redactions? Now, we may get to see those redactions. Hopefully, we can go to the DOJ before she shows up on Wednesday and see how responsive they are to us in person. But, you know, she's not, if you notice, they don't put her out in front anymore. They put Todd Blanche out in front because she's been all over the map. She has no credibility on this. She said there are a bunch, there's a ton of files, they're on my desk. I'm going to release them. And then she said there's nothing but, you know, child sexual abuse material, and nobody wants to see that. And then she said, oh, we found a whole bunch more, and there's going to be more investigations. But what are those investigations, for instance? And so there's a whole bunch of questions for her, but I'm glad that she's coming to the UK and there, she's been Attorney General.
How do you respond to those sort of comply with the law? You had told me before that you may go to the floor and actually read the names of people on the list and find this. Are you still planning to do that?
I'm ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get justice is to force the DOJ to release these names. I've already read one name in the committee with the FBI director there. That's Jess Staley. And again, he may or may not be guilty, but he's been accused by these victims. The lawyer tells me, and there are other victims. I don't have to, but it's the victims. What the difference is, I think it's the impression I'm going to do that. And no way is it supposed to be a jail release this name from the DOJ.
It's also conversation how it like it's kind of like on recognize each other. The latest relationship was correspondence after that the subsequent wasn't you have all the time. It's just become I do want to ask you about Trump, because his name has been mentioned more than 1,000 times in the Epstein files. Do you think that he should answer questions to Congress? He should testify about what he knows.
You know, I wouldn't go there yet. I think that most of the men that are implicated in these files, they're billionaires, they're friends of Trump, they're people who are in his social circle. To get justice for the survivors, I want to see those men brought to justice. Brooke Hunt and I have tried to keep from being political. In some respects, we failed. You know, the Democrats want to make this about Trump, and the Republicans want to make it about the Clintons. I want to make it about the survivors and getting this justice and transparency.
Mr. Mackey, you are perhaps Trump's biggest target this primary season. He's tried to unite the party behind your opponent at Yowron and Congressman Eddie Barr, whatever your delegation has now endorsed his opponent. Trump has knocked out incumbents in the past by endorsing their challengers. How hard is it going to be for you to overcome the president and his MAGA allies in the primary?
But look, I vote with the president 91% of the time. 9% of the time, my party is taking up pedophiles, bankrupting this country or starting another war. I don't vote with them. And they want 100% compliance. That's why they're trying to take us out. It's really about keeping my colleagues in line. They're under no illusion that I will snap back into line because they're spending millions of dollars against me. It's going to be tough, but I'm going to win. I did notice that at one of these statements, the president had been saying I was polling at 6%. Now he says I'm at 9%. So I'm glad to see I've gone up 3% in his polling. The thing is, he just pulls those poll numbers out of thin air. And my polling shows that I'm winning in spite of millions of dollars being spent against me by the Epstein class. Miriam Abelson, John Paulson, and Paul Singer, who are showing up in these Epstein files. They're 3 billionaires from New York and West Palm Beach who are trying to fund this effort against me.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. Welcome to Carson Thomas Massey of Kentucky. Thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Mike.
Still ahead, my new reporting on the anxiety surge among Republicans as crucial primary battles turn nasty. Senate Majority in the line. Why will President Trump get off the sidelines?
Well, look at you powering through. You're not slowing down, you're raising eyebrows. Oh, and speed limits, you're way past those. Because you're playing for keeps. In other words, you're in your prime. So keep it that way with Ensure. 30 grams of protein to support your muscles and your mindset. Ensure yourself. There's a way on this speed. Longer to support what's ready. When you're ready to what's possible, we turn life with rapid movement. Many programs and transformation to make it to repairs. COPD is an ugly reality. I watch as this world just keeps getting smaller. But then, Trelegy helped us see things a little differently. With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Once daily Trelegy also improves lung function, so he can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night. You shouldn't have to wonder which local florist crafts the bouquet she'll love, or how we turn I forgot into I can't wait. This Valentine's will all be on love, because after 50 years, we know love is always the sure bet. 1-800 Flowers, speak beautifully.
With the Bathfitter Permafit solution, we measure with laser precision and custom manufacture your bath or shower so it fits perfectly over your old one. We install in a day with no demo or mess. For over 40 years, Bathfitter has been creating durable baths and showers with seamless type walls that are crowd-free and easy to clean. It's a smart, custom-made, cost-effective solution, and it's guaranteed for life. Go to bathfitter.com.
You can watch the game. Keep your love of Team USA alive with the extended 5-year price guarantee.
What's that? Order enough drugs for the show. Oh, I'm gonna try. Anybody got a quarter? Yeah. Is that how you get all your drugs for the show?
Well, I got news for you. Saturday at 9 on CNN.
GOP leaders are sounding the alarm about their midterm map, worried that the worsening political environment and strategic blunders could cost them control of the Senate. One of the reasons for the anxiety is President Trump's decision to set up critical primaries not get behind candidates favored by Senate GOP leaders. That is from our reporting colleague Sarah Ferris of this morning. My demo is back and now Texas is their biggest concern right now. Senate Republican leader John Cornyn that if Trump does not get behind John Cornyn in Texas, that this is going to get a lot more expensive the whole time to Candidates don't win outright. Expensive state. This amount of money that's been spent so far, and it's just a subset of a large amount of money, but for pro Cornyn has, about 47 million has been spent so far, and hardly any has been spent for his opponents, and they are just burning for the money, and it's the only thing.
And to your point, like that money that could be spent elsewhere as well, as Democrats like try to walk this very narrow path here in these midterm elections. I'm sure just speaking to White House officials, I mean, Ken Paxton also was aligned with the president during the Biden years, right? And like he remembers a lot of those legal challenges. For a couple of days ago, you did see the president also sort of tease that he could be weighing in soon and making an endorsement, kind of dangling that prospect out there as well. So that's something to watch. And look, the state Senate race rattled, some folks in the Republican Party and some allies of the president too. And that's also increasing the sense of urgency to get him to weigh in here as well.
Yeah, but he has chosen to get involved when he wants to get involved. Now, he did endorse John Sununu in New Hampshire. That's it. The Susquehannas have had their own history with Trump. And he got behind somebody that's what the Republican leaders did want in that primary event. But there's also personal grudges that often drive Donald Trump, breaking news that drives Donald Trump to make some decisions. And he did in Louisiana, going after Bill Cassidy, who's a veteran Republican incumbent. He got Julia Redlow, the candidate running this race, against Bill Cassidy. Why? Because Cassidy voted to convict Trump in the second impeachment Trump. Even though Cassidy has done so many things since then to try to align himself with Trump, he was voting to confront RFK Jr. with a decisive vote to do just that. I asked Cassidy last week whether he regrets his vote to the
So I can go down the list of things that I've done for my state, and that's what people he's clearly upset. You're asking me the president's motivations. I can't comment on that. I don't think you can either. No, but on your vote, you regret that vote to convict him. My point is that, and you do a good job of this, ascribing to others their motivations. And I just don't think that's fair. I'm asking you your vote. You regret your vote to convict him. So I only ask our reporters, how do I feel? How do I regret? And all I can say, brother, is you live your life forward. You live in life.
Fun, by the way, that was a really good follow-up.
Try.
I think people don't overthink this stuff, right? Your basic assumption about income motive is absolutely correct. And the benefit of formula grudge in this case is that it shows that it's weird. It's like pro-capacity people, you can have some sort of capacity. You can bend over backwards, know that the early argument is exactly what they're all about. But it shows that you cannot get that much. It's risk on the bad side. Because once this license is negative, and well, right, whenever landslide Trump's lesson from that, where Democrats something was the Republicans who want is the movement embrace it, right? Didn't embrace it, raised the military, was the thing to say. They only embraced me and saved people from being all people in Iowa. On the Texas GOP, Texas GOP, that actually sort of the normies, and I think that opposite is prologue probably this post-Trump era. Everyone wants to talk about how the MAGA coalition, the Trump coalition will just simply be inherited by J.D. Vance or something like that. We're going to see massive splintering between these different factions of the GOP, and we're seeing it right now.
Yeah, no question.
Okay, you're
The result of that fight, we talked about the Senate. All right. He's got the biggest stage in the world. It's how political will Bad Bunny get during the Super Bowl halftime performance tonight. That's next.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just one pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts. Unlike my friend, that hasn't all day. Prilosec OTC. One pill, zero heartburn, all good.
Your credit journey starts here with a secured self-visa credit card with high approval rates. It's a great option whether you're just starting out or rebuilding your credit. And as you use it and make payments on time, we can build your credit one step at a time. Visit Self to apply.
Where can you reach an credit? That mental health. I'm sure it's 65, but I'm not exactly sure when I need to apply for Medicare. Or even have to do it.
Maybe you're new to Medicare, or you're looking to switch Medicare plans during a special enrollment period. How do you decide which Medicare coverage is right for you? And that's why Aetna licensed agents are standing by, ready to answer your questions and help make the process of choosing a Medicare plan easier.
If you are turning 65, you may qualify for the Medicare initial enrollment period, which is the 3 months before, the month up, and the 3 months after the month that your 65th birthday. There are also special enrollment periods, including if you lose your group coverage, stop working, or move. Aetna offers Medicare Advantage plans starting at a $0 month. So call for your free Medicare coverage assessment today. Call 1-844-514-7579.
Kathy's traveling, she just loves to go. Her hip pain showed up when we would go on walks.
She was diagnosed with osteoarthritis.
Our veterinarian recommended if we try it wrong.
Adverse events may include ataxia, anorexia, and lethargy. Do not use the breathing, pregnant, or lactating dogs. Take extreme care to avoid self-injection.
She's got energy to do things that she wasn't doing before, and that's just amazing.
Is approved for the treatment of relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis and lowers the risk of diagnosis.
When lucky friends with certain distress and left us right in the right land, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines, a trusted global perspective, the economist. Know which way to turn. One day. Three, four, five.
This unrivaled league is unprecedented, unmatched, unconventional, unmissable. More players, more teams, more basketball, unbelievable, unrivaled, unstood, unrivaled. BBC Sports, 24/6 on Galaxy.
You say, eyes out. We're not travelers, we're not animals, we're not aliens, we are humans and we are Americans.
The funny thing is, I was expecting speech and last week's Grammy Awards. We'll find out in just a few hours he might try to send a message from the tonight's Super Bowl halftime performance. The NFL announced the six-time Grammy Award winner would be the halftime performer, as of the Bolton. Now, some of the alternative the city is having its own alternative halftime show featuring and analyzed by Dave Rock. Camel's back. Look, this Super Bowl, nothing to do performances that have injected into politics. You've seen a whole lot of Beyonce, and Lamar, and them, J-Lo, and like, you can see that Bad Bunny is he's got 107 billion lifetime Spotify streams. I mean, he's got a huge take. He's ice, and everything that's happening with immigration enforcement. A big part of this thing that he talks about, message.
Rarely have I been so foreign about I don't know much about Bad Bunny, don't much care. I don't much care about the Super Bowl halftime shows, but that's just a corporate decision. If you're trying to make the NFL an international brand and an international enterprise, picking like the most popular international star you can just makes a lot of sense, regardless of ethnicity or any of that other stuff. And I'm sorry, but like, frankly, we're just talking about like not watch Bad Bunny because of the lyrics, the gritty. It's like, first of all, Frank's not gonna be able to stand that. But to say to watch Kid Rock, who's just, first of all, aged out of the demo, let's just say, and is just as crude, if not much cruder than any.
And those are in English.
And they're in English. Yeah, so I mean, it's all just so smooth. I mean, that's how I know.
I mean, every day comes to mind. We're Americans, Americans, there are Mexican Americans, there are Salvadoran Americans, there are Cuban Americans, they all represent different splits, but all Hispanic, most Hispanic and Latino Americans feel a kindred spirit with Bad Bunny, whether or not they like his music and whether or not they like his politics.
Bad Bunny's not the only performer who's criticized Trump tonight. We're going to see Green Day, like Carlisle. Trump was asked about this a few weeks ago. He said, I'm anti-Bad. I think it's a terrible choice. All it does is sow hatred. Terrible. He's not going today. He's gone to all sorts of sporting events. He said it's too far.
Right. And he also might be, facing that outward resistance too, and just the crowd moving too if he goes as well. I mean, look, there's something interesting here. Like, we're in a period of time where it's hard. You can't really go to any aspect of society or any aspect of culture without feeling politics right now, right? And that's also due because we have a White House that is seeking to put its stamp on all aspects of culture and society. I think Kennedy Center thinks Trump's name on all these government buildings. There's a long history of him not not just showing music, but also sports too, right? In different leagues. And you're seeing that here. But look, this isn't really a comparison between these two shows. We're talking about like 89 million monthly listeners on Spotify. Five.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference involved. A little bigger. All right, coming up. Will Vice President Lisa Murkowski lead the lower 48 to seek the state's highest office?
Taxes was chasing updates. Now taxes is a TurboTax expert. Doing it all for you to chase history. Now this is taxes. Into a TurboTax.
Hey, let me let you in on the secret real quick. This stuff right here is something that you want to add into your repertoire. Because Blue Chew is my new go-to. One thing you're not going to do is regret getting it.
A Chewy owner is on the way from Jaws, who never lets go of what he loves. So Dad uses Chewy to get him everything he needs to keep loving life, one mouthful at a time, for low prices. For life with pets, there's Chewy.
Set sail toward a fast-ass movie. We slip around.
$300 for a hotel? Don't pay that. You single cat. Look up your prescription, show the coupon to the pharmacist, and say,
See what more people are saving with single care.
The best way to make happy memories in the Caribbean is at a place founded by a family from the Caribbean.
They're friends and neighbors, sons, fathers. They're little league coaches and veterans. They're people who love this country. These are immigration and customs enforcement officers. They are removing violent criminals from our cities. It's dangerous. But I say that
The Zebra monitors your choice and informs your savings the moment you buy it. No one gets choice but the Zebra.
Be a place of comfort and peace, your happy place. At PJ Fitzpatrick, we know that transforming your family can transform your life.
If your old tub is in need of refreshing or remodeling to make it safer, call PJ Fitzpatrick for a free in-home consultation. You can have a luxurious walk-in shower in just one day, all backed by a famous lifetime warranty. This month, save it up on installation and take advantage of our 12-month no interest and no payment financing.
Don't wait. Call PJ Fitzpatrick today and get the bath of your dreams.
Many people
stubborn athlete come to me after wasting money on products that don't work. That's why Proactive developed a clear skin routine you can trust. Proactive routines kill acne-causing bacteria at the source for clearer skin now and fewer breakouts later. I know these routines give my patients the result they've been looking for. That's why I recommend Proactive. You'll love your skin with Proactive. Shop now at proactive.com. Get it free and get the purchase. Also available at these retailers.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com. If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you. 800-821-4000.
In Alaska, where even the politics are a bit wild, one race in the last frontier is officially not getting more crowded. Mr. Murkowski, longtime GOP senator and one of the most pivotal swing votes in the chamber, had been considering a run for governor this fall. This past week, she made clear to me she has made her decision. And that is to stay in the Senate.
Yes, there is.
Speculation.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have told Alaskans who have asked me if I would run, would I not consider returning back to the state that I love and working on hard problems and challenges? Absolutely. But I also feel that the role that I'm playing here in the United States Senate is a really important one for our state. So our decision is that you got to pick one, and I am here and going to continue to serve Alaskans here.
So you ruled it out.
Yeah. Not happily, because the idea of being able to be home and shovel real snow instead of ice snow, big difference.
Yes, indeed. Although the deadline to enter this race isn't until June, this is the first time Murkowski has publicly shut the door on the gubernatorial run, leaving behind an already jam-packed field of at least 16 candidates. Here in Washington, Murkowski is known for being one of the most unpredictable GOP senators, from voting against repeal of the Affordable Care Act, breaking ranks with GOP leaders on key Supreme Court cabinet nominations, and even voting to convict President Trump during the second impeachment trial. But she also can deliver for her party. She cast a decisive vote last year because Trump's funding was a bill act that's being paralyzed for Alaska.
We need to listen, we need to watch, we need to hear what the American people are saying. What is the change going on the streets? It is still is really been focused on a long time. And in November, could be people are not paying attention to those things. You're not slowing down, you're raising eyebrows. Oh, and speed limits, you're way past those. Because you're playing for keeps. In other words, you're in your prime. So keep it that way with Ensure. 30 grams of protein to support your muscles and your mindset. Ensure yourself.
Life with Norman is fun and full of adventure. He decided to slow down a little bit on walks and seemed like he had some discomfort. His doctor diagnosed him with osteoarthritis pain and recommended that we try LeBron.
Do you want to go in and see one of your babies, or you want to go out? Should I take you out first? It's a little while till you can.
Umbrella has helps our
Yeah.
manufacturers also.
Okay. You ate a little bit later this morning. Yeah, you slept in. We all did, didn't we? Up there? Yeah, you too. You gonna sleep out in the living room with me? Huh?
This Valentine's, go all in on Flower. 1-800-Flowers, give beautifully.
What do people want from a Medicare Advantage plan? Let's find out.
I want a $0 monthly premium.
I take a lot of medications, so I need prescription drug coverage. If you would like help making an informed decision about your Medicare coverage, Aetna licensed agents are standing by, ready to help you find health coverage that meets your needs.
If you're turning 65, you may qualify for Medicare's initial enrollment period, which is the 3 months before, the month of, and the 3 months after the month of your 65th birthday. You are not automatically enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan. Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans with monthly plan premiums starting at $0. Plans may also include Part D prescription drug coverage, dental, vision, and hearing coverage, a fitness membership, and more.
To find out if an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan is right for you, call now to speak with a licensed Aetna agent.
Call 1-844-514-6832 to find out if you qualify for Medicare coverage.
President Donald J. Trump has built a strong economy and is revitalizing the American dream. He will go down as the greatest housing president in history.
America was built one home at a time. I believe that. That's why institutions like Fannie Mae matter. Working with banks so lending continues, opportunities stay open, and families aren't locked out because their past wasn't perfect. When banks can say yes, families can move forward. Fannie Mae, protector of the American dream.
When my hair started thinning, I didn't want to hear the wisecracks.
I was ignoring my hair because I was a full-time working mother, but luckily I found Nutrafol.
My hair was getting stronger and thicker.
I finally feel like myself again.
This is Bombas. They took stocks and asked what if they could be way more comfortable? What if comfort could be for everyone? At Bombas, one purchase equals one donated. Get 20% off your first order at bombas.com.
I'm Maria Montgomery, and at Westshore Homes, we make home remodeling easy. From tub to shower conversions to walk-in tub installations and even full bath remodels. We're ready to
It's a very dangerous game to play.
Is a deal out of reach? House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries joins me in moments. Plus, wake-up call. Days after a controversial FBI raid, President Trump urges his party to go even further.
If the state can't run an election, I think the people behind me should do something about it.
How will states respond? Democratic Governor Wes Moore is here. And new restriction? The president touts a fresh push to lower drug prices.
People are going to save a lot of money and be healthy.
But with millions of Americans grappling with skyrocketing healthcare costs, does this plan treat the root causes or only some symptoms? I'll ask top Trump advisor, Dr. Oz.
Hello again, back in Washington, where the State of our Union is going for gold. The Winter Olympics are officially underway as athletes from 92 countries gather to compete in the mountains of northern Italy. But while Team USA puts on the united front overseas, tensions are rising here in Washington. At the White House, President Trump is refusing to apologize for posting, and after a fierce bipartisan backlash for leading a racist video depicting former President and First Lady Barack Michelle Obama as apes in a jungle. He's also digging in on his call for Republicans to nationalize elections and, quote, take over the voting, raising concerns that a president who already tried to overturn one election is now trying to put his thumb on the scale again. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, with just 5 days until a critical deadline to fund the Department of Homeland Security, Congress shows no sign of being close to a bipartisan deal to end the impasse. Here with me now is House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Thank you so much for being here this morning. I'm going to start with what you released this past week, a list of 10 proposed reforms, including but not limited to a mandate for judicial warrants to search private property and a ban on masks. Also a mandate for agents to wear body cameras. Now, Republicans say they are open to some of these, but others, especially the specifics on judicial warrants, are non-starters. Only 5 days now until the Department of Homeland Security will shut down. Are you willing to accept anything less than this full list of demands?
Not at this point. We start with a basic premise that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for everyday Americans, not brutalize or kill American citizens like Renee Nicole Good or Alex Preddy. We know that ICE is completely and totally out of control. They've gone way too far, and the American people want them reined in. Because immigration enforcement should be fair, it should be just, and it should be humane. So dramatic changes are necessary to the manner in which the Department of Homeland Security officers are conducting themselves before any funding bill should move forward.
So you say very clearly that this is security proposal is about bringing in ICE and the ICBP. But those agencies, as you all know, are very well funded already, including the real act of the President Obama and passed last year. So what that means is that shutdown really only impacts unrelated agencies, TSA, FAA. So how is pushing for these changes potentially not getting there, operating an immigration plan?
Well, I think it's getting down to that we are people. That's why we need to press forward aggressively and ensure that there are legislative changes enacted as part of the DHS spending bill, because that's the way that you change behavior. And these are common sense changes. Things like mandatory body cameras, judicial warrants should absolutely be required for ICE agents to storm private property and lift everyday Americans out of their homes in such a violent fashion. Of course, we need to make sure that there are no bans, and that ICE is conducting itself like every other law enforcement agency in the country. That shouldn't be controversial. It shouldn't be controversial that we are demanding that the Fourth Amendment constitutional protections are adhered to as it relates to the way in which ICE is conducting itself. We also need to make sure that state and local officials have the ability to conduct independent investigations so that when ICE or CBP or other officers violate the law, they can be investigated and prosecuted and held accountable for those violations of state and local law, not being able to govern themselves with impunity, which is the case right now.
Just real quick, are there any negotiations going on about these reforms that you want?
Unfortunately, we haven't heard back from the White House or Mike Johnson or Speaker or Leader Thune in terms of the demands that we've put on the table, common sense demands on behalf of the American people. And so in our view, the ball is in the court right now of the Republicans. Either they're going to agree to dramatically reform the way in which ICE and other immigration enforcement agencies are conducting themselves so that they're behaving like every other law enforcement agency in the country, or they're making the explicit decision to shut down the Coast Guard, shut down FEMA, and shut down TSA, and that would be very unfortunate.
I'm going to turn to a big debate about elections. The president said this week that, this past week, that he wanted to nationalize elections at the White House and on Capitol Hill. They say that what they mean legislatively is pushing what they call the SAVE Act, which would mandate Americans show proof of citizenship like a birth certificate and also potentially more information about their registration to vote. Now, I understand you don't support things like a passport, for example, but requiring basic ID in order to vote is really popular. A Pew poll from a few months ago showed 83% of Americans, including 71% of your fellow Democrats, support requiring an ID to vote. Why are they wrong?
I haven't said that they're wrong. We know that to conduct elections in every state should be allowed to decide the best way to proceed to ensure that there's a free and fair election. Here in New York, there are in fact identification
What's the matter, buddy?
is that what Republicans are trying to do is to engage in clear and blatant voter suppression. They know that if there's a free and fair election in November, they're going to lose. In fact, Republicans have been losing every single election since Donald Trump was sworn in January of last year, including most recently, decisively in Texas, and of course, losing all across the country, up and down the ballot in the November off-year elections in places like New Jersey and
So why not maybe take that off the table? Okay, maybe not passport or your birth certificate, but go and eat.
administer the laws.
I do want to ask about a video that President Trump shared, a racist video, and it depicted former President Obama, First Lady Michelle Obama as apes. About 12 hours later, the White House blamed the staffer for the post, removed it, but the president says he doesn't need to apologize because he didn't make a mistake.
He definitively needs to apologize. It was a disgusting video, and the president was rightly and appropriately and forcefully denounced by people all across the country, Democrats and even a handful of Republicans who finally showed some backbone in pushing back against the president's malignant, bottom feeder-like behavior.
I do want to quickly ask about something else that the president wanted to do. He asked your counterpart in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, for the chance to rename both Dulles Airport and also Penn Station after him. And if Schumer agreed to that, then he would lift a freeze on $16 billion freeze for New York and New Jersey and the Gateway Tunnel there. What's your reaction to that?
Listen, it's another example of Donald Trump trying to force presidential graffiti down the throats of the American people. Is completely and totally unacceptable. Of course, I'm a hard no, as I believe is the case with Leader Schumer, House and Senate Democrats. The president is unlawfully withholding funds for Gateway. This guy's priorities are completely and totally unhinged. But this is the Republican Party right now. These are people who engaged in the largest cuts of Medicaid in American history as part of their one big ugly bill. They ripped food out of the mouths of hungry children, seniors,
and veterans. They failed to do anything to make life more affordable for the American people. And in that same one big ugly bill, enacted massive tax breaks for the billionaire donors and gave ICE a $75 billion slush fund so they could kill and brutalize American citizens like Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. These people are completely and totally out of control. The American people know it, which is why we're going to continue to press the case to lower the high cost of living, to fix our broken healthcare system, to clean up corruption, and to actually get things done as Democrats for the American people.
Okay, thank you so much for being here this morning, Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic leader in the House of Representatives.
Thank you.
Americans are deeply worried about their health care costs, so what is President Trump doing about it? As you see here, one of his top advisors will have that discussion with me next. Plus, President Trump says he wants to nationalize the voting. A top Democratic governor is going to respond.
The source. It's true. She true. Emma, are you hiding? Use trouble. It's terrifying. I can overpay. I'm always here to help.
Then show me, Carfax.
Carfax can show how damage you have. You don't overpay. Get your Carfax reports on every car listed only at Carfax.
I have active psoriatic arthritis. They want to move with more freedom.
In the beginning, you created all things. He is the Word made flesh, the light of the world.
That's just 4 doses a year.
Remembering your promise to your people Israel, you sent your Son to be the Savior of all. Seen by your Spirit's power, was born into the world.
There's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything.
Born in humble surroundings, he is God with
May
us.
help in your weight loss journey. Once weekly, Zepbound helps adults
Living
with
among
obesity
us,
lose
believe
weight
in the
and
holy
keep it off.
He proclaimed your kingdom of justice
People taking
and
Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds.
obedience to your will. Revealed your love by
And there are
stretching out
multiple
his
savings
arms on
options
the cross,
available, even if you
giving
don't have
his life
insurance.
as a ransom for many. On the night in which he was handed
Don't
over
take
to
it
death,
allergic to it, or
the
if
death
you or
of
someone in your
previous
family had medullary thyroid
our Lord
cancer or
Jesus
multiple
took
endocrine neoplasia syndrome
gave
type 2.
thanks,
Tell your doctor if you
broke
have
it
a rough
and gave it
swelling
to
in
his
your neck.
disciples,
Stop
saying,
Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe
Take
stomach
and
or a
eat.
serious allergic reaction.
This is
Severe
my
side
body,
effects may
which will
include
be given up
inflamed
for you.
pancreas or gallbladder problems.
Do
Tell your
this
doctor if
in
you
the
experience
name
vision
of
changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduling procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, breastfeeding, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can
when
cause
supper was
dehydration and
ended,
worsen
he
kidney
took the
stones.
cup.
If
Again,
this
he
is
gave
clicking for
thanks,
you,
praised,
ask your healthcare
and
provider
gave it
about
the whole
what's weekly
free
Zepbound and check your coverage today at
Drink this, all
Zepbound.com.
of you. This cup is my blood of the new and eternal covenant, which will be poured out for you and for many for forgiveness of sin.
Whatever comes next, you can count on United Healthcare to be there with reliable Medicare coverage.
Is that
Ordering ourselves for the show. Oh, one more time. Oh, that's just sick. Not too sick for me.
The Blackout News Stream, Saturday at 9 on CNN, and next day on the CNN.
Mystery of Faith.
Closed captioning brought to you by Meso.
Christ has So, Father, remembering the life our Lord offered for us, and celebrating his resurrection from the dead,
Says, a
we wait in
recent poll
joyful
shows
hope for his
2/3 of
return.
Americans are worried about being able to afford healthcare. That's more than groceries, utilities, housing, gas.
Pour out your
Here with me
Holy
now is
Spirit upon these gifts which your church
CMS
now
Administrator,
offers.
Dr. Mehmet Oz. Thank you so
That
much
this
for being
bread
here. I do
may
want to
be
start with
The
some RX.
life-saving precious
Right, it
body
is
of your Christ.
intended to lower
And that which is in this
right
child.
now, the site is 43 drugs, are also available.
Gather together all who share this bread.
For on-site
Body of your Son Christ. Be a living sacrifice. Remember all those who have died in Jesus Christ and all whose faith is in Christ. By your mercy and great they enter into our together with Mary, Joseph, her spouse, the apostles, the prophets, and martyrs. Then in the fullness of your kingdom, God, the corruption of sin and death, we shall sing your glory with never through Christ. Give us everything.
And so, TrumpRx.website is effort to allow everybody to take this out there. We're putting the cash base on the terrible but that's ultimately now, before we get towards the position we do have here, with all of that being brought up with make sure that we know that we follow the check this out and sure you get the best way possible. You don't have to local pharmacies or mail order pharmacies. Sometimes there's services in manufacturing, very not like that. But I'm gonna bring one thing for you. You gotta start the first 2 years of Simon said, go there. American. That's a kind of massive company. You can start with every.
It's not time yet. That's not time. You wanna go to two words?
Okay, so it's a building block.
You have to go out. Should I take you out? Okay, I'll take you out.
Nearly all of RX are private covered. So the fact that you have on the website a warning that says if you have insurance and you have copay, go check that out. So the question is, how is this going to help lower prescription drug costs for everybody? Eventually, including those who have.
It takes a couple of years. This is the GLP-1 medication.
That's why
That's often not covered by insurance. Here's it, and I don't know if you're covered, but I was and so if you're covered with insurance, you're going to use that insurance because it's less expensive to you. But the employer, they will look to see that the price on the website lower than what they're actually getting from the middle of these selling costs. They say, I want to get that. If you get it, you don't have insurance for the you your own. You could buy it for a price down about there's a way to still not.
That's an example of a drug that is put on some RX at a lower price. My question is, the majority of people in the country are
the Lamb of God
under that
who
insurance.
takes away the sin of the world.
Still,
Blessed are those called to his
Oh,
son.
it does, because over time, as you have more and more medications on this, all those prices come down. And there are some categories, take the fertility drugs, where, it's a 90% reduction in cost, That's a place where most Americans don't have insurance coverage. There are other than asthma medications when they're covered, but when the employer sees that the drug price that they're paying, the middleman, is twice as high as what the company offers.
So you're saying it's incentive. Okay, let's talk more about it's not about healthcare costs. For a lot of the premiums that both company doctors look at are now stopped. This is a part of the law. You told me here in November that the president is laser focused on this so long ago. Fundamental problem with insurance costs to lower the costs. Cost is so high, so my question is, give me one specific example of a solution that has been that is lower the cost of health insurance beyond.
You're wanting to eat, aren't you? Huh?
Across the board. So I'm giving you an insurance act that works to reduce insurance premiums for the American people. Thank you, $10. You want it back in. You want that to get it really designed, supposed to be in working that type of education. You want that back. You have to get it transparency to fight because when I'm calling to the operation, and I'm sure the first thing you do, start talking about it, you open the room and put more weight in it. Transparency, that's the way to do it. Most of us don't really know what they're paying for. There are policies and prices for example, but they go to the hospital, you don't know what it's cost you. You said go to the grocery store, and you put things in your cart and not know what it was going to cost. And that's what we ask the American people to do. And of course, because of that, companies jack up the price. If you're not aware, you're not informed. You strive transparency to use them. This is how the American people discover where the price is working.
Speaking of transparency, I do want to cover still asking about record search in the United States. South Carolina, for example, is currently reporting 800 cases. It's the worst outbreak since measles was declared eradicated more than 3 decades ago. Is this a consequence of the administration's undermining support for advocacy for measles and other vaccines?
I don't believe so. We've advocated for measles vaccines all along. Secretary very smart at this. But when the first outbreak happened in Texas, he said, get your vaccines immediately. That's an example of an illness that you should get vaccinated. What happened with 4 schedules that had been last month was citizen. We look at what happened. We heard people 80 different vaccines go back to things.
I'm specifically talking about measles here. I mean, we talked about our here. The group Children's Health Defense was founded and ran up 3 years ago, focused on X. Despite the media's scare tactics, there's no reason to fear measles. So people fear measles.
Sure. And we actually take records to it. That's from any vaccine you want to take. We'll never do a barrier to vaccine for vaccine.
As a doctor, your message to people about measles vaccine.
Take the vaccine. Solution for a problem. Not all women are people who get English, and not all people get trust. But measles becomes the vaccine.
President Trump says he's not going to apologize for sharing a racist video of the Obama. Maryland Governor Westmore will be here.
This is CNS.
So proud to let you down to Rick. Check
You want to go in there? Yeah, why don't you come over here? Over here. You know the bag? Go to the bag. Stay.
Get it fixed any way you want and safely.com.
Your boyfriend's doing just fine. He's a power investment account designed for the long haul. That's because I love you like a
Golf green for left. How will
get good at money so you can be a little fast and power. Like over venture under 60 $15 a month. Download now. That covers fast.
What's that?
Into a pretty big strong European there. Maryland, West. I think this is so you want to talk about that and other issues. Trump posted the president had to come to apologize for the post instead
Well, I tell my children that it's obvious that you don't know and I think that there's no believes that Donald Trump has no intention of making these kind of statements or frankly these kind of actions again. And I think it just highlights the kind of urgency that we have within this moment, that it's not just the policies that we have continued to see. We are watching a president who is just unchecked. And so what we need to do right now in this moment, it is important that we vote in November. It's important
So today, they are providing us with two different sources of knowledge and asking us to look at things. So basically, like the other day, I don't think about this. If you stay back for lunch today, around 12:30, well, actually, you'll be treated to real health class. We're actually see how you in the question is your child. Then it's one of the most caring members. It does. It tastes just like chicken. I mean, you would think it was chicken. I've never had seafood. It looks like chicken. It tastes like chicken. It might be chicken. It's just hard. Last week we saw in Maryland Senate downtown. You get them for your favorite team, for your favorite soup. But could not find the basic of democracy.
And I just want to make sure that people who aren't totally familiar with the makeup of the legislature understand that you're talking about the Democratic leaders, the Democratic leader in particular in the Gulf State. So this is, internal party divide. And I know you mentioned that you think that some of the congressional districts will be more competitive, but ultimately, you're trying to push out and make the public
to fill with more cash. And you get to pick whether you want the Seahawks.
We saw how the reason that the House passed emergency legislation is because this is an emergency. This is an emergency where even with the legislation, it still goes back to the people. The people can still get a chance to have a vote later on. But we understand what is at stake right now. And I know that there are more Maryland senators that do believe that this thing can go. And so that's why all we're asking for is let them have a debate, make adjustments if you see fit, but then have a vote. So right now, trying to pressure down or trying to suppress the vote inside of the Maryland Senate and not even allow them to have their voices heard. That is something that I do not understand, and I do not think it's tolerated in this country.
Asked us not to bring them
I
in.
just want to ask you point blank about
Back in the
why
fall,
this is happening in Maryland right now.
shelves became
What
extremely
happened
stocked.
in California, where fellow governor Gavin Newsom also potentially thinking about running beyond his home state in 2028. He successfully redrew California's map. In other words, is this as much about 2028 as it is about 2026 for you?
This is about our democracy.
Lent is
This is about the fact that you know who started this? It wasn't Gavin Newsom. It was Donald Trump. When Donald Trump first contacted Texas and said, I need you to find the additional congressional seats, and they went to a dashboard with a Sharpie and started redrawing that. And then it went to Ohio and Missouri and North Carolina and Florida. When you add those up, you're watching the President of the United States who is trying to make this change permanent. And there is no state that has had more of an impact on this than the state of Maryland. We've had over 25,000 Marylanders fight by Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. We have lost billions of dollars in federal aid support as we went balance sheet. We now receive a single dollar in federal disaster relief from DHS or from FEMA since this Trump administration has come on board. And so this is about the Father, the Son, in front of our face, trying to ruin and trying to thwart democracy. We have an obligation to step up, we have an obligation to debate, and the Maryland Senate has an obligation to vote.
Governor, later this month, the president will host the annual meeting of governors at the White House. He's only inviting Republican governors to that traditional conference event. And he's specifically
Here, let me wipe this off. Here, come here. Wipe my face.
Mother after her parents' reduction.
Thanks be to God.
This year's investment customers are dedicated to certain sales and probably investment funds mutual funds at home. No, they do the good portfolio is that your personal wealth needs a more. It is not a complex research. People as a percentage of your portfolio.
I think we're getting good for So when we're walking into our big company, we work with
Hey, John, you want to come over with the other lady? While we're doing the other ones, go ahead. You want that? You want to come in here? It's not time to eat. Move, girl, move, move, move. Where do you want to come? Oh, fuck.
Want the fastest working GLP-1 for half the price? Rona offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, so you can see weight loss results faster. Lose 20% of your weight.
What are you doing? You gonna go poop now, huh?
For less hunger and faster results. Weight loss faster. Confidence higher. Price
Look at you go, buddy.
See if you qualify.
To Sarah.
Rona.co/TV. Life comes together. Research the spaces that matter the most.
You want to come in here? No, you want to feed the other three? Come on, come on. Can you go ahead? Can you lay down? Good girl. Here. I think the other three would like to have some too. Okay, here's Verona. Here's this one. Milano. Come on, buddy. Here.
I've seen so many people.
Yeah, okay. Show what you guys are going to do here. You guys should just hide your film.
Siblings put out a new video addressing their mother's possible passing.
We received a message. We beg you now to return our mother to the hospital. We very valuable time, and we will.
Closing out, we have a senior law enforcement analyst, Dave, senior intelligence analyst, John, I want to start with you, open to your mind.
Well, the short of the three-second video, which is notable, they don't appear to be reading from a script on paper. This is direct to the camera, and the words appear to be chosen very carefully. The message may sound cryptic to us in some ways, but I believe it was instructed to be clear to whoever sent first and second note, which authorities believe at this point are coming from the same source. So they are sending a direct message, again, through the media, which is how whoever sent these notes has chosen to communicate.
Andy, what about you?
Yeah, I agree with what John said. As to that, it's a very different tone message. There's no direct communication attempted with Nancy. It's really a direct message to the kidnappers. It seems to have conceded the point about being very clearly communicating. This is valuable to us for going today. Even if they make that decision, it's an issue of what next, how, what circumstances can we get our mother back. And I feel like that's the change we're seeing here. You're trying to have a conversation with what this is seeing better today, and we need to understand more about the details of what happened to the doctor.
Oh, she got her way over there.
There is no question that everyone carefully with the assistance of the FBI experts who are advising him, hostage negotiators, who are very experienced agents who have dealt with many kidnapping and ransom situations. The Bureau will provide their best advice and consultation about how to think about the information they're getting from the notes, how to respond to them, but always acknowledging that the ultimate decision of what to do, whether or not to pay the ransom, that is exclusively the family's prerogative, and I'll support them any way they can.
And John, it's hard to believe, but this morning marks a week since Nancy Dr. disappeared. It doesn't seem as though there are big leads on the suspect. it doesn't feel like investigators have gotten a lot further, but what do you think as somebody who has also done this for a living?
Well, my experience in these cases is, and I think our collective experience, as we looked at the major crimes that we've all been through covering in the last month or two, is these cases are not myopic. You cast a wide net, you cover many leads, you crowdsource with the public, and the main thread of this investigation is clearly these two demand notes from people who claim to be the kidnappers. But I can tell you from talking to people briefed on the case, they have people that they're looking at. Nobody's a prime suspect, but that doesn't mean they're not looking at them. They have leads, including a suspicious car at a gas station, which we've confirmed, that are other parts of the threat. All of this happens at once. And a case like this can turn on a dime in 1 hour, in 1 day, in 1 minute, if they're prepared to move fast, and they are.
And lastly, quickly, the authorities there on the ground in Arizona searched Savannah's sister Annie's home late last night. They had previously searched Nancy Guthrie's house multiple times, including late Friday night. What does that tell us?
It simply tells us, kind of reconfirms what John just said. It tells us that they are constantly developing new leads. You cannot possibly know when you first search a residence where the investigation will take you. But as you travel that path, you uncover new information, you uncover new leads. There are many reasons you might want to go back and look again. And so I think the only conclusion to be drawn by their consistent returns to these locations is that the investigation is producing relevant information and leads, and they're going to do everything they can to get to the bottom of it.
Andrew McCabe, John Miller, thank you so much. We're very lucky to have you both help us do this and understand what's going on in an incomprehensible situation. Our thoughts are continuing to go out to Savannah and the entire Guthrie family. If you have any information about Nancy Guthrie's whereabouts, please contact Kingman County Sheriff's Department at 520-351-4900 or the FBI at 1-800-CALL. When we come back, an Olympics comeback ends in March.
All There Is Live, now streaming at CNN.com/All There Is.
Allergies got you trying every trick. Grab your set for total release. It works fast and lasts a full 24 hours. What are you waiting for? Go complete today. Reserve it. Attack, unstable angina, stroke, or other severe heart conditions, and certain types of neurology. The most common side effects of worries include upper respiratory infections, elevated blood levels, and high blood pressure. Starting treatment with Lori will begin with start attack. Ask your doctor about Lori or visit Lori.com to learn more. By Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
Check the new game they pay. Oh, snap!
That's right.
Gary, thank you so much. I would love to stay.
Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco is set, and DraftKings has an exclusive offer you don't want to miss. But first, let's take a look at some of the betting angles for the big game. Seattle opened as a 3.5-point favorite, which quickly moved to 4.5. Historically, Super Bowl favorites have a winning record straight up that have been less successful against the spread. Underdogs have actually covered 13 of the last 18 Super Bowls with 11 outright victories.
As for game total, this one opened at 45.5 points, marking the lowest opening total since Super Bowl 50 between the Broncos and Panthers. That opened at 44.5, and yes, the under was victorious. In fact, 5 of the last 7 have gone under. Now here's how each team got here. Being an underdog is nothing new to New England. In the preseason, they opened at plus 8,000 to win the Super Bowl. Odds got as long as plus 12,000 in week 4. That's when they decided to win 13 of the 3 games and enter the playoffs with plus 900 odds to win the Bowl. Santa Clara, these preseason underdogs since the 99 Rams, who opened the season 50-4. As for Seattle, Lakers had their doubts to start the year, but that top-line defense builds confidence. After opening at plus 6,000, going as long as plus 9,000 back in week 2, the Seahawks were on the lock up the NFC's #1 seed and are now the Super Bowl favorite. Looking to avenge their loss to New England, Super Bowl 49, when the Pats were a 1-point favorite in a game that went over its 47.5-point total. So while it's certainly not the matchup we predicted when the season kicked off, with similar stats and styles, these two teams could give us another legendary Super Bowl showdown. And here's how you can make it even better with DraftKings. New customers can bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets instantly, and your bet wins. Just download the app and use the promo code when you sign up.
VisionWorks makes things simple. We
Wow.
organize frames by clicking right.
I love these. Did you change your mind?
Are they done eating already? Okay.
See the difference.
Closed captioning brought to you by MesoBook.com. If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you. 800-821-4000.
It seemed like nothing could stop Lindsey Vonn from trying to make history, not even a ruptured ACL, but her Olympic comeback story came to a terrifying end.
Your baby's going to eat
Crashed
it?
for 13 seconds into her
You're gonna
women's
feed her,
downhill
ain't
final round. Here with me now is CNN sports analyst and USA Today columnist, the one and only Christine Brennan. Christine, thank you so much for being here. Your reporting and your observations about this food status.
She's done this, she's not, you know, she's a woman, she's an American icon, she's a great athlete, a great businesswoman, and this was for those Lindsey Vonn saying Lindsey Vonn is ever going to go for it. It's her decision. Obviously, while this is happening, American Breezy Johnson actually won the gold medal. So the U.S. wins the gold in this event, as we are so concerned, of course, about this.
Yeah, and we did see some frustration directly in the U.S. during the opening ceremony there. What happened?
Yeah, the U.S. team came in here into the ceremony, Jana, and would cheer loudly, robustly, just as they always are. It's not going to be exactly the same as all the open ceremonies I've covered. Then the cameras, they showed J.D. Vance on the screen, on the big screen in the stadium, and there was booing, significant booing. And I think that's remarkable. The U.S. team is being received beautifully. Obviously, J.D. Vance was not.
Christine Brennan, always good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for spending your morning with us. Happy Super Bowl Sunday. Go Patriots. Louise Zacharias with Separate Company.
I've got news for you. It has a Saturday at 9 on CNN and
Yes.
CNN.
A little something there.
Into an $1 IRA and plan for times like this. I'm for you to splurge. Get to the money so you can be a little back and power.
Okay, you got this. It's just a accident. How scared could it be? You can do hard things.
Honey, relax. It's Miralax. It works with the water in your body to hydrate and self-inflict gentle food.
Relax, it's Miralax.
Introducing the new GLP-1 on Rebel. It's the same weight loss ingredient as the shot. In a pill. The first ever FDA-approved GLP-1 pill for weight loss on Rebel. With an innovative formula that finally unlocks real GLP-1 results in a pill. One pill a day to lose 14% of your body weight in a year. The lowest priced FDA-approved GLP-1 ever. Now on Rebel.
Check their new game they fit. Oh, snap! DirecTV.com.
That's right. DirecTV is flexing with all those pro college games at your fingertips. This ain't your dad's kid, you son. It's Couture.
Okay, thank you so much. I was about to say that. It's Couture.
Zepbound, watch this.
Watch this.
When I'm not feeling stuck losing the pounds, only to gain them back again, Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Don't take it allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family have medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression or suicidal thoughts, before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration or sleep. Ask your doctor about Zepbound. Remember not to prescribe
Comfort that adapts to you night after night. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
This is GPS, the Global Public Square. Welcome to all of you in the United States and around the world. I'm Fareed Zakaria, coming to you live from New York. Today on the program, after Friday's talks between the U.S. and Iran, is a new nuclear deal possible? Our Dr. Wendy Sherman, who led the U.S. side of the negotiations that led to the last deal with Iran, plus the journalist Kim Gallagher. Then, Tuesday will mark 4 months since the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas began. But all is not quiet on that Middle Eastern front. More than 500 Gazans have been killed in that time, including at least 24 on Wednesday alone. And a true peace seems very far away. I'll talk to former CNN correspondent Alwa Damon about the state of play in Gaza today. Finally, how will AI change our health our lifespans will cure diseases previously thought to be uncurable. I think a great discussion with three key thinkers on this topic. But first, here's my take. We all sense that the world is entering a more uncertain phase. Alliances feel shakier, trade is fragmenting, and great powers are jostling more openly. But beneath these visible shifts lies something less discussed and more dangerous: the slow collapse of nuclear stability. For much of the Cold War, people were terrified that a world with nuclear weapons would inevitably lead to proliferation and that wars would end up nuclear. After all, rarely in human history has a weapon sat unused in arsenals. But that is what happened. The arsenals remained, but they were bound by treaties, habits, and doctrines about restraint. Arms control agreements capped numbers. Deterrence relationships were relatively clear. Proliferation was constrained, if imperfectly, by norms and pressure. It was not a safe world, but it was a stable one. That era might be at an end. The clearest marker was the expiration this week of New START, the last remaining nuclear arms control treaty between the United States and Russia. There are now no legally binding limits on the world's two largest nuclear arsenals for the first time in more than 50 years. Some hope this will be a brief interregnum and efforts have begun to find a successful agreement, but the broader context is not encouraging. When New START was signed in 2010, it reflected a different world. Russia's strategic forces were aging. China's nuclear arsenal was small and oriented toward what was called minimum deterrence. Now, as Eric Edelman and Franklin Miller write in Foreign Affairs, that world no longer exists. Russia has modernized roughly 95% of its strategic nuclear forces, at least according to President Vladimir Putin. More importantly, Moscow is in a vast reach of nuclear arsenal. Experts estimate some 1,500 active weapons deployable from land, air, and sea. These systems fell outside New START altogether during the early period. As we nuclear threats engaging in a scary game of nuclear warfare. China's trajectory is more consequential. When Xi Jinping came to power in 2012, China possessed roughly 240 nuclear warheads. Today it has more than 600 and is on track to reach 1,000 by 2030, according to the FS. China is fielding a full nuclear trial for land-based missiles, ballistic missile submarines, and air-launched weapons, and moving toward more regular, high-energy levels, including the capacity for launch on point, launching and firing on said missiles while still in the air. The Biden administration sought to slow this buildup through dialogue, conciliation, preventive nuclear arms discussions. The response was blunt. China was soon to talk only when its arsenal matched more closely that of the US and Russia. As Edelman and Miller note, Beijing views transparency and verification not as confidence-building measures, but as vulnerabilities. Arms control is seen as a constraint to be avoided. The result is a three-sided nuclear competition, far more complex than the bipolar standoff of the Cold War. The Economist captures this shift with a vivid image, what Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, once called two scorpions in a bottle, has become three. The bottle more crowded, the scorpions less predictable. This matters because deterrence grows more fragile as the system grows more complex. A bipolar nuclear world was dangerous but legible. A tripolar or multipolar one is not. Russia and China are cooperating more closely, exchanging technology, and conducting joint military exercises, sometimes involving nuclear-capable forces. A bipartisan U.S. Strategic Posture Commission warned in 2023 of the risk of opportunistic aggression or even coordinated pressure across multiple theaters. American nuclear forces, designed for a largely bilateral rivalry, weren't meant to deter two peer adversaries simultaneously.
Arms races are dangerous. Numbers creep up. Doctrines blur. The risk of miscalculation rises, not just in war, but in crises, exercises, or moments of panic. Modern nuclear systems are increasingly entangled with cyber networks, space-based sensors, and compressed decision timelines. A false alarm or misread signal can escalate far faster than in the past. The danger doesn't stop with the major powers. According to the New York Times, about 40 countries have the technical skill to produce nuclear weapons. For decades, non-proliferation rested on a bargain. Most countries would forego nuclear weapons in exchange for security guarantees or the promise that nuclear states would manage their arsenals responsibly. Both pillars are now under strain. As doubts grow about America's willingness to protect allies consistently, some are quietly reassessing their options. In South Korea, debate about acquiring an independent nuclear deterrent has moved from the margins toward the mainstream. In Japan, once unthinkable discussions are now whispered among strategists. If such moves begin in Northeast Asia, they will not end there. We're drifting from managed deterrence towards competitive rearmament, from limits towards accumulation, from predictability toward improvisation. For decades, we lived under the shadow of the most powerful weapons in history and learned imperfectly how not to use them. That achievement is a landmark, but may prove to be fragile and temporary. Go to FreedZakaria.com for a link to my Washington Post
People also saw significant improvement in pain, redness, itching, and burns.
Before treatment of chest for infections and disease, tell your doctor about any flu like to take the vaccine. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribes biologic and psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep you out of the picture. Now there's Skyrizi. Get back in the picture. Skyrizi is proven to help deliver relief, repair, and remission. Feel significant symptoms as early as 4 weeks. Skyrizi is proven to help physically repair damage of the intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year, and to help people achieve lasting remission.
Don't use the lotion. Tell your doctor about any flu like symptoms. Other problems leading to hospitalization may occur with the
When we get back in the history of Skyrizi,
Ask your doctor about the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and UC combined.
Hey, John Ham, you still coming to my dog's birthday party? I have to sell my car.
We'll just sell it to Carvana.
Carvana?
Okay.
Isn't that your car? Okay, fine, I sold it to Carvana. So you'll come. We're gonna walk. Sell your car to Carvana today.
Okay, you ready?
You're dealing with moderate ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease symptoms despite treatment? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently and it's a once daily pill.
When symptoms try to take control, I got back to it. Check.
Okay.
Rinvoq helped visibly repair my intestinal lining. Check.
I got lasting steroid remission with Rinvoq. Check.
Rapid symptom relief. Visible repair of the intestinal lining.
And lasting steroid-free remission. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases at age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor that you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take it allergic or have an infection. Put UC and Crohn's in check and keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you are about to learn how to lose up your weight, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you need to have. Call now. And you were 4,000. On Friday,
So Basarachi is a really tough and capable negotiator who knows every inch of Iran's nuclear program and quite frankly, everything else in Iran. He has bona fides with the supreme leader because he was part of the revolution in 1979. So he is quite a match for Witkoff and Kushner, who certainly don't begin to know the level of detail that Iraqi does. So I think this will be a very tough go for Witkoff and Kushner. And the president, as we all know, likes to have a quick and swift victory. That will not happen here. This is a tough negotiation. They have to be ready for it. I do think that it's important always to have the credible use of force on the table to put pressure on. The administration is doing that, but nonetheless, this is hard. The president has to decide what he wants, and war is absolutely on the table.
Jim, you stated in the Financial Times that it feels like 45 years of lessons of the U.S. and Iran are being sort of backed into this one negotiation. Explain what you mean.
Well, the U.S. and Iran have been, enemies and foes for 47 years, and if you add Israel to the mix, then over the last 4 decades, 5 decades as well, Israel has been at odds with Iran through its proxies, whether Hezbollah in Lebanon or Shia militias in Iraq, but of course also Hamas, a partner of Iran. And both the U.S. and Iran have learned a lot of lessons about how to deal with Iran, but they have not figured out yet how to bring these negotiations to a conclusion, or which Israel would like to see, how to bring down the regime in Iran. But Israel has deployed its firepower and its technical prowesses over the last 2 years, since October 7th, to decapitate and diminish a lot of Iran's regional capabilities. And you can see that there is perhaps a strategy. I don't want to be too positive in terms of giving too much credit to the Trump administration at this stage. There is more knowledge on the table, how to negotiate under pressure, how to approach it than we've seen in the past. But I agree with Wendy. It's not impossible to see a deal come to fruition, but war is definitely still on the table.
Wendy, the key issues, it seems to me, are this issue of enrichment and the ballistic missiles. And I want to ask you whether you think there is a possible compromise there. For example, could the Iranians say we will not enrich underground because that's hard to strike? Overground enrichment is an easy target. Is it possible you could limit the range of the ballistic missiles? What do you think?
I think there are all kinds of compromises. The question is what is acceptable to the administration and really this is going to take time. The question is President Trump ready to take that time?
Kim, I was in the region last week, and what I was struck by was the general feeling that both the rulers of the UAE and of Saudi Arabia had cautioned President Trump about massive strikes on Iran, that he was kind of opening up a Pandora's box, that the regime could morph into a military dictatorship. It could collapse in Syria fashion. That seems like a change in policy where the Gulf Arabs used to be very hawkish. Right. Is that a sign that Iran is now so weak they are not as concerned about
to do this?
I think they are relieved to see that Iran has been cut down to size to some extent over the last 2 years. And I think they're very concerned about the possibility of a strike that could either lead to collapse, chaos, civil war inside Iran. It's a country of 90 million people. This is a region where countries like the UAE and Saudi Arabia are very focused on building their economies. But also they're concerned that a strike would not lead to a conclusive removal of the regime, of the Islamic Republic, that it would not be a coup d'etat, and that it would in fact leave in place a regime that is even more vengeful and ready to lash out, not just at the US, but also at countries in the region. So weighing all of this is crucial in the days ahead. It is also weighing on the minds of Iranians, of course. They're stuck between the US on the one hand and Israel and their own regime on the other hand, and they're worried both about war and what it could mean for them on a day-to-day basis, chaos, civil war, as I said, but also if there is a negotiated outcome that leaves in place the regime, that is also, a very, terrible outcome for the Iranian people who have protested for so long now to try to get rid of this regime.
Yeah, Wendy, tell us about what do you think the regime's ultimate goal also is? Because they, at some level, they don't mind the sanctions. People have pointed out that the Revolutionary Guard runs the black markets, and so it doesn't mind the sanctions, it controls the smuggling. Do they really want, do they benefit from some level of hostility vis-a-vis the United States?
They do, to some extent, Kareem, but the truth is, the vast majority of their population is under the age of 35. Those young people who can get on the internet through various means don't see a future for themselves, don't see jobs and ways to raise their family. They see how others in the world operate, and they want that as well. And the regime understands that it has to manage this in a way that allows the theocracy to stay in place. This really horrifying regime that is killing thousands of given that there is given that somehow excuse me.
Thank you so much for doing that. Next, what we going on is
Trying every trick. It works fast, and lasts 24 hours. What are you waiting for? Let's today with Ursa. Migraine with you, the dog is hard to complain. And look at me now. You'll never truly forget migraines, but Qulipta reduces attacks, making more zero migraine days possible. To help give that forget you get migraine feeling. Don't take if allergic. Start taking and get help right away for allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face slicker, tongue swelling, itching, or rash. Tell your doctor about increased blood pressure or color changes, pain, or numbness in fingers and toes. Ask your doctor about Qulipta to help prevent migraine. Sometimes you just need one. Self-care has never been easy. Try zero sugar gummies for me.
Yes. You just get 2 cans.
No, I got 4.
There's 2 out in the garage.
Many saw clear or almost clear skin.
And both can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and blood work. Serious infections will clot some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. CD event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctors you've had these events.
You really have to use a fork to break up the chicken chunks.
Spreads evenly. See a head-to-head study of red versus another treatment. Talk to your dermatologist if you're not doing well.
Yeah, in fact, yeah.
To see if it's
Oh, I got a little more rice.
Well, that's 2 cups there.
let them feel. Remove contact lenses before using my book. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. I read this in
So flower delivery, one is for Melanie.
Oh, okay.
And one is for Doris Eklund, who's in at Masonic at the healthcare center. So I think you can just drop it at the front.
Yeah, we dropped one in there.
Yeah, we did.
In the
didn't
old
we?
guy, remember?
Yeah.
We're great with teeth. We're too precious.
But we're not the best with tongues, cheeks, and everything in between.
We need backup. The clinically proven essential oils in Listerine.
That should be
Everything.
easy.
For whole mouth health, Listerine. Wash your mouth.
And sold, Carvana. What's wrong, John? I said a week to sell my
Well,
car.
I guess I could go get the wine after that.
Yeah.
Do all this time.
Is it a museum?
All week.
Learn Italian?
All we do have any luck.
Nothing for you guys.
What are we gonna do? Sell your car at Carvana today.
Probably okay if a little bit of that juice stays in.
It's hard to drink. Yeah.
Soak into the rice and taste better. Oh, guys. So that, you remember a few weeks back that young girl that was all upset because she couldn't take me? Well, she was back today. And Derek, she was all the way in front and she had a friend with her, a guy friend, who Pastor AJ said he's a little different. But no, Derek was talking to Pastor and saying, how should I handle things if stuff, gets a little out of control like it did before? And Pastor, so they were talking about it. She was. She came up with for the kids. Oh, okay. That and not out of control, but Derek just wanted to be sure how to handle things if she got too upset and all that. Pastor said, "Well, since I think we talked to her about not coming up to the children's thing, so that should be okay." But she didn't. Now she did go up to the communion rail, but I don't know whether she got those things. She says, well, Pastor said, she says she's not baptized. He said, but we don't know. So we don't know a whole lot about her. And she wants to be baptized, but she didn't. She missed a meeting that they had set up with her to talk about it. But this morning when she came to the back of the church, she said something to me about she was looking for Pastor Kleiner. And she said, yeah, I have to meet with him. She said, I want to be baptized. I want to talk to him about being baptized at Easter. I said, okay. And then she went and found him and I guess talked to him. But,
and she was saying that
her name, there's a couple, they're newer to the congregation. She was the lector today. Her name is Beth. Beth and her husband were sitting behind, the pew behind this girl, and they were talking to her, and I guess maybe helping her understand things.
We're not really seeing the expected or even close to the expected flow of food items or food associated shelter items given the rain.
How you doing, girl? Hands are cold, but I'm gonna check you.
She's okay.
Yeah, she's okay.
Sewage is mixed in with that rain water because we're talking about hospitals that still don't have adequate medicines, and we talk a lot about the impact on the children, but also a devastating impact on the elderly and their capacity to medical treatment when they do need it. And so for the majority of the population, this is very much not suicidal. We're actually all that optimistic that the next steps of this so-called ceasefire is actually going to be implemented.
And you have children, you have hypothermia, you have, as you said, these sewage systems.
So you think I just wait till tomorrow to talk to Amanda? Or do you want me to text her and, I don't think they're
They're not. I don't know that they are that unusual. I don't think she's cleaning them up like the other ones they say Seymour.
Maybe that's it, yeah. It could, yeah, you're right, because there are some that are good.
Mom, yeah. Well, at first they were like little pebbles in your car.
Yeah.
And the ones that are kind of a yellow swishy, which are all that different than I think we've seen.
Yeah, so maybe it's just trying to
She has diarrhea, I don't know.
And, oh, that was weird, because I don't think we gave him anything
Something in
different,
the
right?
law.
That should have
And
prompted.
he never has food problems.
Oh, yeah, if anything, his are the opposite total.
The border crossing has now been
Oh, has he ever had diarrhea?
Yeah, he has, in the bedroom, on our garage.
Okay.
Yep.
50 people off of the medical
Two
evacuation
people,
list.
oh, now only one person.
20,000.
Sometimes I think they get on looking when the pups aren't doing anything.
Along with 2 So far, we've seen less than 30 people coming into the
Yeah. We gotta start, what, surfaces this week? Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Have you seen that advertisement for that device that's supposed to be,
Public access?
yeah, that helps you
Yeah, I've
determine
seen it.
whether you've done your cables the right way? Yeah.
I thought about getting that, so $126.
I should have said something to you before you went to see Huckleberry and ask him.
I was going to ask if this is therapy.
Oh,
Because I think they have something similar.
Okay.
You know, use,
Plate number, no access, right? That's tomorrow. Oh, my God, it's Vermont. How's your lucky jersey?
Haven't watched it since the Wizards started.
Nature made benefits? Nature made makes the camper fans on game day and every day. Nature made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand. When I made my Botox cosmetic appointment, I was nervous that I might look overdone. I wanted results that looked like me. What was important to me was that I still look like me, just with you. I'm happy with the
Oh, the
results.
one that was,
So
I
happy
thought that was.
I was throwing it in the back, I was using the dry dishes. So
Oh,
I
I-
used a hand towel for that.
I put it in the laundry room. I
Okay.
thought it was one that needed to go in.
No, this is the, I put it up there. for the dry dishes.
Okay.
I don't like using this one.
Well, then hang that one inside the cabinet.
This one.
The one you want to use for your hands, hang it, and then the other one, hang it someplace else.
Well, just, I was back there because I was almost.
Tell your doctor your medical, muscular nerve condition, and medications including oxalate and toxin, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. I'm the one and only doctor. I'm the one and only Olivia, and I'm the one and only Claire. And I got treated with the one and only Botox Cosmetic. Find your licensed Botox Cosmetic specialist at BotoxCosmetic.com.
I'm an assistant principal at an intermediate school and a former softball and basketball coach. I'm also the father of 2 daughters. Keeping my students and children happy and safe is my top priority. But too many kids today are struggling. From stuck at home, to falling behind in school, and the overuse of devices. There are many factors contributing to the youth mental health challenge, and they should all be taken into account. We need comprehensive solutions to support parents and kids.
Rough, dry eye? My Eye is the only prescription dry eye drop that has a protective layer for the #1 cause. Remove contact lenses before using MyBo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask for MyBo.
These are the elements of the scientific method.
They only stream the 8:30 service, right?
Yes.
Second, question. Third, hypothesize. Fourth, experiment. Fifth, test. Question. Now start over. Observe. Question. Hypothesize. Experiment. Test. And finally, share results.
due to preconception or vulnerability of that maker, or to engage in infections and taking time out to plan for well-seeking devices.
With no hardware scanning them, and walking instead, ask a doctor about cybersecurity.
AI is poised to transform entire industries, none of them more consequential than medicine. AI is already helping doctors detect fractures, triage patients, and flag early signs of disease. But in the future, the expectation is it will be able to do much more, from developing new therapies to helping us eradicate entire diseases. At Davos, I moderated a panel with three people who in different ways are working on the future of AI. Vasant Narasimhan is the CEO of the pharmaceutical company Novartis. James Malika is the Senior Vice President of Research, Labs, Technology, and Society at Google and Alphabet. Andrew McAfee is a Principal Research Scientist at MIT. Here are the highlights of our conversation.
So that's I'm going to ask you, if you were to imagine 10 years from now, what would an average person's interactions with AI in medicine, in biology look like, and how would it make that person's life or experience with medicine different?
Well, Fareed, I actually think that I hope a patient doesn't even know that AI was behind what they're seeing. I mean, the biggest opportunity, and you think about it in the long run, is can we tackle diseases that we've been unable to tackle before? When you think about the work actually we do with James's team in Isomorphic Labs, what we send them are what we call undruggable targets. So these are things we were unable to solve with traditional approaches to drug discovery for diseases that don't have good solutions today.
And even though we don't realize it, about 90% of the diseases we've identified don't have a solution.
Most diseases still on the planet don't have great medicines, and many diseases are just undertreated. I mean, all we're doing is basically putting off the continued progression of the disease, but eventually the disease progresses. And so if AI can start tackling those big problems, then a patient 10 years from now, they just get a medicine. They get a medicine that's hopefully coming to them faster, more efficiently, but a medicine that would have never existed if we didn't have these AI tools.
Early detection is another thing people always talk about with AI. Why will AI help with early detection?
Well, it turns out that there's so many other signals that we can latch onto to do early detection. One example is something called diabetic retinopathy, for example, where by taking retinal scans, turns out you can learn a lot about other diseases, everything from cardiovascular diseases and a whole range of other things. And we also noticed that, in fact, there's so many other diseases like tuberculosis, for example, where something like 40% of people in the world go undiagnosed. And the question is, how do you diagnose that? So it turns out AI is actually very good at diagnosis of things that are often missed. So we're now being able to be shown, and these are in peer-reviewed journals, work to show that a whole range of cancers, colorectal cancer, breast cancer, and so forth, we actually do slightly better detection using AI tools. So diagnosis and detection is actually one of the somewhat best use of technology capabilities that we should be applying to AI too. So that's is a very simple approach in how that works and what people about this is you really drop the way to do it. And you sometimes just go one scale or the other one. And 10 years from now with AI, we're going to be able to tell you, let's say, oh, you can use a political process and see how you decision with that issue. Let's try to fix all of that. Is that the reality of
So if you want to stop cancer, it's very difficult to stop it. Cancer won't spread on. But if you can detect it before it's even become a tumor, and then start to treat it, because we never get cancer. In order to cardiovascular disease, it's a real opportunity in genetic early detection. Because you know, drug discovery, we really ask ourselves,
So, when you listen to all of this, stepping back and taking the kind of big picture, what is the effect you think AI will have on the healthcare industry?
Yeah, I share my panelists and two guys who I've learned a lot from. I share their deep optimism about the time frame that you just outlined, the next 10 years. And the reason why I say that is we finally have a toolkit in this current era of AI that's going to let us make progress on problems that we don't understand. I always think of a quote from a biologist of the 20th century, which I love. He said, "It's not that nature is more complicated than we understand. Nature is more complicated than we can understand." It's insanely complicated. Now we have a set of technologies, call it generative AI, where if we just feed it a whole bunch of stuff, it can do a remarkable job of figuring out the rules, figuring out the structure, figuring out what's going on underneath the hood. Right now, we have large language models, which for the first time ever have given us the ability to have technology that are completely fluid with human languages and effortlessly and accurately translate among them because they've understood the structure of language. We didn't tell it that structure. Great, now swap out large language and put in a large disease, large drug, large genetics model. We're going to put different things in the large model in that little world, and I'm excited about it. So when we talk about 10 more years of this kind of progress, our ability to intervene early, effectively, cheaply, and deal with these diseases like dementia, where we've made so little progress. I'm not saying we're going to crack it, but our odds have just gone up, not by a little, but by a lot.
Next on GPS, could the AI replace your therapist? And what would that mean for you, but also for society as a whole? I'll explore this with the panel next.
Aaron Burnett out front, weeknights at 7 on CNN, and watch on the CNN app.
What are you doing? There.
Just happened.
I just saved time. Buying a car, Carvana. It was all online. Got pre-qualified instantly. Great terms. Save time and buy your car, Carvana.
Fanapt allopurinol is approved for adults with bipolar 1 disorder with acute, mixed, or manic episodes. Unlike some drugs for bipolar 1 disorder, nausea, vomiting, and restlessness are not common with Fanapt. Fanapt may be associated with serious side effects. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis treated with antipsychotics are at increased risk of stroke or death. Fanapt is not approved for elderly with dementia-related psychosis. Fanapt prolongs the QT interval and may be associated with abnormal heart rhythm or sudden death. In 5% or more of people in clinical trials, heart rate increases, dizziness, hypertension, weight gain, dry mouth, stuffy nose, sleepiness, and increases in liver enzymes have been observed. These are not all the side effects. Talk to your prescriber to learn more at fanapt.com.
Thank you so much.
I like this personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed me rapid sugar injection for rheumatoid arthritis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Self-injection fits my plan. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
Buy Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment? My way. Ask your neurologist about liver vitrulo.
I dig it. Is there anything else I should know about?
Research experience and also long-term health benefits of good members. Most are not including on the best brands of certain offers. $799 or enjoy king size certain offers with 0% monthly finances for just $89 a month for 24 months.
Look at helping customers experience sleep comfort and exceptional value for over 40 years. During our President's Day savings event, you can save up to $800.
Before I call their chefs will be betting cash based on cars that are done. Do not use anything green. It's not for that. It's about this.
Welcome to Tuesday night at 9. Closed captioning is brought to you by Mesophone.com.
If you or a loved one have used a video, we'll send you a few books to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-214-4000.
Andrew McAfee, a principal research scientist at MIT, sees two areas where the use of AI in medicine is particularly hopeful. Providing therapy to people who are struggling but cannot afford a chemotherapy, and more broadly, diagnosing human diseases better than humans themselves can. But what will these kind of innovations do to employment in medicine? At a panel at Davos last month, I asked Hassan Narasimha, the CEO of Novartis, James Manuka, as Senior Vice President of Google, and McAfee. That's Vinod Khosla, the venture capitalist in Silicon Valley, says, picking off of what Andy was saying about the diagnosis is always going to be better from the computer than the human being, which makes sense. The computer is looking at 50 million cases. The human being can remember 5,000 at best. He says in the future, nurses will be paid more than doctors, which is a provocative way of saying that the human touch side of the profession will be paid more than the brain side, which is around So Andy, back to you on this issue of what does this do to the healthcare industry? Because it cannot be that it will massively increase productivity without reducing headcount. In other words, these are basically two sides of the same coin, correct?
No, not necessarily. We use another path, which is that we can do a lot more healthcare with the same population. For example, I was just looking at the data, James and his fellow hyperscalers, these companies right at the frontier of AI, are still growing their workforces, even though they have access to the absolute best tools to automate the heck out of software engineering and skyrocket the productivity of people. They still have a lot of people. Why? Because they're in a nasty competitive battle with each other, and they're able to do so much more per day. But when the competition is always doing, also doing a lot more per day,
backing off on that is a really bad idea. Let me push you on that. You say there's a mental health AI counselor, right? That you're going to introduce. I know of an agentic nurse, a company that has purported agentic nurse, and same thing, there are not enough nurses in the world. There's no question, however, that you are puncturing the price umbrella. You are really, your nurse, your healthcare counselor costs $1 an hour, whereas the human one costs 50, 70, you are lowering the price, which has to have an effect on employment, right?
Econ 101 says another thing that might happen is you'll increase demand for the service or the price craters. We'll give you a lot more healthcare if it costs a lot less. As you give a lot more healthcare, I think there's a high likelihood that you'll still need to involve people in that role. Did I get the Econ 101 right?
No, I was going to make a similar point, but let me make it in a different way. What do most people say about their experience going to the doctor? I was rushed in there, I spent 10 minutes with my doctor, they were busy on a keyboard, and we talked for a few minutes, and I was out of there.
And I filled out a piece of paper before I walked into the office.
Right, so I think one of the exciting possibilities here is not so much a reduction in personnel and so forth, but actually a shifting of how people are spending their time. Think about the amount of time that there's been studies that have looked at this that are counting the amount of keyboard work that's being done when you're in front of the doctor, somewhere behind the scenes. So think about doing away with all of that and actually allowing the time to build the kind of trust that Vash is talking about. I think this is one of these that could actually transform healthcare. And think about making that available to everybody, except beyond just people in this room.
And when you think about the broader kind of societal implications of these kinds of things, do we have any barrels to look at that help us understand what people are going to be doing? It's famous people say about technology, you can never predict the kind of jobs that are going to be created. I think that's potentially true there. You asked me to understand that.
So did you hear that that is putting on an alternative infection?
So lending continues.
Right.
Is that true, or is it just?
I don't know.
When banks still say yes, sadly, so we move forward. And in that, protector of the American dream. Still dealing with moderate severe ulcerative colitis, disease symptoms,
Oh, they're
yeah. But then
and
you
the ones that
vote what's differently into one state no.
So it just says.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the lyrics of one is how they like young girls. It's like, oh, come on, really? We don't need this anymore. But it's First Amendment, you got the right to say what you want.
It's just that, but anybody else.
Tired of hearing that.
Test for TB at 2 serious infections, blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. CV event risk increases at age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C,
Girl, huh?
don't take it allergic or have an infection. Put UC and Crohn's in check.
and keep them there with their vote.
Ask your gastroenterologist about it and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Well, look at you powering through. You're not slowing down, you're raising eyebrows. Oh, the speed limits, you're way past those. Because you're playing for keeps. In other words, you're in your prime. So keep it that way. Sure, 30 grams of protein to support your muscles and your mindset. Ensure yourself.
If you're living with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis or active psoriatic arthritis, symptoms can sometimes hold you back. But now, there's Skyrizi, so you can be all in with clearer skin. With Skyrizi, you can show up with dramatically clearer skin. And if you have psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi can help you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use it allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight that may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi or how AbbVie could help you save.
VisionWorks makes things simple. We organize frames by shape and price.
Oh, I love these.
Did you change your mind?
Yeah, I changed my mind.
There's our 100-day guarantee. VisionWorks. See the difference.
Didn't hurt. I don't want to embarrass anybody if I've been flooded, so. I didn't want to embarrass anybody if
No apologies. President Trump won't say he's sorry for posting an undeleted racist video of the Obamas.
I didn't make a mistake.
But will the White House's narrative be enough to quell the rare Republican rebuke? And they say everything is bigger in Texas. GOP Senate primary battle is no exception. So why hasn't Trump endorsed yet? A new reporting on the growing GOP fears. The Senate majority on the line. Plus, dueling halftime shows.
They don't even have to learn Spanish. They just learn to dance.
We're just gonna go play for our base, people who love America.
Will politics be out of bounds for Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance? Kid Rock have friends the MAGA alternative. Inside politics, best reporting from inside the quarters of power starts now.
Good morning, and welcome to Inside Politics Sunday. I'm Leonard Rogers. President Trump's party has been pleading with him for months to stay focused on the economy, be in touch with voters' concerns about rising prices, and make the case on what Republicans are doing about it. And as Washington barrels towards another partial government shutdown this week, Republicans say their party must remain united. Instead, once again, the president is being asked about a controversy of his own making. This weekend, it is that racist video depicting the Obamas as apes. Or them, act like they didn't see them. This time there was significant GOP backlash and demands for an apology. Some rejected gave mixed messages from the White House about why or how that video got posted in the first place.
So, and I just learned the first part was about voter fraud in some places. There's a lot of voter fraud. And I didn't see the whole thing.
You're so full of shit, you asswipe.
Some kind of picture that people thought my God was like, but I didn't see it. I looked at the first part, and it was really about voter fraud and machines, how crooked it is, how disgusting it is. Then I gave it to the people. Generally, they look at the whole thing, but I guess somebody did, and they posted, and we took it down. And that was a voter fraud that nobody talks about. They don't like to talk about that.
Oh, not Nick, you're a big deal, me too.
We took it down as soon as we got it.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake. I mean, I look at a lot of thousands of things. I looked at the beginning of it, it was fine. And at one post, I guess it was in
You're going and sack of shit.
Attorney guy would break this all down, I would tell Axios, Phil Connor Young's over here, Times, Joe Goldberg, this Spanish good morning. So Trump was at Mar-a-Lago yesterday, saying his close allies, we seen Schmidt, Missouri, Lindsey Graham, the Republican from South Carolina. This came after what we see this significant backlash from Republicans after that post came out. The whole wide was Yes. Initial response, but it's more high. Initial response is all in this. Right. Never stayed up. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They were being asked about this, and stayed up, and then doing it, and you saw this cleanup. And that is a trend that we've seen from the White House. When you point out, when they're facing controversy of various types, and my colleagues have reported on other social media accounts that the government organizes, facing criticism for posting dogmas with white nationalist groups, right? They laugh this off. What are you talking about? Right? This is the difference here, and it's because you saw this rare pushback here. But I think it's important to note this. You know, many people who talk about this point, this really wasn't a one-off. This is a president that very much rose to political power in part by also questioning the citizenship of the former president. I as well. I mentioned that you've had other social media accounts that have also faced questions about this as well. You had just a couple months ago a xenophobic tirade also against Somalis. There has been other data points that have gotten this type of criticism, but for this, it seemed to be just too blunt for fellow Republicans. Yeah, that's a dishonest point. I mean, there's been a history of these racially charged racist posts that the president has put out over the years. There's a sample. There's so many people that have come out over the years and say that, oh, I didn't see the video. Straight after Joe.
So I have a strange take on this insofar as I take Trump at his word on this, in that his, Trump defenders often get into this mode where they think explanations are excuses. Trump's explanation is entirely plausible. He was stupid, lazy, and irresponsible, and forwarded a video only after watching it for 10 seconds. Doesn't mean he wouldn't have still sent it if he watched the whole thing. But my point is that
perhaps he should have reviewed it.
Perhaps, but my point is he posts irresponsible stuff all the time, and that's the thing I thought was most interesting about the Carolyn Levitt response is she, when they were in full defensive mode, She said, why don't, quit with the fake outrage, why don't you guys report about something the American people care about? And the problem is that Donald Trump is constantly screwing up their messaging by posting garbage like this, which is not what the American people care about. And then the media covers it. And the reason I think part of the reason you got blowback from a lot of Republicans is now we're in 2026, we are in full midterm mode, and anything that distracts from the messaging that they want, they are more inclined to criticize going into the midterms, including stuff like this.
Before you speak of the midterms, before you jump in, I wanted to show how this is playing out on the campaign trail, which we saw just yesterday. This is Senator John Ossoff, who is the one Democrat running in a state that Donald Trump won last cycle. This came up, he brought this up in a campaign rally yesterday as he was making the broader case against Trump and the Republicans.
Many of you are here because you just can't stand what's being done to our country. You're seeing what I'm seeing, right? The president posting about the Obama plans to go in.
Not that they won't expect it to be, but I guess to my point, his concern is not the message that it sends, his concern is the politics within his own party.
Yeah, no question about it. And this was revealed about this. He had to back, even though he's not admitting it in the state, he had to delete the file. So it shows that there's backlash, just like the way they recognize there's backlash over how they handle Minneapolis and about Homeland Security funding and about ICE, which brings us to the situation we're in now. Trump had to change when it came to funding the federal government, when it came to the Homeland Security Department, because he got all this pushback from both sides, and he recognized they had to give in a little bit. And now we're sharing into a government shutdown deadline for the Homeland Security Department by the end of this week as Democrats demanded changes on ICE. There are a bunch of federal agencies who would be impacted if the funding for DHS is not extended past Friday, just a handful of those on your screen. This fight is now about how they will restrain ICE. Democrats have a whole slew of demands. And I just get a taste of where things are right now, because two Republican senators and Democratic senators, you're making clear how badly the two parties are divided into the shutdown deadline of the Senate.
What the Democrats want is they want to get rid of ICE. They can't do that because they don't have the votes for that. I'm not going to help do that.
We're not asking for a bunch of progressive priority. I think some people are living in a world 10 years ago where we're having an immigration debate. This is not an immigration debate. This is a debate about whether or not Americans have basic constitutional rights.
To the CRs off the table.
I don't think we're going to go CR.
The last comment is important because they're saying they're not going to extend funding at all. So Democrats are saying they have all these demands that the Republicans must agree to, at least some of these key ones, or we're facing a shutdown. So how does the White House do it? How's Trump? Is he really willing to concede to some of these Democratic demands?
I mean, just based off of conversations that you had with White House officials, the answer would be no as of right now. The White House has come out and called some of these discussions sort of as wish list items, right? What I think is interesting is actually if you look at that list, Democrats seem to be walking the line here of not trying to make this a debate over necessarily immigration policy, right? But trying to actually make it about use of force and enforcement. almost making it about federal law enforcement broadly. Like there you see targeted enforcement, you see efforts to have a strategic policy, demasking as well. I still don't know if that will actually sway and get the support of folks in the White House who have spent the past year or so criticizing policies, city policies, and obviously, have both in actions on the Hill and in the White House made it a priority to support ICE too, right? So we're at a gridlock here, right? And the reality is, if it continues to be a gridlock, I mean, ICE funding is good. And I still kind of like what's up, guys?
It's a performance issue, really. I know people push your buttons, but you still have to deliver.
Anything can change the world of work. ADP Assist is AI, informed workplace data, and designed for the next anything.
I have active psoriatic arthritis, but want to move with more freedom. So I'm ready to jump in with SkyRizzy. Along with clearer skin, SkyRizzy helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And it's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about SkyRizzy.
Great pair of lungs. Shame about your swollen gums. You need parodontax, pedicure, and help prevent all signs of early gum disease. Good God, experts.
Arthritis causes pain in your joints. Unlike pills, Voltaren gel is applied to the site of pain, penetrating deep through the skin to the joint, reducing intense pain caused by inflammation so you can move more freely. Voltaren, clinically proven long-lasting arthritis pain relief.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
And while I still have CIDP,
I have a chance to
live vivid.
Vyvgart Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you are allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas. I'm hitting the road with my number one.
That's how we live vividly. Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for self-injection. Right? Diabetes. There's no slowing down. These days, a unique blend of people eat and things to do. That's why you choose Lucerne to help manage blood sugar response. Uniquely designed with carb steady. Lucerne. Bring on, yeah.
I share math tips with millions on TikTok, but today I'm sharing tips about safety. TikTok has over 50 preset safety and privacy settings to protect teens. Plus, as a parent and set up family pairings help shape my team's experience on the app. I can see their followers and who they follow, further restrict content that's not right for them, and even set screen time limits. So they're not on TikTok where they shouldn't be. Because when safety comes first, discovery can follow.
exhausted, and you're tired of your backed up gut, and you need fast relief. NeuroFast works naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes. NeuroFast acts faster, works gently.
Thank you so much for being here. I asked you about that comment about the president of the United States. He insulted you like that. What's your response?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to know I'm in the president's prayers. But second of all, on the internet, some people have suggested that MIT should take my degree away. And my response is, which one should they take away? I have 2 degrees from MIT. And I'm sorry to put some more on it today on the show.
Well, fair enough. I will talk to you about the reply to release the Epstein files in a minute. But first, I want to get your reaction to the news about how the president posted that he deleted this racist video depicting the Obama as apes. He has refused to apologize. Do you think he should apologize to the Obamas?
He should absolutely apologize. He's gone too far. I mean, he's attacked my wife recently online, and I do think there are limits. For a while, it's kind of funny, but once you pass certain guardrails, like attacking a man's spouse or getting into racist tropes, I think that somebody at the White House, maybe Susan Wild, needs to go to the president and just ask him for his phone and maybe ask him to show up this week before he sends it out.
Yeah, I just to follow up on your wife, that it is alarming. Multiple times he's gone after her in social media posts. I mean, how angry is that?
It doesn't make me angry, but it's unfair to my spouse. I mean, look, Donald Trump was giving to Democrats when my wife was working for Right to Work and Campaign for Liberty, and Rand Paul, in fact, worked in Rand Paul's office over a decade ago, back when Donald Trump was still a Democrat. So I think it's wrong. Fortunately, everything he says about her is not true. But it's beyond the pale, and people recoil when he goes to those racist tropes or when he attacks spouses. It's just uncalled for.
Okay, so let's talk about the Epstein files. Of course, it was your legislation that requires the Trump administration to release all of the Epstein files by last December. And the Justice Department now has released more than 3 million documents. And it says the Justice Department is saying that they have fully complied with the law. Is the Trump administration complying with the law?
No, well, they missed the deadline, but that's not the worst part. The 2 worst parts are they're releasing victims' information. I mean, just outright lists of victims is terrible. And beyond that, they are withholding the perpetrators' names. There's still 302 files. Those are the forms that the FBI fills out after they interview witnesses and victims, and they're still withholding those. And they're over-redacting the documents that have, they relate to some really sketchy emails, but we can't see who the sender was. And so they really need to come up with more information. Monday, Blanche said that members of Congress can come and start viewing those redactions. Rohana and I are very interested in going and reviewing some of those redactions, but there are also files that we need to see. And finally, Pam Bondi will be in front of my committee this coming week on Wednesday. So I'll have some questions for her. And I'm ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get justice is to force the DOJ to release these names. I've already read one name in the committee with the FBI director there. That's Jess Taylor. And again, he may or may not be guilty, but he's been accused by these victims, as the lawyer tells me. And there are other names. I don't have them in my possession. But if the victims want to give them to me, I expressed that I'm willing to do that. But again, the best way is to force the DOJ to release those names on those 302 forms.
Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said that he and his wife decided around 2005 to cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein. But the latest release shows that there was some correspondence after that, even after Epstein pleaded guilty to sex crimes in 2008. What questions do you have about Lutnick's ties to Epstein, and should he come before Congress and testify?
No, he should just resign. I mean, there's 3 people in Great Britain that have resigned in politics. The ambassador from Great Britain to the United States, the prince lost his title for less than what we've seen Howard Lutnick lie about. Look, Howard Lutnick clearly went to the island, if we believe what's in these files. He was in business with Jeffrey Epstein. And this was many years after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, likely sentenced, but was convicted for sexual crimes. So he's got a lot to answer for, but really he should make life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign. If this were Great Britain, he'd already be gone.
And just for the record, the Commerce Department says that he had limited interactions with Mr. Epstein, the presence of his wife, has never been accused of wrongdoing. I do want to ask you about Trump, because his name has been mentioned more than 1,000 times in the Epstein files. Do you think that he should answer questions to Congress and to maybe even testify about what he knows?
I wouldn't go there yet. I think that most of the men that are implicated in these files, they're billionaires, they're friends of Trump, they're people who are in his social circles. To get justice for the survivors, I want to see those men brought to justice. Brooke Conant and I have tried to keep this from being political. In some respects, we failed. The Democrats want to make this about Trump, and the Republicans want to make it about the Clintons. I want to make it about the survivors and getting that justice and transparency.
Mr. Massey, you are perhaps Trump's biggest target this primary season. He's tried to unite the party behind your opponent at Galvin, and Congressman Andy Barr, a member of your delegation, has now endorsed your opponent. Trump has knocked off incumbents in the past by endorsing their challengers. How hard is it going to be for you to overcome the president and his MAGA allies in your primary?
Well, look, I vote with the president 91% of the time. 9% of the time, my party is taken up from pedophiles, bankrupting this country or starting another war. I don't vote with them. They want 100% of the party. That's why they're trying to get me out. It's really about
2 bucks. Save 20% of every bet now. Get quality bets throughout the day. Fees, allergies, or members. Great prices for life with pets. There's 3 bucks.
Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco is set, and DraftKings has an exclusive offering you don't want to miss. But first, let's take a look at some of the betting angles for the big game. Seattle opened as 3.5-point favorite, which quickly moved to 4.5. Historically, Super Bowl favorites have a winning record straight up that have been less successful against the spread. Underdogs have actually covered 13 of the last 18 Super Bowls with 11 outright victories. As for game totals, this one opened at 45.5 points, marking the lowest opening total since Super Bowl 50 between the Broncos and Panthers. That opened at 44.5, and yes, the under was victorious. In fact, 5 of the last 7 have gone under. Now here's how each team got here. Being an underdog is nothing new to New England. In the preseason, they opened at plus 8,000 to win the Super Bowl. Odds got as long as plus 12,000 in week 4. But that's when they decided to win 13 of the final 14 games and enter the playoffs with plus 900 odds to win the whole thing. Finishing the job in Santa Clara would make them the biggest preseason underdog to win the Super Bowl since the '99 Rams, who opened the season at 150-1. As for Seattle, odds makers had their doubts to start the year, but that top-ranked defense builds confidence. After opening at plus 6,000, growing as long as plus 9,000 back in week 2, the Seahawks went on to lock up the NFC's #1 seed and are now the Super Bowl favorite. Looking to avenge their loss to New England in Super Bowl 49, when the Pats were a 1-point favorite in a game that went over its 47.5-point total. So while it's certainly not the matchup we predicted when the season kicked off, with similar stats and styles, these two teams could give us another legendary Super Bowl showdown. And here's how you can make it even better with DraftKings. New customers can bet $5 to get $300 in bonus bets instantly if your bet wins. Just download the app and use the promo code when you sign up.
It's time to rethink what a complete multivitamin can do. I support you as you navigate a new country. Taking Central Silver daily is clinically proven to help slow cognitive aging in older adults. You did it.
Sleep Number's best deals are on now. Take 50% off our limited edition mattress, plus 0% interest for 24 months on comfort that adapts to you night after night. Shop now for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Keep your love of Team USA alive with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Xfinity. Imagine it.
Did you know that your life insurance policy is an asset that you can sell?
Did I tell you there's not gonna be any volleyball this season?
Yeah.
Or enough
For
teams.
years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies for seniors just like you. In fact, you can use the free policy value calculator at abacuspace.com. And in just seconds, you can learn what your policy might be worth. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it.
Last night, yes, Derek. So he hadn't heard anything from Gears, we contacted them and they said they only had 3 teams sign up, so. they canceled the season.
100%. But I promise you, your story is two separate things. It's will Trump get off the sidelines, and will Trump endorse the candidates who Republican leaders think have the best chance of winning in November? What if he gets off the sidelines for the other guy? And so, that Texas race, look, Texas is a red state. Democrats is like the peanuts in the football. Like Democrats that were trying to pick out Texas, some capacity for wealth, it may not work anyway. But everyone thinks probably the best chance is if you're a capacity for nominee. So what are the chances that Donald Trump comes off the sidelines, strongly embraces John Cornyn and really puts his heart into it? I don't know.
Because the issue is that Ken Paxton has got a lot of liability speech.
Epic speech.
Yes, exactly. And all the but the MAGA base likes him. Likes him a lot, which is the problem for Trump. He's kind of caught in this position. This is how money has been spent so far into the substance as far as my money. It's well, what is that? $47 million has been spent so far as expense for the opponents and burning to the money and they own it.
And keep the point, like that money that could be spent elsewhere as well. As Democrats like try to walk this very narrow path here in these midterm elections. I'm sure just being the White House officials, Ken Paxton also was aligned with the president during the Biden years, right? And he remembers a lot of those people's challenges. For a couple of days ago, you could see the president also sort of tease that he could be weighing in soon and making an endorsement, kind of dangling that prospect out there as well. So that's something to watch. And look, the Senate race are happening.
Okay, buddy, you good? Put your keys up there.
To get him to weigh in here as well.
Yeah, but he has chosen to get involved when he wants to get involved. Now, he did endorse John Sununu in New Hampshire. That's Sununu's history of Trump. That's he did want that primary. So he's also personal legend that drives Donald Trump. Breaking news that drives Donald Trump to make some decisions. And he did in Louisiana, going after Bill Cassidy, who's a veteran Republican incumbent. He got Julia Bell, the candidate to run in this race, against Bill Cassidy. Why? Because Cassidy voted to convict Trump in the second impeachment trial. You know, Cassidy's done so many things since then to try to align himself with Trump, even voting to confirm RFK Jr., the decisive vote to do just that. I asked Cassidy last whether he regrets his vote to convict Donald Trump.
I can go down the list of things that I've done for my state, and that's what people are voting. So he's clearly upset at your vote too. And you're asking me the president's motivations. I can't comment on that. Frankly, I don't think you can either. No, but your point, do you regret that vote to convict him? My point is that, and you do a good job of this, ascribing to others their motivations. And I just don't think it's fair. I'm asking your vote to regret your vote to convict him.
And the benefit of this is that it shows that in here, like, both has it shows that you'll see risk in the bad side. Because once this also and well, like remember at the 18 Lincoln's line Trump's less where the Democrats something was the Republicans who wanted to embrace it. Reads the way because the only embrace the same people don't need to send a message to Trump. All sort of egomaniacal nonsense. On the Texas stuff, I just want to point out, like, the Texas GOP, Texas basically has two GOPs. That, the Paxton impeachment thing demonstrated that. There's the MAGA GOP there, and there's sort of the normie establishment GOP. And I think that the problems that Trump administration is having and Duke is having in Texas is prologue to the problems we're going to see in the post-Trump era. Everyone wants to talk about how the MAGA coalition, the Trump coalition will just simply be inherited by J.D. Vance or something like that. We're going to see massive splintering between these different factions of the GOP. I mean, we're seeing it right now.
Yeah, no question about it. It's huge consequences in determining the result of that fight, like huge consequences for the battle for the Senate. He's got the biggest stage in the world, which is how it's political. Won't Bad Buddy Cat during the Super Bowl halftime performance tonight? That's next.
The Arena with Casey Hunt, weekdays at 4 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
Eczema isn't fair, and it isn't your fault. But with Ebglyss, people with moderate to severe eczema can have real results, like skin that's still more clear at 1 year.
Don't use if you're allergic to Ebglyss. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Ebglyss. Before starting Ebglyss, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Ask your doctor about once monthly Ebglyss.
She's cleaning the shower. They are cleaning the shower. Doesn't look like it, right? Wet and Forget Shower does all the work for you. Wet and Forget is the once-a-week shower cleaner that lets you go live life. Rinsing, forget it. Scrubbing, forget it. There's a reason Wet and Forget Shower has over 40,000 five-star reviews. Wet and Forget Shower is a bleach-free, circulating, once-a-week spray that goes to work on contact, giving you back what matters most, your free time. Don't forget to get yours at a retailer near you.
What are you paying now?
When?
Yeah.
Right away.
Okay. I know if you want to wait for it.
Only if you want to shorten your coat. When you feel cold coming, shorten it.
Dr. Meeting this year. Look, over here. And write a list for operational excellence.
Looks like the same time that we have.
I see a shopping stick. Thanks to Genius. Scheduling personalized. Checkout flawless. Real-time reviews for the win. From game day crowds worldwide to running this shop. Perfectly executed. Big league reliability for any business. That's Genius.
Sleep Number's best deals are on now.
I was talking
limited edition mattress plus 0% interest for
Debbie
24
Nisley
months that
yesterday.
adapts to you.
She was talking about the colors of the yellow labs and which one she liked the best and would like to have. The light show reminds me of Sapper.
Which one? She lighter color one or something?
Lighter color.
Sapphire, is that? Is that a dog they raised? Or?
Yeah. It was one from. That's one.
You guys stink. Smell you from here.
Yeah, I'm usually, I don't remember smelling that much. That was donated paper.
They go in it and then they, oh, there's a pile over there too. It's like mustard. Right, go anywhere else here? Huh? You guys make a mess. Now, you guys are messy. You poop on stuff you shouldn't poop on. Well, let me see. I bet you juice. This one. Okay. There we go. Okay. There's one here too. You want to come here? Who wants to come here? Here, little girl. Hey, little one, too. 3, 4. Where's the other one? Oh, there's one. Oh, what are you growling at? Hey, you. Hey, girly girl. Hey, girly girl. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, how are you? Let me see. Let me see. Oh, yeah, those eyes are about halfway open. How about these eyes? Can I see these eyes? Oh, these eyes are wholly open. Yes. Hi. And how about you? Are your eyes open? I know yours are too. Yeah. Let me see. Let me see. Yes, there's eyes. How about you? Can I see your eyes? Yeah. And how about you? I see you. Hey, little one. Yeah, your eyes are open pretty much too. Yeah. Yeah. Right. What are you guys doing? Huh? Hey, puppies. Hi, puppy. Hi. Can I see your face? Huh? Can I see your face? Good puppy. Yeah. Good puppy. What a nice puppy you are. Yes.
107 billion times.
Look at those little eyes. Huh? Yeah.
And everything that's happening with immigration enforcement, a big part of this, big thing talks about message on
Oh, you see any teeth in there yet? Hey, what are you doing? You're not poop. You are. You're pooping on top of your brother. And then you're about to stick your tail in it too. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, you. Hey, you with the eyes wide open.
Stinky puppies. Oh, goodness. What you doing, kids? Oh, my goodness. Look at those fat bellies. Oh, hi, Mama. Do you want to come see your babies? Huh? Come see your babies.
Hi, what? You want to come in here? Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go.
Go ahead. Go get them. Okay. Oh, they're going to want to see you. Oh, even Mr. Champ is on the run. Good girl. Go ahead, Champ. Get in there.
See, Champ's right there.
Oh,
Is
I
that?
thought Champ is there. Isn't that him? No.
Yeah, it's him. Yeah, he's the darker one. There you go. There's this chick. No, this is
That's
Catina.
that is Cortina. Yeah, the purple.
She can get up there. Here, come on, I'll give you a little bit of a boost.
Good girl.
Go ahead, Will. You can get it.
I mean, look, there's something interesting here. Like, we're in a period of time where it's hard. You can't really go to any aspect of society or any aspect of culture without feeling politics right now, right? And that's
Good girl.
because we have a White House.
You stay, okay? You stay in there.
Trump's name on all these government buildings. There's a long history of them not just not just showing music, but also sports too, right? In different leagues. And you're seeing that here. But look, this isn't really a comparison between the two shows. We're talking about like 59 million monthly listeners on Live, but Live.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference. Well, little bit. All right, coming up.
We the Lord will make the secret state's highest office.
So how are you feeling about your current money manager?
Well, I feel like we got more.
She's right. Our lives have changed and we need more of your mutual funds to help us in retirement.
I understand. Fisher Investments begins to review your goals, lifestyle, and needs, and tailor a portfolio just for you.
That's good to hear. Can you help with estate plans?
Yes, we can also help you with social security, investment income, tax efficient strategies, and more.
Well,
Your Fisher Investments are bigger.
Good girl.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible for extra benefits. Medicare Advantage, dual eligible, special needs plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include Humana Healthy Options allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter and advice, pain relief, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over for each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand insurance. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts, and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large management plans. So call the number on your screen now. Speak with a licensed United salesman. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for covered over-the-counter goods? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help you grow your movement along in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. So call now. Humana. More
What the fastest growing GLP-1 for half the price, and Marvel offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, so you can see weight loss results faster. Lose 20% of your weight with the formula that hits not one, but 2 hormones for less hunger and faster results. Weight loss faster than confidence, higher price, cheaper. See the qualify at pro.com/TV.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com. If you or a loved one have music in your home, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you need now. Call now and we'll come to you. Number 1814,000.
I'll leave it. Yeah, I'm gonna get to mine.
for this pivotal swing vote in the chamber, has considered the run for governor this fall.
And I'll deliver flowers.
She has made her decision. That is the state.
I'll do it.
I was told Alaskans, who had asked if I would run, would I not consider returning back to, the state that I love and working on hard problems and challenges past. But I also feel that the role that I'm playing here in the United States Senate is a particularly important one for our state and the country. So, hard decisions, but you gotta pick one, and I am here and going to continue to serve Alaskans here. Not capital. The idea of being able to be home and shovel real snow instead of ice snow. Big difference.
I'll prefer not to enter this race until June. This is the first time we're constantly a politician before on the gubernatorial run. Behind 40 jam-packed field, at least 16 candidates. Here in Washington, Wisconsin is known for being one of the most unpredictable GOP senators. Working against her field for the CARE Act, making ranks of GOP leaders on key Supreme Court cast nominations, and even going to convict President Trump during his second impeachment trial, which she also can deliver for her party. She cast a decisive vote last year to pass Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act after winning car rides for Alaska. And Wisconsin is not afraid to deliver one message to the GOP, as she did last week, warning Republicans about November.
I think we need to listen, we need to watch, we need to hear what the American people are saying with their words, their actions, and their hearts.
Do you think this could be a meaningful November for the GOP?
It is still just early February, so there's a lot of time between now and November, and I think it could be painful if we're not paying attention to those signals.
And that's it for Inside Politics. Something you can follow me on X, the articles on the show Inside Politics. You can also find me on TikTok and on Instagram. And remember, the United States can now speak Inside Politics Sunday live. Catch it later on the CNN app and visit CNN.com/watchfootball. Up next here to you, Jake Tapper and Dan Bash. Dan is guest of the House Minority Group. He's Texas, Maryland Governor Westmore, CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet Ox. Thanks again for sharing some of with us. See you next time.
Machine learning is advanced when there is only one greatest combination. Let's welcome our new coworker.
The Chewy Pharmacy orders on Bakeria. Meds verified by Chewy's licensed pharmacists. Parents eat cheese. Delivered by Chewy, devoured by Buddha. For quality meds, for life with pets, takes Chewy Pharmacy. Mayonnaise punch-out. None to brain. And yikes. Here it is.
Maybe the business is hard. Just write them down. Easy. Move your business forward with custom made.
Sleep Number's best deals are on now. Take 50% off our limited edition mattress, Plus 0% interest for 24 months on comfort that adapts to you night after night. Shop now for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
AI can turn your lights on.
Lights on.
And drive your car. And even write your kid's essay. But AI ain't gonna fix your broken water line or pay for the repair bill. Having a plan from HomeServe offers real solutions. And when a covered system breaks, we send a qualified contractor to pay for the repair. There's nothing artificial about the peace of mind you get with a plan from HomeServe. Getting one's quite intelligent. Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month. Call 1-800-247-4444 or visit HomeServe.com.
She's cleaning the shower. They're cleaning the shower. Doesn't look like it, right? Wet and Forget Shower does all the work for you. Wet and Forget is the once-a-week shower cleaner that lets you go live life. Rinsing, forget it. Scrubbing, forget it. There's a reason Wet and Forget Shower has over 40,000 five-star reviews. Wet and Forget Shower is a bleach-free, quick-and-easy, once-a-week spray that goes to work on contact, giving you back what matters most, your free time. Don't forget to get yours at a retailer near you.
Every business is looking for something to help it grow. A jumpstart, a lift, an edge, or even a boost. Introducing the 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on Vivo's reliable Wi-Fi broadcast equipment. Plus, get a $500 prepaid card to seal the deal. The 5-year business boost only from Comcast Business. It's the boost your business deserves. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, I've just life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at AppleSpace.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients, something about insurance would happen to
Don't sell an option policy without going to AppleSpace.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value of your life insurance when you need it without this.
Standoff. Democrats dig in on their demands to curb the president's immigration crackdown.
I think we made it. They're out of control.
Very dangerous game. Look,
Is a deal out of reach? House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries joins me in moments. Plus, quick call days after the controversial FBI raid. Trump urges his party to go even further. Capital States respond. Democratic Governor Wes Moore is here. And new prescription. President Capital fresh push to lower drug prices. White House, President Trump will apologize for posting backlash repeating racist videos. Former President Barack Obama has made he's also speaking behind the call for Republicans in national elections to quote, take over the voting, raising concerns that the president, who already tried to overturn one election, is now trying to put his thumb on the scale again. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, which took 5 days until a critical deadline to fund the Department of Homeland Security, Congress shows no signs of being close to a bipartisan deal to end the impasse. Here with me now is House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Thank you so much for being here this morning. I want to start with what you released this past week, a list of 10 proposed reforms, including but not limited to a mandate for judicial warrants to search private property and a ban on masks, also a mandate for agents to wear body cameras. Now, Republicans say they are open to some of these, but others, especially the specifics on judicial warrants, are non-starters. Only 5 days now until the Department of Homeland Security will shut down. Are you willing to accept anything less than this full list of demands?
Not at this point. We start with a basic premise that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for everyday Americans, not brutalize or kill American citizens like Renee Colgood or Alex Craig. We know that ICE is completely and totally out of control. They've gone way too far, and the American people want them reined in. Because immigration enforcement should be fair, it should be just, and it should be humane. So dramatic changes are necessary to the manner in which the Department of Homeland Security officers are conducting themselves before any funding bill should move forward.
So you say very clearly that this, if it's clear in your proposals, this is about reining in ICE and the CBP. But those agencies, as you well know, are very well funded already through the Big Beautiful Bill Act. That's what the president called it, and it passed last year. So what that means is that a shutdown would really only impact unrelated agencies, FEMA, TSA, FAA. So how does pushing for these changes and potentially not getting there help rein in an immigration program?
Well, our plan is to get there on behalf of the American people. That's why we need to press forward aggressively and ensure that there are legislative changes enacted as part of any DHS spending bill, because that's the way that you change behavior. And these are common sense changes. Things like mandatory body cameras, judicial warrants should absolutely be required before ICE agents can storm private property and rip everyday Americans out of their homes in such a violent fashion. Of course, we need to make sure that there are no masks, so that ICE is conducting itself like every other law enforcement agency in the country. That shouldn't be controversial. It shouldn't be controversial that we are demanding that the Fourth Amendment constitutional protections are adhered to as it relates to the way in which ICE is conducting itself. We also need to make sure that state and local officials have the ability to conduct independent investigations, so that when ICE or CBP or other officers violate the law, they can be investigated and prosecuted and held accountable for those violations of state and local law, not that the government that we would be in right now.
Just real quick, are there any negotiations going on about these reforms?
Unfortunately, we haven't heard back from the White House or Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the bill, in terms of the demands that we put on the table, common sense demands on behalf of the American people. And so in our view, the law is in the court right now in the Republic. Either they're going to dramatically reform the way in which ICE and other immigration enforcement agencies are conducting themselves, and that they're behaving like every other law enforcement agency in the country, or they're making an explicit decision to shut down the Coast Guard, shut down
to get the job done right.
Introducing Mike's Hot Italian Sub from Jersey Mike's. Ham, salami, and pepperoni with provolone? Forget about it. And it's only for a limited time? Forget about it. Actually, remember about it. The all-new Mike's Hot Italian Sub, only at Jersey Mike's.
Shop the early flight. See you there.
Finally beating your siblings to the good room on family vacation. That's what the world's biggest airline can do for you, baby bro.
I'm 26.
Old ideas are everywhere. Leftovers, late thinking. If you're not careful, it's sneaky heavy. When you're not bound to the past, old ideas can't hold you back. It's wooden style with the soul of a sports car.
The QD7. Welcome to Genesis.
One of a kind, hashtag Red Thunder. You got a problem with that? Come on, start to get nervous. Red Thunder on steroids. Oh, Red. I like antiquing, but not that much.
Happy's Legs, Friday after the Olympics on NBC and Beyond. Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on the team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Over, you get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary Bet365.
Our honor to start and end the season. Opener here. We got Super Bowl 60 on NBC. Who's coming with us? 2025 NFL season begins.
The road to the Super Bowl isn't actually a road. It's a tightrope. One that only the most gifted athletes can walk. Take it from me. America's football players got talent, and fans were treated to feats never before seen. Arizona's Trading Flies set a record for catches in the season by a tight end with 126. Jacksonville's Cam Little kicked the longest field goal in history.
The 68-yard field goal is
Green Bay's Michael Parsons became the first defender to log at least 12 sacks in each of his first 5 seasons.
See, I was believing in the boys, everybody. You should say hi and help me, man. I'll see you soon. I'll just get left.
Parsons' old teammate Dak Prescott eclipsed every other Cowboys quarterback's career passing yards. Getting a leg up on Tony Romo and Hall of Famers Troy Aikman and Roger Staubach.
Please let that.
2020 was also the last time 44-year-old grandfather Philip Rivers had played an NFL game. Rivers came out of retirement to start 3 times with the Colts. Yeah, indeed, Bill.
What's our blessed baby brother, man? Can't wait to see greatness one more time, homie.
Yes, sir. Today, all right, let's do it. They say football is a game of inches. But for the defensive player of the year, it was a game of miles.
Mom and dad and his brother and sister all celebrating, setting a single-season NFL record.
Like every other player, I always dreamed of being carried triumphantly by my teammates. For Josh Allen, it happened during the Bills' last-second wild card win in Jacksonville. Just carry Josh like his baby just a couple weeks ago. 2025 marked Allen's 6th straight postseason with a victory.
Billy, all right, we get one more. That's the reward for doing what we did today. We get one more. Now we got to go on it again.
Entering 2025, Patrick Mahomes had never missed the playoffs, and he had the chance to join Buffalo's Jim Kelly as just the second quarterback to lead his team to 4 straight Super Bowls.
Blitz on the way. Mahomes deep drop. It's going to be
But after 9 straight AFC West titles, the Chiefs were fucked off by Sean Payton's Buccaneers. Perfect word to describe the best defense, which led the league with 68 sacks, fifth most all time. Peyton's marauding defense was complemented by his maturing second-year quarterback, Bo Nix.
For Bo Nix, I think you see each week he and Sean Payton get more and more comfortable with one another.
That growing comfort led Denver to 14 wins and the AFC's #1 seed.
61 seconds to go. And Denver behind.
And explained why there was no panic when the Broncos found themselves trailing in the final minutes of the divisional round to Josh Allen and the Bills.
Obviously, a field goal will not do it. Ball in the pocket. Hit as he throws. All year. For the win. Kick on the way.
Not good news. Both fractured a bone in his right ankle, which will put him out for the rest of the season. This team will rise up for the next challenge, and we'll go from there.
I hate to get rough with a woman. Oh, I know that. It was just one of them situations. Plus nothing else I could do. I just had to adopt to get top box. I didn't settle things. Oh, sure. What else? You know what I mean.
On now, take 50% off our limited edition mattress.
Chuck looked over and then I identified.
Horse, that top calculus and the algorithm going through your head.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Come rushing back.
Tomorrow, protect your home like I do with Rental Vision on your 4K.
You bet on yourself to go back to school. Begins here, the PA Home and Garden Show, March 5th through 8th at the PA Farm Show Complex. 4 days only for great deals, new ideas, and practical advice with trusted local experts to make your dream home a reality. See Richard Carr from Home Improvement on Friday and Saturday only. Plus, explore the expanded feature gardens created by Harrisburg area landscapers. From kitchens and baths to landscaping and more. Don't miss the PA Home and Garden Show. Buy tickets early and save at PAHomeshow.com. Discount courtesy of Members First Federal Credit Union.
We're billionaires. If it's something worth doing, it's worth doing in a thrilling way. That's why we love Rewards Club on FanDuel Casino. I love getting more for my money with a weekly bonus back. Plus, players get access to including rewards like a birthday bonus.
All world's billionaires. FanDuel Casino.
Getting cancer is terrifying. I was overwhelmed and desperate for information I could trust. Fortunately, my oncologist told me about the Outcomes for Me app. It's like having your own team of cancer experts 24/7. I get personalized treatment options, tools to manage my care and symptoms, and a community of people going through the exact same thing as me. Oncologists
Have you tried these things?
Where a coach makes all the difference. Total Action Thursday. Remember the Titans. Thursday at 6:30 on AMC. Hey, I'll drop the stick for you on that. I'm gonna get you. Oh, yes. What do you do, Jack? What do you do? You're so smart, like Jack. I'm having a plan because I'm smart. I'm smart. Taller.
Who's pain?
You lost his head. Let's take this off, shall we?
Let's take this off.
like a packet. Now, can you hear me? Any will believe this. We have jugs.
Can't stop it? Okay, well, I do mean I'd love to go with you. Come on.
I don't have a key.
What?
I don't have a key.
It's all right. I'm real.
You didn't leave me. Can't believe it. You didn't leave me.
Didn't have anywhere to be just then. I warn you. I've heard relationships based on intense experiences never work.
Okay. Well, Activation 6.
The entire world is watching.
AMC is the new home of TNA Thursday Night Impact. Every Thursday at 9. Legends Rise.
my ring, my freedom.
Your ring is gone, like the elder before me. And if you came here thinking you could end this by killing me, then you are mistaken. My death will not change the outcome any more than you can change your nature. None of us can escape who we are, and no one escapes the table. And the only way John Wick will ever have freedom or peace now or ever is in death.
I know.
I'm afraid you've come a very long way, but nothing.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Please.
Haven't you? You seem to think so.
This must be a mistake. There is no mistake. By order of the Marquis, Vincent Pacific Ramon, this hotel has been condemned. You have 1 hour. He is expected. The decree is signed by the 12 members of the table, giving the Marquis power of autem imperatum, which means he is now our judge, jury, and evacuate the hotel. Call it the first and the last rule of life. You believe in rules. Mr. Manager. Oh, I do. I won't have consequences. Of course. And second chances.
Ah, that's where we differ. You and I. Second chances are the refuge of men who fail. There are those on the table who blame this atrocity on New York. They believe it's this city that has indulged this race for too long. And look what that has gotten us.
I shot him.
He lives, polluting everything he touches.
Marquis, respectfully, my hotel.
Your hotel.
If I might, sir.
By all means.
The Continentals and their management are a reminder to all who sit beneath the table that none of us are above the rules.
Yeah, yet we are here.
Sir, Mr. Booty.
Not here because of John Wick. He's simply the face of your failure, Mr. Manager. Sand in that glass, merely an echo of my remaining patience.
I love the plan, and you're empowering Mexican council working at plan, but this is so, oh, hi.
Millennials, let's do this, cowboy.
Get good at money so you can be a little fat.
You go first, I'll follow.
Empowered.
People said I didn't look like your average football player. He had more of an accountant look when I started wearing Warby Parker glasses. It all just clicked. I think it was glasses.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That's rough. But hey, with SafeLight, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Any way I want.
It's your windshield. You can fix it any way you want with SafeLight. SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Every business is looking for something to help it grow. A jump start, a lift, an edge, or even a boost. Introducing the 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get a $500 prepaid card to seal the deal. The 5-year business boost, only from Comcast Business. It's the boost your business deserves. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Time is precious, and so are our pets. So time with our pets is extra precious. That's why we started Dutch. Dutch provides 24/7 access to licensed vets with unlimited virtual visits and follow-ups for up to 5 pets. You can message a vet at any time and schedule a video visit the same day. Our vets can even prescribe medication for many ailments, and shipping is always free. With Dutch, you'll get more time with your pets and year-round peace of mind when it comes to their vet care.
After my cancer diagnosis, I was scared and desperate for information. Fortunately, my oncologist told me about the Outcomes for Me app. Outcomes for Me is like having your own team of cancer experts 24/7. I get personalized treatment options, tools to manage my care and symptoms, and a community of people going through the exact same thing as me. Oncologist approved and always free for patients. Go to outcomesforme.com to download your free app now.
Well, love. This is the show. Do not check the link button. Discretion is not with us.
He is very aesthetically pleasing.
I could do better than making me a suspect.
Febreze. Have you tried these Febreze carbon clips? The intensity down gives you total control. You can turn it up. That smells good. Or turn it down. Nice and light. Enjoy 40 days of freshness your way.
Happy Valentine's!
From 1-800-Flowers.com.
Use one word to describe our relationship.
Roller coaster.
He's my best friend in the world.
Share your love this Valentine's with 1-800-Flowers.com.
Desert diamonds celebrate every milestone that makes her, her. The natural colors that reflect she will always be loved. Forever shade, who she is. Celebrate
Have it into.
Respectfully, I'm retired. Finished up.
I disagree.
I'm no use to you. Hold the table.
It's not for you to decide. I think you should find someone else. Get close. Today. Too close. You put her in danger. I know that you are me. Well, so shit. I mean, he was a friend. The agreement with the table stays the same. We give you a name, you give us a life. Or you take one. I will serve. I will be of service. Excellent. I assume you have a notion of where he might be. John Wick has few friends remaining in the world. And even fewer.
Enjoy stay, so.
Not bad. Not bad at all. There is a dog in my body.
I'm not sure something now.
Of course it is.
Tomorrow's schedule. Mrs. Suzuki at 11 and the task is requesting an audience at 2.
What's the subject?
Dinner with your daughter. She says she's concerned you've been working too hard.
What must I have done to deserve such a considerate child? Then come on, it's nice vintage. How are our guests?
Some of our gold problems are anxious.
It's always something.
Today it's New York.
My concierge.
Concerned.
Perhaps we should get you an emotional support app.
Relationship with Mr. Wick is no secret. The table will come.
And will be met with our grace.
Everything he touches dies.
Why don't you say what you guys can? I'll say that. We've got that to go on.
Forgive me, Father.
Aja, please tell my daughter that I look forward to our dinner. No jasno nie niskiego. Apparently not. Killing the elder was a mistake, my friend. Their response was the destruction of the elder. My daughter was abused.
I hate this thing, but it's true. You can save hundreds on life with Liberty.
Are you hungry? Just get some bus out of that.
And superior waves.
Only pay for what you need.
These women's been out here for 20 years. It's like Groundhog Day over and over again. Something that anybody's got that you can't get over to keep moving forward.
Protein shakes. Stream for free. Only on Very Local.
NetCredit is here to say yes. To your personal loan or line of credit, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day before speed. Go to techcredit.com. NetCredit. Credits to people.
Companies who are open fix are here. And we definitely indicators. Fix. Let's go on 14. Watch the WHUALA open fix out. Weeknights at 7:30.
Is it important? Oh, this is important. You would find a 2-foot garden snake and eat one to sell you half acres at 15 cents. Okay, I don't want to buy any interest in any snake. Oh, gee, I get a chance a good deal, you won't be doing anything about it. Is Wally? Yes, he's upstairs. He's trying to imagine what kind of a girl he'd pick for the dance Saturday. Oh yeah, Dave did it. You girls are the ball. You like the idea, Beaver? Yeah, sounds neat. All I want to get is a girl. Hey, Wally, what kind of girls you stuck with? That's a joke. You're taking something you never saw. Yeah, but there's nothing you can do about it. This is Mulligan says we all gotta be his citizens. Say, yeah, Marjorie Moore. Marjorie Moore? Hey, I know her. Well, how could you know her? She's gotta be at least 15 years old. And she's in a different school district. Yeah, remember 2 years ago I went to that day camp? Well, she was one of the older girls who used to play baseball with us kids. Hey, no fun. What's she like? Well, she's a good first baseman. I mean, is she pretty? She's lying. I can't look at a first baseman and tell she's pretty or not. Anyway, her hair was always slumped over her face. Hey, Wally, I gotta talk to you. Hey, what happened to you after school, eh? I had to go home. Hey, what girl did you pick for the dance? That's what I wanted to talk to you about. In private, tell your girl little brother to get lost. This is my room, too. Look, we just get lost for a couple of minutes. Okay, Wally. Hey, Mommy told me you picked Marjorie Moore. Yeah, I picked her. You know her? Yeah, I met her last summer, place we were staying. She knows some of her tea. She got a word for me. We made music together.
Why should I do that, Eddie? If you're breaking your neck to get this Marjorie, she must be a knockout. I knew you were going to get suspicious. That's why I brought the book. The yearbook from Riverside High. I'll show you a picture. There, Marjorie Euler. Not bad. Oh, she's kind of cute. I'm not saying she's a great doll. That's just the way the world good. Look, Eddie, I see through this whole thing. The girl you picked must really be sad. And all this jazz is just a sticky with her. I'm gonna go downtown for a while, Mom.
Oh, you have a date, Molly?
Well, kind of, sort of.
How do you have a date?
Well, I called this Gail to make arrangements about the dance Saturday night, and she said her mother's taking her into town to do some shopping. So I'm gonna meet her at the mall shop. You know, to make arrangements for the dance. Wally, I'm changing dates for that. Does the school approve of this? Oh, sure, Dad. They don't care. They don't know about it. Well, I'll see you guys later.
Bye, dear.
You know, I still can't picture Wally getting the best of Eddie in a deal. It just isn't natural.
Molly showed me the picture of the girl in the yearbook. She's really a very lovely looking girl.
And since when does Eddie pass up lovely looking girls?
Hello, Molly.
Sorry, so late. Kind of missed the bus.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, would you like to start or something?
Oh, I don't think I'll have time for anything. We're just gonna pick me up in a few minutes.
All right. Maybe I'll have something later.
You come over something.
You know, that's all right. I didn't feel like drinking any water anyway. You know, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It should be a pretty good dance Saturday night. We'll probably go with a friend of mine, Eddie Haskell.
Oh, Betty Haskell.
Yeah. Have you known her?
I met him once. A few months ago.
Are you sure? Eddie Haskell?
Yes. Blonde. Rather thin. Oh, I remember. He borrowed $1 from one of the girls. He said somebody picked his pocket.
Yeah. I guess that was Eddie Haskell.
Why are you so surprised?
Oh, it's nothing. Anyway, I figured.
Oh, Wally, I'm awfully sorry, but that's my mother.
Oh, that's all right. I'll call you Friday night and tell you the exact time I'll pick you up and everything.
Oh, that'll be fine. Well, it was awfully nice meeting you, Wally.
Oh, it's nice meeting you, too.
Bye, Wally. line for the whole family. Vicks Vapor Stick. And for on-the-go Vicks Vapors, try Vicks Vapor Inhaler. Febreze.
Have you tried these Febreze carbon clips? They tend to be down.
And receive a free cookbook. So please, get started today.
They're called slick roads and snow that moves in fast. That's why chief meteorologist Christine Ferreira and the WGKL storm team bring you the 12-hour forecast every morning so you can plan your day.
Heavy snow will be here for the evening commute.
And when weather turns to evil, trust the Susquehanna Valley's only local weather radar, live local air radar, the most watched, most accurate weather team with tools no one can match. That's the WGKL News 8 storm team.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that can go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bathroom shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh. That is beautiful.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bathroom shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathroom.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-254-6269.
WGKL News 11, the Susquehanna Valley's most watched news.
We're on breaking news tonight. Good evening, I'm Tori Burkholder.
And I'm Terry Gish. The news developments unfolding in your community.
Crews are at the scene of a shooting in Lancaster.
The biggest stories of the day.
New details coming into the newsroom. Let's go on to Harrisburg.
An accurate 24-hour forecast.
Heavy downpours and stronger thunderstorms will be possible.
WGKL News 8 at 11. The final word of the day's news and weather. Coverage you can count on.
Hello, Eddie. How do you do, Mr. Cleaver? I hope I'm not disturbing you, but I would like to talk to Wally for a minute. Well, he's on just now. He should be back soon. Won't you come in, Mike? Thank you. How do you do, Mrs. Cleaver?
Hello, Eddie.
Won't you sit down and wait? Well, thank you very much. I certainly appreciate it. Nothing good. I just stopped by to get that book I left here yesterday. Where'd Wally go? Down at the ball shop. He's meeting a girl he's taking to dance Saturday. Oh? Well, actually, I should be running along. But if you have no objections, Mrs. Cleaver, I'll just run up and get that book.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Lord. As soon as we said that Wally was down meeting that girl, Eddie wanted to get out of here.
Hey, Squirt, where's that book I left here yesterday?
What book?
You know, that yearbook.
What yearbook?
Look, kid, don't start playing LANS with me.
What's your someplace?
talking about. Yeah, you let me know.
She always has to come in for, Wally, she's gonna cry. Wally? Wally, what's this all about?
Well, Eddie stuck me with his Gail Preston, and when I went down to meet her, she turned out to be at least a head taller than I am.
Oh, Wally, you poor sweet dear. Gee, Mom, don't make him feel any worse than he already does. Wally's so embarrassed. That girl is 4 inches taller than he is.
I knew I could count on Eddie.
Wally says he's just not going to the dance. Something about the dye is hurting him.
Well, how does he expect to get out?
Maybe he'll try the same kind of excuse you used to use when you wanted to date your girl.
Well, I won't have my son acting like that.
I came down to drink water. There's water upstairs. Well, I'm not really thirsty. I just wondered what you were talking about.
Would you tell Molly I'd like to stay home today?
Oh, sure, Dad. Well, I'm going to stop. Yes, sir. What are you going to say to Wally?
Well, I'm just going to let him play. I'm going to tell him he has to go to that dance and have a good time, whether he likes it or not.
Gee, Daddy, the Miles are going to have a good time.
Well, have you given any thought to how she might feel if you were to call off today?
Well, but how are we supposed to dance? She's way taller than I am.
Why? I don't think that's so serious.
Yeah, but gee, when you dance with a girl, you're supposed to look into her eyes. I'll be looking into her collarbone.
Wally, it's just one evening.
Yeah, but I don't want all the guys kidding me and hollering. Hey, Shorty, where'd you get the bean pole?
Well, Wally, I think you're a little too old for me to tell you what to do about this. I'm just going to leave it up to your own good judgment.
Do you have to do that?
Well, I think it's the adult way of handling this, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so, but I'd much rather have you tell me what to do. Then if it's wrong, I have an out. How can I get out?
Jerry, when a father talks to a teenager, he never knows.
Well, honey, I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure by the time Saturday comes around, Wally's going to be looking forward to the dance and have forgotten all about the fact that the girl's taller than he is. Well, why? Ellie says one thing, she is pretty. Well, sure, but I'm never even going to get to look at her face.
Come on, Marjorie. They're playing our song. Gee, what happened? I mean, you were a lot better in the mall shop. Oh, gee, that's great. Oh, here, this is for you. Pretty. Gee, it's funny, because I have the same feeling.
Could I please speak to Wally Cleaver? This is his brother, and I have a very important message for him.
Your brother's on the phone. He says he has a message for you. My brother? Yeah, go ahead. I'll face the dance. Look, would you do me a favor? Would you ask him what the message is? Okay.
I wonder what your brother would want this time of night.
Gee, I don't know. Hey, Wally? Yeah? Beaver says to tell you your mother's flu is getting worse, and she has a temperature of 104. And he says to tell your girl that you can't stay. You better get home before things get any worse. Okay, Luffy. Thanks a lot.
I can get home all right, Wally.
Oh, no. It's okay. I can stay.
What about your mother?
Oh, well, my brother's probably exaggerating. Save the king. In the game, Royal Match is the best. Plus, no ad. Yeah, right. All these games have ads, not Royal Match. That's why it's my go-to. Oh, saved them. Didn't save the burgers. The king always comes first. Royal Match. Download now.
We pull people off the street and ask them about their hearts. How's your heart? My heart's pretty good. You sure? How do you know? To drive a car, you have to check engine light. The heart doesn't have an age and heart sign. Check your heart in just 30 seconds with Cardio Mobile. and enjoy the convenience and reliability of a medical-grade EKG from anywhere. Get Cardia Mobile on sale now for just $69 at Cardia.com or Amazon, and start taking charge of your heart health. Football takers, right on those pads. There you go. In 30 seconds, we have a medical-grade EKG that has you. Look at that. Cardia Mobile is proven to detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. Cardia Mobile is the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG. Plus, it's the most affordable EKG you can get without a prescription at a fraction of the cost of a smartwatch. Cardia Mobile is on sale for just $69 during Heart Month. Get yours today at Cardia.com or Amazon.
That's what does matter with the laws.
It's just so much easier than a home improvement store.
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee.
And installation.
That's not my department.
With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing, no surprises, and installation is on your schedule.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get a home floor advantage.
Your sister's on early. Early? This headache. We've got an hour. Try Pinkbook. The max strength nicotine reliever that starts working fast. Pinkbook, the experienced strains head pounding back at you by spending fast medicine.
Or do you have a little commitment to dance?
I tried to open it close by midnight. But it was upstairs. He was whistling.
Well, I guess that's a good sign.
Well, it wasn't my day. But he took my advice. Just ignored the fact that this girl towered over him. Well, I hadn't had a good time anyway.
You know, once I went to a dance with a boy that was about 3 inches shorter than I was, and I solved the problem very nicely. I just wore my hair down instead of up, and instead of high heels, I wore flats.
Well, that was pretty clever of you, dear. But I'm afraid today teenagers are too sophisticated to be that kind of each other.
Yes, I guess you're right. Did you have a good time with all your nice little friends at dancing school?
Got something that you know some interesting new steps today?
Gee, Mom and Dad, you don't have to tell me all that happy stuff. I really like to tell you. You really did? Sure, I was. Best times I've ever had in my whole life. Boy, I can't believe it.
Well, neither can I. My boy Issei suddenly says he likes dancing school. He's either covering up for something he's done, or he's downright abnormal.
Here are 3 must-see TV episodes coming up this week. Friday night at 9, 8 Central. See how it all began. And it's 7 Central. It's a double feature. What a spin. Presents Dracula, followed by Dino Show on House of Specula. To see the full BTV.
Only stay down there for like 2 minutes, but I don't push it to the max.
Let's do that.
Yeah, we need you for the day.
I lean over. I can hold my breath for at least 2 minutes. I can do that. I'm pretty good in the water.
Well, that's pretty special right there, Leonard Williams. I mean, either one of you spearfishing and going down deep, anything, your big butt's not even fitting in one of those wetsuits. I got it, bro.
I don't like the water.
No.
I'm staying away.
All right, well, I know you like these defensive linemen for both of these football teams. The Seattle Seahawks, they're pretty special up the middle.
Yes.
Right? Leonard Williams, that group, what jumps out to you about them?
Man, Leonard Williams, I think it starts up front in the trenches, right? He's a playmaker, he's disruptive, right? In the pass game, in the run game. You talk about a guy that can win on a quick rush move, but it's always the second or third move as a rusher, right? Sometimes 9 times out of 10, you're not going to win on your first rush. It's going to be the second or third rush, so he stay active in that. And then in the run game, he's able to slip the big offensive lineman back football weirdness, see the offensive lineman like the penetrate to get out and run a big play. So he's just a disruptive guy that could be a game changer.
And then New England, I know Farrah, Milton Williams impress you. Yeah. But how? What about their game?
Well, you brought an Aquaman.
Yeah.
And I was looking at Marvel and I was like, this is Hulk and Wolverine. I think I'm bringing a lot of destruction, killing people up front. Hands are fast. I like Milton because he's a little bit shiftier, gets off the ball, he plays a 2-eye, 3-eye. But, having those two guys up front destroys everything.
Yeah, I mean, we got deep tackles, we know that. The other thing, too, the edge rushers, right? I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence, Harold Landry, their forces off the edge, too. But either way, two of the best defensive linemen in the sport, which one do you give the edge to?
Oh, it's because you got to play the run game. I'm going to go with Seattle.
Seattle, you think Seattle?
Seattle,
yeah. I'm saying Seattle. Yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence, Brian Martin.
All right, let's get over to the Seattle Seahawks locker room with Fred, Noah, and Floria.
All right, Chris, appreciate it. I do love watching them talk about the nasty defensive lines and hearing Gwen Stefani in the background.
Super Bowl 51. Here, hold that for me, Maria, as I tell the story. We come in at halftime, we're down by a ton, and I'm sitting in a chair. Deron Harmon jumps on his bike. He starts riding. Everyone should be panicking. He calmly says, hey, guys, it's going to be the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history. Couple chuckles, then we go with the rest of halftime. Now, we rehearse over and over again. And we all know the rest of that story.
Yeah, Deron was right. One of my favorite Super Bowl stories was the night before our third Super Bowl. We're at dinner, and the team is uncharacteristically kind of tense and anxious. They're kind of quiet. We had a lot of guys with swagger back then, Michael Irvin and Deion Sanders, but we were quiet. And we're watching the basketball game as it's going on. It goes to a commercial, and you see this figure running in this yellow hoodie. And everybody looks up, realizes it's Troy Aikman, our quarterback. And the commercial goes on and on. And at the end of it, he takes his shirt off and he drinks a protein shake. And everybody absolutely fell out, rolled on the floor, and broke the tension
ended up getting after Pittsburgh the next day.
Okay, well, this is my first Super Bowl, so I'm going to hold on to this, and he's not getting it back. And there's no chance. Patriots looking for a record-setting 7th Super Bowl ring. My guess is it's like 3 times the size of this. So the one that they're going to end up rolling out, you're not getting it back. I'm sorry. For 150 years, Budweiser has not just been made in America, it's made of America. Check out the live deals kicking off the 150th anniversary celebration here at Super Bowl 50.
Okay, Richardson, it's time for the tree to go. It's February. The holidays are done.
No, they're not, Mary.
They are.
We thought so too, but then Verizon just gave us their best deal.
20 iPhone 17s, all on that.
Selfie!
Is that anything over for me?
Valentine's delivery?
Perfect, more gifts.
Now's the time for the best deals at Verizon. Look at the iPhone 17s, all on us. No trading needed.
Okay, here it goes.
My head to the clouds, so all places home in my mind.
There's more room for imagination in the 3-room GV80. Welcome to Genesis.
What? You have to go out.
There's a view of San Francisco from the famous Twin Peaks, and in the heart of town, you'll find 710 Ashbury, the original home of the Grateful Dead. The Dead recently lost founding member Bob Weir at age 78. Shortly before his passing, he was a drummer and good friend of theirs. As you reflect on the history and connection to their hometown team.
Hi, sports fans. 60 years. Long time. Both the Grateful Dead and the 6 decades of history. Heroes, heartbreak, reinvention, and a whole lot of joy along the way. And it all started right here in San Francisco. It became our home through the sorrow of weather. 60 years ago, the Grateful Dead came together, trying to make sense of our sound, our rhythm, and the strange new world we were living in.
Back then, 710 Ashbury. Things were buzzing. A little chaos and a lot of passion. Folks were dancing in the street. But deep down the road, 6 blocks away, another team was making the spark. Teams are first of all, in the 1980s, 49ers were the kings of football. Bill Walsh, Joe Montana, Terry Rice, the best show in the NFL. They were reinventing what offense could be. And at the same time, Lee, Bob, and Phil were out there finding their own sound, pushing the envelope. It wasn't so different. The team, the band, the communication, and the trust. It's all about teamwork. 49ers won a lot of games. And we had some as well. Just kept growing. And then 3 years ago, the Niners got the United States, right here in Santa Clara, which we chose as the best place on the West Coast to celebrate our 50th anniversary. Now another chapter is born, another chance to celebrate life in the city we all love. And where we all came from is Super Bowl 60 and the Grateful Dead 60th as well. 2 San Francisco stories, still rolling, still evolving, and still trucking on. What a long, strange trip it's been. Have a great Super Bowl.
Well, another legend that we saw in that piece was John Brody, passed away recently.
We watched this commercial. Those are good. What teams are you excited to watch in the World Cup?
Well, USA, of course, and then I'd like to see England as well. You know, they invented the game. They love it so much. Argentina, I love Messi. So I have a lot of teams that I'll be rooting for.
Speaking of Messi, describe it for me. Take me on the inside of that sweaty hug. You got them after the game. You came after you.
I know, I was kidding that I felt like I was in a long time. When he got song, I was like, is he looking at me? And I was with my 2 boys, and it was like, I mean, we were just flying so high for like a week after getting to meet him, and, you know, he's the GOAT.
He is the GOAT. All right, well, thanks so much for coming in today. Can you take us out with the greatest goal celebration call that you got, Owen? Give me everything you got.
Go!
Great to see you right there. I guess we'll miss the World Cup in Spanish on television and Peacock this summer. And before the World Cup, don't miss another soccer celebration. NBC's next Premier League Fan Fest is going to be headed to Tampa, Florida on April 18th and 19th. All right, now let's go back to Maria in the stadium.
I appreciate it, Kit. Yeah, we made our way from the locker room to the set, and we've got the big board. We got Steve Kornacki, so you know it's a big deal. I won't make you scream goal, but I heard that you have some intel on the Super Bowl square, so let everyone know.
Oh, let's talk about the square degree. We all got ours, right? You get two numbers. They got to match up, one for each team, with the final digit in each team's score. Now, you get prizes based on the score at the end of each quarter. So if you want to start the Super Bowl off the right way, you better be looking at your ticket and see the numbers 0, 3, and 7. 90% of the time, one of these numbers is going to hit in the first quarter. 70%, a combination of these three numbers. But the big prize is the final score. What do you want to see on your ticket there? Well, this 4 and 7 has hit 5 times. No combination has hit more in Super Bowl history. The other way to look at it, though, is this. There are 5 high probability numbers. The 4 and the 7 are 2 of them. Also the 0, 1, and 3. 90% of the time, one of these numbers is going to be part of the final score combination. Nearly half the time, the combination is going to come entirely from this group of numbers. See those on your ticket? You're feeling good. That leaves the lower probability numbers. That would be 2, 5, 6, 8, and 9. Now, if you're seeing these on your ticket, the good news is each one of these numbers has been part of the final score multiple times. But what you probably want to see, if you have one of these numbers, is also one of the higher numbers with it. If you get 2 of these together, that's where you get into the combinations that have never hit. But if you're like me, you always get bad numbers. Here's the good news. 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls, the combination has been one that had never hit before.
You're not a bad number, Steve. Never that. Listen, Steve Grenacki only shows up for the big moments. Playoffs. At Super Bowl, he's not going anywhere. He'll be up bigger later. I like John Madden. He needs to make it exactly.
Taxes is feeling unlucky. Now taxes is open door to new TurboTax stores. We are experts. They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence. Now this is taxes. Short on nothing, big on weekend. Only on Royal Caribbean.
But our nation's best are giving their blood, sweat, and tears in the rock. We'll be sweating right along with them. The global trend is rooted here. In sports, we often wish we had a second chance.
Got that right.
1986, Game 6.
Really?
Still wish you had a second chance at that tough loss back in 75.
No.
Wish you had another chance at winning it all, Barry.
Come on. We're still talking about this?
You can't get a second chance to make that. You can. Watching the second chance offer for football all season long.
You wanna come over here, girly girl? You wanna go to bed? go to bed. I'm gonna give you 2 puppies, okay? Hang on. So I can see in here a little better.
Back in the day for Super Bowl 60, the Seahawks and the Patriots, and we've got a Super Bowl first. We're actually going to FaceTime with the player, Greg Table, joining us, the offensive lineman for the Seahawks. And Greg, first of all, I need to know what was going through your mind when the alarm clock went off this morning, and whether or not you even slept at all, actually.
Yeah, no, we woke up, they put it on the clock this morning, so we got up and out of this morning, we're excited.
Walk me through what a day looks like for you on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, just trying to keep
Can you take these 2?
Wake up, do some
Got
stretches.
4 of these.
Out in the shower, do mountain breakfast, and get to see everybody and get to know that you're going to be around some great guys today on the team, and we're excited to get out there and strap up the pad and play.
All right, I know you're just a guy from Pierre, South Dakota, but living in this moment over the last 24 hours, what is something great that you've heard or seen amongst you and your team?
I think just the support from top to bottom of the organization, the clubs, the city of Seattle, the state of Washington, like the support for us, our team, our players, our coaches have just been top notch. It's super surreal that we get this opportunity to play this game, but the support that we have is unbelievable. The clubs have just taken over the city of Santa Clara, San Jose, and San Francisco, so we're excited to be out there and make that time today.
Look, I was a middle child. I love you both. You know, they each played a special part. You talk about Mike Vrabel, but what gave you the conviction to have him back? He was really physical, spirited, and a team guy, but all to.
Well, what's been the one word to describe what you think he's made this team like this year?
He's really inspirational.
I want you to realize what your potential is and what we can do if you just compete and stick together.
I'm really impressed that he's not distracted by all the sidebars. All that matters is us winning.
You gotta pick one safety. Okay, Cable, you picking what safety?
You gotta go with the young one. I'm a middle child, so I go both.
Go both together. I like it.
He's going though. It's really a good visit there. We have made our way to the rec yard out here now because we were literally standing on second base of their baseball field here. Right?
Coach, what you think? You think you take a home run over there?
No, I don't think I can get it out there, but if I pull it to right field, maybe so, yeah.
Let's get into the Hall of Fame class because these New England Patriots, they took plenty of headlines as it relates to this class. As you guys know, no Bill Belichick, no Robert Kraft, but some all-time greats do go in. Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, Adam Vinatieri, and Roger Craig. Coach, one big obvious question here. You're a voter. Did you vote for Bill Belichick?
Jack, I'm not going to disclose that. When you come on the committee, you take an oath that you're not going to discuss any of the debates, anything that happened there. I'm not going to put any of my teammates under the bus, who they voted for, who I voted for. Here's the situation, okay? In this category, coaches, contributors, senior players, there are 5 finalists. You can vote. We voted as a team. Our group voted. Roger Craig got the most votes. I stand behind that as a teammate. That's how we voted. But here's the problem. We voted for 3 people. There are 2 other slots available. Bill Belichick definitely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Robert Kraft deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. L.C. Greenwood deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Ken Anderson deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, and we got 2 slots. But because of the change that the Hall of Fame made 2 years ago, none of those guys got in. And it wasn't because of us that we voted against Bill Belichick. We did not. As a matter of fact, if the vote, same exact vote, had taken place, same totals 2 years ago, Bill Belichick would be in, so would another deserving Hall of Famer. And that's why I'm upset. That is not right.
What I would say, Coach, is any list that doesn't include Bill Belichick at the top is absolutely wrong. And a lot of those players that we mentioned, they're great players. I played with Drew Brees. I played with Adam Vinatieri. But there's nobody more deserving to be in that Hall of Fame than Coach Belichick. I've seen his greatness. I've seen him design defenses to stop your offense. And you just look at the players that he's
My motivation now is my 2 sons. Both of them are deaf, and my oldest has Down syndrome as well. They motivate me every single day to go out there and face the challenges I face head on. Early in my career, the sole focus was winning a gold medal. However, now it's about motivating my sons in particular and showing them that you can overcome any obstacles that come your way.
NBC's coverage of the One Protein Olympics is brought to you by Delta Airlines, official airline of Team USA.
We got big secrets, big cheating scandals, brand new series.
Now you're saying that you do have 2 boyfriends.
What? A new type of lies.
You ready for this?
Real Housewives of Rhode Island, new series, April 2nd on Bravo and Peacock.
OSA's health is physician owned and operated. We're able to help patients in a way that others do not.
When I'm looking at a number, everyone's looking out for the best thing for the patient. Saying that they're reaching their goals, making the community as healthy as possible.
What I love most is when I get to see them get back to that that they love.
When I see a patient smiling, it makes it all worth it.
Hi, Puppy.
Oh my God.
How's Puppy? Hi, Puppy. I see your eyes.
Bet365 is paying out before the final list.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on the team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final discount and start counting that cash. Over, you get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Teams are built over time, shaped by their community. For more than 75 years, WGAL News 8 has been your hometown news team forged through decades of working for you.
In your community.
In your neighborhood, so when there's breaking news,
We're already there.
To fire traffic damage with more reporters and newsrooms than any other local news team.
in Lancaster,
In Harrisburg.
that's why more people get their local news and weather from WGAL News 8, your hometown news team.
After the most watched games, wake up to the most trusted forecast.
The Super Bowl 60 pregame show on NBC is presented by King Sportsbook.
Just after 11 a.m. in the Bay on Sunday at the Lawrence Park. The San Francisco morning is at tonight's game. Jimmy Fallon decided to put his bus to work to make the next Super Bowl champion.
Welcome to the Coffee Break to Super Bowl 60 edition. Here's our first. We have 9 copies and 2 bowls of chicken. One representing the Seattle Seahawks, the other representing the New England Patriots. Whichever team bowl gets the most copies will be crowned the Super Bowl champs.
Here, come here, you. Come here. Oh, what? Who? Being a poopy puppy? Who can't be a poopy puppy? No. Be a stinky poopy puppy. I know. We've got more on your album here. Let me see. How do you look? Hi. How are you? Hi. Is there more poop in here somewhere that I missed? Huh? You're a stinky puppy. How are you guys doing? Huh? You don't want me to come in here and feed you guys? Huh?
History, heartbreak, heroes, and hope. And they said when he said, hey, we're going to talk about this, they all kind of sat there like, what's going on here? He said, Vrabel opened up first and was very vulnerable. And the player said, when he was vulnerable, it brought us all in. They said, we feel closer because we know each other's story and we know each other's purpose. You know, what I love is Vrabel brought in this kind of guy, not only player, but coach. He's going to make Josh McDaniels, the offensive coordinator, remarkably good. He's doing an incredible job. He's a great man. I love how he met Drake where he was as a second-year player. He didn't need him where he left off in Tom Brady. It's where he wanted to get both together. Really helped him to become a great decision maker. He's highly efficient. He's explosive all year long. He goes back to your point when you're learning how to win. Week 5, one Buffalo, they win 22-20. That's what we believe that we were contenders. And that's why they believe they could be here on Super Bowl Sunday. All right, let's send it back out to Chris Sims and Cam Hayward and Aaron Donald, who made their way to Cutco, just outside of Oracle Park, home of Major League Baseball San Francisco Giants, guys. Yeah, we're just hanging out on the bay by the baseball stadium, having fun, party mode. We told them to turn off the music just for a second so we could talk a little football. But you didn't think you were going to get away with not talking about the quarterbacks saying that for me, did you? I mean, because we got to talk about the quarterbacks. All right, yeah. Drake banged up. You got to play against them. Talk about the challenges you poses, especially with this scrambling and finding ways to do that.
We talk about them, it's 2026 football, right? It's mobility everywhere. You can have the perfect play, you can stop everything around, but then you can take off. Make the D-line really pay for it, not feel it.
You're pooping, aren't you? Yes, you are. Oh, my.
Right. All right. So then, Aaron, you played Sam Darnold not long ago when he was with the New York Jets. Right? What jumps out to you about this game?
Okay, you done here? Huh? Can I wipe this tail off here?
All right, it's time to have some fun. Get ready. Here we go. First one of the day. Perfect spiral. All right, it could be flex.
You're not done, are you? Huh? You okay? Huh? You okay? How about you two? How are you doing here, huh? Corona, Tesoro, and Milan. How are these two? You gonna get something? You want to go with the other puppies? Come on. Okay. Come on, Mama. You want to come in with the other two? Come on, let's go, Mama. Here, can you come over here? Come on, over here. That's good girl. Come on, go ahead. Good girl. Here, can you lay down? Lay down. Good girl. Here, come here. To Sarah. To Sarah. Here.
Thanks switching to T-Mobile is all complicated thing. It's easy. For a limited time, switch to T-Mobile's better value plan and you save over $1,000 at anniversary prices. AT&T save on streaming satellite and more benefits than $80,000. It's better on the Buffalo Wild Wings Big Six for $19.99 is the perfect meal for two. Your choice of 2 entrees, 2 sides, and 2 drinks. Big Six meal for 2 for $19.99. Grab a friend and head to Buffalo Wild Wings.
America, and these are my breasts. We've changed a lot through the years, from dating to breastfeeding, therapy, and another change. Along with breast cancer. As part of my treatment, my doctor and I chose to act as colleagues. A pill that can help reduce my risk of breast cancer from coming back. Now I use price change until the start today. For adults with stage 2 and 3, HR positive, HER2 negative, early breast cancer with a high risk of coming back. Kisqali may cause daily skin infections. The problems are not like this. The main results are various infections, life-threatening lung problems, and abnormal heart rate stimulus. Tell your doctor if you have fever or skin cough, chest pains, or dizziness. Before taking Kisqali, tell your doctor all your medical conditions, medicines you take, and if you're breastfeeding, pregnant, or menstruating, visiting harmless or baby. Common side effects include nausea, headache, and tiredness. I'm going to work today to help protect my support. Because it's more than just breast cancer. So that's just smile and say, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get an iPhone 17 on them. No trade-in needed.
Why can't we just say cheese?
Cheese.
Now we can switch to T-Mobile just 15 minutes and do iPhone 17 on us. No trade-in needed. So the offense is your middles. The defense is experience. That's our BFF, right? Experience is there to help lower your bills and save and time. Money and time. Go download the app today.
Namaste. No virus to go narcissistic psychopath.
When something doesn't seem right,
Promises don't match reality. When your money or safety is on the line, you're always on your side.
asking the tough questions so you and your family can stay safe.
Good girl.
Holding the news out. Make sure what happens in the state house comes to you in your house. Watching out for your money by exploding. scans and results so you get more of what you earn.
No matter the issue.
We're on your side. GLBT.
Well, you've done a tremendous job with two Super Bowl teams together here, but you've also been a big advocate for autism awareness in Seattle. How important is that to your life?
It's a huge part of the awareness. That's the policy
Ernest Jones, leadership that he brought, but not only that, through the draft.
Introducing our own packaging. Same size, same trusted results. Founded in partnership with leading organizations. This is modern cardiovascular support. On with you.
I like it personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia he personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce longer weakness.
It's my treatment. My way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for weekend my speed.
It's better when I can over my
Self-injection fits my plans. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccination, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing bad symptoms.
That's treatment my way. Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Many of you said that animals are hungry, and we help right now. Many animals are starving, wondering if food will ever come. The unbearable pain that comes with that, and they need our help.
There are animals that have no idea when their next meal will come. They can't even remember when their last meal was. And they are moments from dying.
So I'm here to ask you, will you open your heart to help an animal who's hungry? Go online, call, or
Big facts you should know about purchasing gold, silver, platinum, or palladium. Gold.
Dogs are so deep from hunger, they've known no other life but a life of suffering.
no animal should have to go.
It was good. Demanding for they wanted information of a real black study. Expecting a baby in 2026. From first night to every morning.
Well, even after it's done, so it's still fresh when you're ready to be ready. It's for delivery now, so.
No animal should ever go hungry. And I know you agree. Please make this the moment that you say, I won't stand by while this over. help fill their goals. Go online, call, or scan this code right now.
Look at Colorado's newest and proudest customers. So proud that you have the biggest.
Progressives are against the detention center on concern for human rights violations, and conservatives say their town does not have the resources necessary to support such a massive project. This sprawling warehouse in rural Georgia may be about to become a crucial tool for President Donald Trump's crackdown on immigration. The million-square-foot facility, located about 45 miles east of Atlanta in the town of Social Circle, has been acquired by the Department of Homeland Security, according to DHS and town officials, to be converted into a migrant detention center for as many as 10,000 people, possibly as early as April.
We hope it's not done deal. As far as the city goes, we are still 100% motivated to start the process and do everything.
Eric Taylor is the manager of the picturesque town of 5,000, which calls itself Georgia's greatest little town. Taylor says Social Circle can now afford to triple its population overnight.
Our position hasn't changed at all. We're still very concerned about infrastructure. We only have a limited amount of water to draw from to begin with in a capacity, an infrastructure system that is already stretched to its capacity.
City officials say at any given time there are 2 police officers on duty here in Social Circle. The number for the fire department is 4, so they're very concerned about what a project of this magnitude would do to their public safety requirements. In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security acknowledged that ICE purchased a facility in Social Circle, Georgia. The department added that this will be a very well-structured detention facility, meeting our regular detention standards as ICE is actively working to expand detention space. As CNN reported in October, DHS is funneling $10 billion through the Navy to help facilitate the construction of a sprawling network of migrant detention centers across the U.S. DHS did not specify whether the proposed facility in Social Circle is part of this plan.
Able to use a little bit of self-defense.
In an NBC interview, Trump said his administration could tone down immigration tactics following the 2 people shot and killed by immigration agents in Minneapolis. But his critics say the president's policies have already harmed citizens and non-citizens alike.
You see masked federal agents kicking down doors without so much as a warrant from a judge, dragging Americans out of their homes without cause, demanding papers at police checkpoints, assaulting and even killing Americans with impunity from the very top.
Saturday rally in Atlanta, Democratic Senator John Ossoff, who's seeking the election this year, also denounced migrant detention centers.
You see prison camps growing full of children.
Social Circle officials say throughout the entire process, they haven't heard a single word from the federal government. Is there a message that you'd like to send the federal government on behalf of Social Circle?
Oh, we've been trying to get somebody on the phone since the day after Christmas.
Mississippi Senator Roger Wicker claimed on Friday that he had convinced Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to find an alternative location for a detention center that would have been built in his state. Social Circle officials say now they can only hope to do the same, even if
process to build a detention center in their town seems well advanced.
As City Manager Taylor also told me that there is zoning code that doesn't allow for
It's fine. Let's not hide it. Fix it. Just let it. I want this to be the last time I worry about my future. The first place I open home is it. Remember this is the key of our lifestyle marketing and correct. Everybody knows that I spend Saturdays in Germany. Where the hell do I use the window until it's so far? My skin looks healthier. I usually shave and pounds in the first couple of weeks. First week was trying to share about it on
Good girl.
and they have the best new pirates thing to take my get. That is because you're not ready to color right. You're not ready to color. Living alone is not easy, so I've come to terms with that, the expert advisors and free resources provided by a place for my.
You good? Huh? You okay?
Well, that's very comforting. Now you can invest in that new piracy.
What are you doing there? What are you doing? Huh? Are you trying to help me? Huh? Are you my helper dog? Huh? Are you my helper dog? Oh, whatever. Okay, get out.
Lowers the number of red blood cells, lymphocytes, and usually, essentially, more than 1 to 2 weeks of stopping treatment. Avoid increasing risk of serious infections that can be life-threatening and may cause death. Avoid can cause your heart rate to slow down, especially after you take stress. Do not take Avoid if in the last 6 months you had a heart attack, unstable angina, stroke, or other severe heart conditions, including certain types of abnormal heart rate, or common side effects from worry, including upper respiratory tract infections, elevated urinary levels, and high blood pressure. Starting treatment for worry will begin with starting. Ask your doctor about Convoy or visit convoy.com to learn more. By Advanced Pharmaceuticals. You're not just a customer. You're a member. And members no extra fees. Universal. Sports discounts and entertainment. Check the Xfinity app and let the benefits begin. Xfinity, imagine
What's the matter, buddy, huh? You okay? Would you like me to hold you? What's the matter? Huh? What's the matter? You're a puppy, huh? You're a sad puppy.
Warrants for some actions, avoiding certain areas of schools, and requiring all agents to wear body cams. CNN's Camila Chavez is reporting right now from Washington. So exactly what are we hearing from you, Jeffries? Well, Fred, right now, there is a real big sense of urgency on Capitol Hill as long as they're not racing just days away from potentially having funding for the Department of Homeland Security. That funding lasts if they do not come up with a deal. And so what we're seeing right now is that House Democrats are keep moving forward, putting out their list of demands of what they want to see in order to sign on to passing a spending bill in order to fund this department. And so we're hearing that.
What are you doing, girly girl? Huh? What are you doing? I have your puppy. You see I have your puppy?
That includes ICE agents removing their masks.
You want to go to sleep, huh? Would you like to go beside your brother or sister here? Besides your brother. Must be.
In our view, the ball is in the court right now of the Republicans. Either they're going to agree to dramatically reform the way in which ICE and other immigration enforcement agencies are conducting themselves, so that they're behaving like every other law enforcement agency in the country, or they're making the explicit decision to shut down the Coast Guard, shut down FEMA, and shut down TSA, and that would be very unfortunate.
So far, you heard the Democrats really outlining what their deal breakers are, and maybe what we're hearing firsthand have been on Capitol Hill. Now, Republicans on their end, they say, hey, even if the last funding that happens in the Department of Homeland Security, that won't impact ICE because they don't really see the schools that Democrats are community, but they're really saying, when I talk about on Capitol Hill, that it's really about holding this administration and federal agencies accountable. But a really important big thing to note here is that if funding does last for the department, it also will impact other agencies like the Coast Guard, FEMA, that play a very pivotal role in this country. Indeed. All right, Camila Chavez keeps posted on developments there in Washington. All right, today President Trump is still refusing to apologize after posting a racist video to social media portraying former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama as apes. But one of Trump's least favorite Republicans is breaking with his party, saying that needs to change.
He should absolutely apologize. He's gone too far. Once you pass certain guardrails, like attacking a man's spouse or getting into racist tropes, I think if somebody at the White House, maybe Susan Wiles, needs to go to the president and just ask him for his phone and maybe ask him just to.
With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trilogy keeps airway.
hair moves to the chest, and her throat had been cut ear to ear.
She's trying to talk. They absolutely believe she was trying to communicate and could never get the words out. Before anybody could really give her any significant help, she died in the hospital.
The assailant was identified by his driver's license as 37-year-old Quincy Brown.
He was laying with his legs pinned underneath him, laying on his back, and he had 3 gunshot wounds to the chest.
Brown was one of Elise's co-workers at the Susquehanna Naval Air Base.
Quincy Brown, military man, worked at the same command where Elise worked. So it wasn't a random crime. Something happened to bring co-workers into the same room, and neither one of them left alive.
Elise's husband, Eddie, was treated for his head injury and released. As incredible as Eddie's story seemed, evidence at the scene appeared to support it. The entranceway floor was littered with takeaway containers of leftover food from the restaurant. Electrical cords used to tie Eddie's hands were on the bedroom floor. Underneath the intruder's right hand was the knife used in Elise's murder. And Eddie gave police a videotape that Elise made before her death. It contained some shocking allegations against her superiors in the Navy. Allegations that perhaps the Navy didn't want to be made public.
You wish to protect me. Don't have much. Of course I do. I don't know. I already got trouble.
After my accident, I couldn't quite do things that I used to. Well, my dad introduced Bruce to me. I love the support, and when I got into martial arts, we got in it together. A real fight deserves a real boost.
My name is Noah. I am 11 years old. I'm a St. Jude patient. Noah means everything to me. He is just my whole heart. My whole heart. After Noah's original diagnosis, initially it was this moment of praying for a miracle because it was a massive tumor in the left side of his brain.
Every minute matters for the children at St. Jude. They need your help. For just $19 a month, you can become a St. Jude Partner in Hope and help save lives. Call, go online, or scan the QR code with your gift.
As a parent, you trying your best to be not enough. And seeing the 3-year-old going through what she's going through, it's tough.
I try not to think into the future, but then when your child loses their hair, that was hard. You just want to help your child.
Please don't wait. For just $19 a month, you can make a difference in the lives.
They lived in an apartment off the military base and had no children.
Elise enjoyed being in the Navy. She was looking forward to the future as an air traffic controller. Tough job, and especially for females, and She would have been good at it if she had more time.
Quincy Brown, the man found shot to death in the McDessie's bedroom, had no history of violence.
Quincy had been in the Navy for over 19 years. He was married, he had a child. He did not have any kind of criminal background.
Quincy Brown worked with Elise at the Naval Air Base.
Everybody that we talked to that knew Quincy Brown, that didn't go with his character at all. It seemed to be completely conflict of his character.
But the facts were undeniable. A rape test kit on Elise McDessie showed signs of sexual intercourse, and the biological evidence matched Quincy Brown's DNA. A knife covered with Elise's blood was found underneath Brown's body. But what drove Brown to murder? Eddie McDessie thought he knew why. He said his wife made a videotape before her murder, and he gave it to the authorities.
Sexual harassment, sexual assault, and rape. This is a story of my life as a defenseless woman in the Navy.
The videotape is startling. It is scary.
Elise described a tale of horror. She alleged sexual abuse covered up at the highest levels of the Navy.
3 weeks later, after trying my best to avoid his sexual harassment, I got raped in the woman's bathroom. And he then threatened me and told me, "You can't prove anything, so keep your mouth shut, or else you and your husband can get hurt." I made a list of names and placed it in a safe deposit box in my name only.
Police used a court order to get Elise's journal.
Quincy Brown had been named in her journal as one of those attackers.
Police listed all 5 men who she claimed raped her while on duty.
At this point, we knew we needed to get the Naval Criminal Investigative Service and CIS involved, because obviously now we had 2 of their members dead.
The NCIS questioned the 4 other men Elise accused in her journal. They all denied the allegations.
She had accused 4 of the best guys I've ever known, the best guys I've ever worked with. Family men, really decent, respectable guys.
Nancy Simpson was Elise's friend as well as one of her supervisors.
I knew there was a bunch of crap. Elise never told me she had been sexually harassed at work. If that had happened, she certainly would have told me. It would have never been covered up.
But Eddie McDessie was outraged. To him, the evidence was clear.
Eddie believed that Quincy Brown went there to shut her up and to make her stop talking about what was going on in the base. And he's also said that Quincy was part of a larger conspiracy involving higher Navy forces to keep her quiet.
As proof, Eddie pointed out that Elise had recently been ignored. Eddie claims that in retaliation for her sexual harassment, then investigators noticed a small Elise's instance in the story. Quincy Brown sexual harassment was all McDessie's partner denied since all the night of the murder. On the night before the murder, police and Bessie walked the documents to kill Quincy Brown in his 40-year store. But who wanted both Elise McDessie and Quincy Brown dead? And why?
It's why I wanted more for my symptomatic obstructive HCM. So I asked my cardiologist about Camzyos. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved, and I can be more active. It's a difference I can feel, and he can see.
Camzyos is proven to reduce obstruction in the heart 4 times more. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking Camzyos, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby. Camzyos, first in its class to treat symptomatic OHCM.
It's great to be back.
Ask your cardiologist about Camzyos.
Empire's 50/50/50 sale. Up to 50% off select carpet and flooring. Up to 50% off padding and materials. Up to 50% off installation. Visit EmpireToday.com or call or text.
It's time to rethink what a complete multivitamin can do, like supporting you as you navigate a new country. Taking Central Silver daily is clinically proven to help slow cognitive aging in older adults. You did it.
All right, so that's one pair of prescription glasses. Plus anti-reflective lens coating.
Oh.
Scratch-resistant coating.
Did I choose?
UV protection.
And that's included in the...
$95.
Oh.
Welcome to Warby Parker.
The new Wegovy pill is now available through Weight Watchers. Powerful GLP-1 results in a simple pill at the lowest price available. And with Weight Watchers, you can get doctor support and personalized nutrition programs. See if you qualify at weightwatchers.com/TV.
Off football, what the season is big. To all the comebacks.
To all the tush pushes.
To the parlays we hit. Here's the one last round.
Get daily boosts on Super Bowl 60 all week long.
A Chewy pharmacy order is on the way for Gouda. Meds verified by Chewy's licensed pharmacists, paired with favorite cheese. Delivered by Chewy, devoured by Gouda. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy Pharmacy.
Steve's got me so immersed in Team USA that I'm trying to loop this paper that I'm feeling on the inside on the outside. It's a lot. And I dig it. I'm gonna go about it for you. You're the best I've ever seen watching sports. You can watch any sport. You check the medal counts that are in the Olympic space. Is there anything else I should know about?
Es una historia que se cree. Más de 80 años de rivalidad. Relatos contados en voz alta. Donde las leyendas del pasado dan paso a los símbolos del presente. Es más que un partido. Es el clásico del mundo.
Investigators started with the only hard evidence they had, the crime scene.
We wanted fresh eyes, somebody to really tell us something that we weren't able to see.
Virginia Beach police contacted Ross Gardner, a nationally recognized crime scene analyst.
This was a very complex crime scene, and it wasn't until we got a lot of DNA information back that we were able to make sense of it. But certain aspects of crime scene analysis certainly supported Eddie's statement.
But then Gardner looked more closely at the crime scene photos and noticed that they contradicted Eddie's story. The autopsy showed that the first shot penetrated Quincy's heart. This creates arterial spurts, high-pressure ejections of blood from the body, and they are easily identified.
Because the blood is ejecting out in a stream, it breaks up into larger masses. And so what we see in an arterial spur are very large elliptical shaped stains.
Eddie said when he saw his wife being attacked, he grabbed a gun from the nightstand and shot Quincy Brown as he rushed towards him. Yet, the blood spatter evidence and the crime scene photos showed that Quincy Brown was facing in the opposite direction.
There is no evidence whatsoever that suggests that Quincy was ever standing when that wound was ejecting blood, or that he was ever facing back towards the nightstand, avoiding the arterial spurts on the carpet. Tell us that Quincy was in this kneeling position at the time of the first shot, and that his physical position never altered other than to lay back.
Investigators now had a theory that Eddie McDessie was involved in an elaborate scheme. First, he convinced his wife to make the videotape and written journal, accusing her 5 co-workers of rape and sexual assault. Their plan was to file a lawsuit against the Navy.
Eddie McDessie told several people that this sexual harassment with his wife in the Navy would be bigger than tail hook, referring to another civil suit in which someone collected $1 from the Navy.
And Elise was a willing participant in the scheme.
It was obvious that they had a plan in action.
So it appeared that there may have been some partnership between Eddie and Elise as far as setting this thing up.
They planned to prove their case by luring one of the men she named in her journal, Quincy Brown, to their apartment to have unprotected sex with her, and then claim it was yet another rape. Only this time, they had DNA evidence to prove it.
Quincy did not force his way into that apartment. He came there willingly, he had sex with Elise willingly.
Investigators believe Eddie planned to kill Quincy after the sexual act was complete in order to silence him. It's not clear whether Elise was aware of this or not.
Elise and Eddie bought the gun in Hampton the night before this event. I don't know if
Very dry, tight, sensitive skin, relieve it in 60 seconds with Aveeno Skin Relief. With soothing triple oat complex, clinically proven to heal and strengthen dry skin. Aveeno, your skin stronger.
These dishes just aren't getting clean.
Problem isn't in the shoe. It's likely a detergent. I recommend switching to Cascade Platinum Plus. These new products dissolve completely and are gone, breaking down up to 100% of tough stuck-on foods. Cascade Platinum Plus. During my recovery, the only thing I could think about was getting back to playing. Blue skating with field back on the stage.
Music is life. A real comeback deserves a real boost.
As I started growing out my natural hair color, I noticed my moderate to severe lines. I booked a Botox cosmetic consultation to temporarily make my brow, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. What was important to me was that I still look like me, just with fewer lines. And I'm confident about my results.
Botox cosmetic effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions are at highest risk. Don't receive Botox cosmetic if you have skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, or swelling. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
I'm the one and only Delphina, and I got treated with the one and only Botox cosmetic.
Find a licensed Botox cosmetic specialist at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Hey, Johnny M, you still come to my dog's birthday party? I have to sell my car.
We'll just sell it to Carvana.
Carvana? Isn't that your car?
Okay, fine, I sold it to Carvana.
So you'll come?
I'm gonna walk. Sell your car to Carvana today.
Nia loved to run, but diabetes almost took that away. Then we got Dexcom G7. Now we can both make sure she's staying in range without finger sticks. Nia's learned so much about managing her diabetes that she's able to do cross country this year. She wants to be the best in the world someday. I think she can do anything.
I know I can.
A diagnosis doesn't define it. Even ATTR cardiac amyloidosis. You've come a long way. Your path was never set in stone. So why would life with ATTR-CM define you? You have the power of choice. Atrubia is an oral medicine used to treat adults with ATTR-CM to reduce death and hospitalization related to heart problems. Atrubia helps slow the progression of ATTR-CM. People taking Atrubia were 50% less likely to be hospitalized for heart issues. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant, plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding, and about the medications you take. The most common side effects were mild and included diarrhea and abdominal pain.
When they returned home from dinner, Quincy Brown called their apartment at 9:36, most likely to confirm their date. Investigators believe Eddie set the scene by tying Elise to the bed. To Quincy Brown, it would appear to be a bondage fantasy for the evening. To the police, it would look like a violent assault. When Quincy arrived, he had a condom in his pocket. Perhaps he was encouraged not to use it, although no one really knows.
I'm just gonna keep it out.
After the sexual encounter, Eddie pulled his first double cross of the evening on Quincy Brown. They blamed him for breaking into the apartment and raping Elise. It's unclear whether Elise knew if Quincy would die, but she obviously didn't know Eddie would double-cross her too. Eddie staged the scene to make it look like a break-in, assault, and a rape murder perpetrated by Quincy Brown. And Eddie collects $700,000 in life insurance.
Then maybe he walks away with a sexual harassment case also.
He almost got away with it too, but in the end, he left too many clues.
It was obvious that Eddie McDesky was lying to me about what had happened and how things had happened in that bedroom.
But when it came time to arrest Eddie McDesky, he had fled to Russia.
The problem with him is that he's now a Russian citizen and we don't have an extradition treaty, so I can't get him out of Russia.
For almost a decade, Eddie McDesky was on the run. Reporter Mike Mather decided to track him down, despite everyone telling him it was useless.
The State Department at the time told me, Virginia Beach Police told me, the embassy told me, you're wasting your time. He's never coming back here. So I said, let's go find him. Sent him an email. He agreed to meet with me. Flew to Moscow.
Apparently, Mike Mather caught McDesky at just the right time. He clearly didn't like living in Russia.
How can I say this? They took my money, they beat me up, they put me in jail because they thought I was an American spy. And here I was without American documents to prove that I'm American.
McDesky chose to return to the United States and face trial, thinking that Elise's videotaped allegations would provide the reasonable doubt he needed for acquittal. 14 years after the double homicide, Eddie McDesky went on trial. The forensic evidence was overwhelming.
Would the jury find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder of Quincy B. Brown, guilty of first-degree murder of
He worked at Iowa Public Television. He was a video production coordinator. He was very well liked at that place. Friendly face at time. He was always smiling when I saw him.
McRae typically worked long hours. Unfortunately, it took its toll. In 1997, he and his wife of 12 years divorced. McRae took it hard, but remained a devoted father to his two young children.
We would go over to my dad's every Wednesday and watch TV, hang out. He would come to my football games, and we'd hang out at the varsity games, and he'd take us out to eat, go to movies, stuff like that.
McRae never missed an opportunity to spend time with his children, but one morning there was a problem.
He's supposed to pick up his daughter and take her to school. He's a no-show.
Pat's ex-wife knew immediately something was wrong. She called both his work and home telephone numbers, but couldn't reach him. So she went to his home and used her own key to get inside. And she found Pat dead just inside the front door.
There was significant blood patterns in
the house itself. There were bloody footprints throughout the house. The evidence shows the attack started in the living room and ended at the front door. It appeared that someone had used that bathroom to clean up. Robbery seemed to be the motive. Pat's wallet had been cut from the back pocket of his blood-soaked jeans. You can see that there had been a number of clothing items disrupted, thrown around on the floor of the closet, and that there was transferred blood on some of his clothing. So at least visually appeared that somebody had spent some time either searching through the closet or through the clothes. And the killer left bloody foot impressions outside on the porch. Of particular interest were that some of these bloody footwear impressions were overlaid, which fairly early on in the investigation gave indication that the one source of these impressions had made more than one trip exiting the house. The medical examiner estimated that Pat had been murdered sometime on Friday night, about 48 hours before his body was found. Investigators discovered that Pat spent part of that evening at a local strip club, the Outer Limits.
Pat McCraig was a customer that came in, and basically he was a regular as far as maybe once or twice per week. He was a very friendly, a very quiet guy.
When Pat visited the club, he usually arrived around 10 o'clock, but on the night of his murder, he came in early.
I was kind of like, wow, what did you do here during happy hour? Which was fine. It was kind of unusual for him to do that.
He also did something else no one had ever seen him do. He asked for a private gas.
Skincare can start in the laundry room. That's why I always recommend All Free Clear for sensitive skin. It's free of dyes and perfume.
It's a key part of my self-care routine, and it's gentle for my skin and first tip.
For an effective clean that is gentle on skin, all you need is All Free Clear.
People said I didn't look like your average football player. He had more of an accountant look. When I started wearing Warby Parker glasses, it all just clicked. I think it was glasses. Yeah, maybe.
The new Wegovy pill is now available through Weight Watchers. Powerful GLP-1 results in a simple pill at the lowest price available. And with Weight Watchers, you can get doctor support and personalized nutrition programs. See if you qualify at weightwatchers.com/TV.
Empire's 50-50-50 sale. Up to 50% off select carpet and flooring. Up to 50% off padding and materials. Up to 50% off installation. Visit EmpireToday.com or call or text.
Today. Doesn't define it. Even ATTR cardiac amyloidosis. You've come a long way. Your path was never set in stone. So I would like with ATTRC define you. You have the power of choice. Truly is an oral medicine used to treat adults with ATTRCM to reduce death and hospitalization related to heart problems. Truly is to slow the progression of ATTRCM. People taking the Truly were 50% less likely to be hospitalized for heart issues. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant, plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding, and about the medications you take. The most common side effects were mild and included diarrhea and abdominal pain. If you have ATT or cardiac amyloidosis, ask your cardiologist to give a Truly. Your heart will use. Time.
I wish to enter paternity. Don't have much, of course I do. I don't know. I don't really get quite drunk. Des Moines police thought they had a suspect in the murder of television station employee Pat McRae, a stripper named Laura England. She performed a private dance for Pat on the last night he was seen alive. 2 days later, she was gone, and Pat was dead.
She stripped Sunday night at the Outer Limits, and then she and her boyfriend leave town.
Police issued an all-points bulletin for Laura England. In the meantime, at the crime scene, investigators made some important discoveries. First, there were bloody boot prints throughout the house, and they had been made at 2 different times and several hours apart.
You can see that somebody had exited the house and then apparently re-entered.
The boots were determined to be size 7 Doc Marten brand boots. All the blood evidence in the house was carefully camouflaged. Dozens of items were
Slip on the knife, cut the inner sides of the fingers. It's really quite common.
Then police located Laura England, the dancer last seen with Pat McRae on the night he was murdered. But she denied seeing McRae that night and said the club manager must have been mistaken.
She also wore wigs at the time too, which a lot of dancers have done in the past.
Laura's DNA didn't match the DNA from the unidentified female at the crime scene, and she was released. The DNA didn't match anyone in Iowa State database or the national database either.
We had no one to compare that DNA profile with, or at least I should say we had no one to go successfully compare it with.
Investigators were convinced that Pat McRae knew his killer. There was no forced entry into the house, which meant he probably let the killer in. And the blood evidence showed rather brazen behavior. Blood on the front drapes indicated the killer opened the drapes to look outside. The bloody foot impressions proved the killer walked out of the front door after the murder. Not only that, the The killer returned several hours later, leaving a second set of booting impressions, this time in dried blood.
That's odd. If you leave a homicide scene, the chances of you going back to that scene and tracking blood out again is not very good. Once you're out of there, you want to be out of there.
The case turned cold, and for the next 5 years, there were no substantial leads. Was it possible that a killer this reckless could successfully elude police?
Fix up! Truck morticians. Don't worry, they got John power sets. It traps, locks, and removes 99% of grease, so it doesn't get passed from dish to dish. Clean and stacked like ducks in a row. John power sets.
Oh, now this is that one. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
LA's can be a big test for young homeowners trying to get their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity. The garage is full. They go to TLS. He said the garage is full. They go to the overflow. I heard him. I was right here.
Just stand quiet.
I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your own auto when you bundle with us.
I think you let him fuck up on the car. We had the car. That's convertible.
Thank you. It's the homeboy from home. My son James, he's being treated for a high-risk neuroblastoma. I want him to have a chance to grow up. I mean, just to think that he was born with cancer. It shattered me.
She starts talking about this child. Saki's an ambassador. I don't do what you do. I'm from Harrisburg, I think, but the organization. They come in and they visit, which I think, but I just love Saki's my favorite. He was named after Boots. Well, and that's what I said. And I said, well, did you ever meet Elwood? She's like,
After my fall, when I was recovering, my doctor recommended his booze. Today, I'm back
oh boy, okay.
working, and
So now I know what hospital she can do.
a real comeback deserves a real boost.
Yes, I did. I mean,
Oh, you took the, okay.
I took the flowers.
Okay, gotcha, yeah, okay.
And she was saying something about,
Okay. Yeah. They haven't, neither one of these guys have food.
For 5 years,
Which is a good sign.
McRae went unsolved.
Yes, I put the two of them on her. I have picture she ate, I put her on her bed, and I put the two little ones in her. And then the other ones are starting to crouch a little bit, so that they don't fall right off.
your kid's grouchy. Where they grouchy? Yeah, kids, they raised $100,000. Seahawks.
Oh, wow.
And the Patriots were 300 something.
protection charge and Davis offered them a deal. He said he was willing to provide information about an unsolved
They didn't sell any soup, huh?
in return for leniency on his drug charge.
Hello.
That was tremendously guilty.
Unfortunately, Davis didn't know the name of the victim. He did, however, remember the neighborhood where he lived.
He only knows that he lives in a house someplace off of Harding Road. He knows his bike's Union Street. He knows there's a couple of car washes.
What it
He
means
knows
is
the guy works for
ready
the
to
TV
go
station.
out and do
He knows that
demonstrations.
he went to the outside. He knows that he's killed in his house.
Mars Davis was describing
Yes,
Pat
they work
McCrae's
together
murder,
in that job.
and the details he provided were so bizarre, it was hard for investigators to believe.
It's not the story that you would expect to hear.
Mars
Yeah,
Davis
right.
said that 5 years
Because
earlier,
Randy did the write-up.
he was involved with a 24-year-old student named Andrea Morris. Andrea was working at the Outer Limits Club in Des Moines. One night around closing, Mars picked up the phone. She said she was in a world.
She got hit in the nose or something, and I was like, that did not come out your nose. Yeah, and because it was in her hair, it was everywhere. When she took her clothes off, it was in her underwear and her socks. And I just kind of went, no.
When Morris pressed the issue, Andrea finally admitted the truth.
She said she killed him, and I asked her why, and she said because they told her to. She heard voices.
They later checked into a motel, took showers, and got some sleep. Several hours later, Andrea panicked when she realized she left her wallet in Pat McRae's home. She insisted Mars drive her back to Des Moines so she could retrieve her wallet.
Everything in the wallet was covered. I mean, it was like sitting. It was.
But how could police determine if Mars was telling the truth?
Mars Davis gave us a ton of information that would not have been known to anybody other than that who was at that house.
But how did they know he wasn't involved in the actual murder? For that, police needed to find Andrea Morris.
Well, I got news for you. Saturday at 9 on CNN.
Incoming dishes! Dawn Power Wash flies to 99% of grease and brine in half the time. Sure. And taking the field down, oldie superstar, Brad Dunn. His biggest fan, Minnie the Bunny, can't wait to watch him play.
Kickoff at Super Bowl 60, there's Stephon Diggs in his 11th season, his first with the Patriots off the first week with wide receiver with 1,000 receiving yards. That's Julian Edelman in that 2019. He's going against the Seahawks. Their quarterback is Sam Darnold. He finished fifth in the NFL passing yards, a great redemption story. We want to hear from both of you and coach Bill. Let's start with Kaylee Martin, who's with Mike McDonald.
Well, Mike, on the bus ride over to Super Bowl 60, what were you thinking about? I'm not so sure.
Well, I am sure. I'm going.
You've been taped up and beaten for the last how many days? I say you sleep on it, Finley. I say we all sleep on it.
I got the results back on the bullets at Deputy Pulse. Definitely not a 9mm hollow point close range. We're dealing with pros here. Actually, it's a 2.5-hour drive to traffic, and we should require totally capable agents who aren't, of course, looking to settle down right away.
Wow. The only thing you can get this is this request. Table pins. So, figures of control. Is that just on that address on our phone? Yeah, and then deliver that person. No, just say, let us meet. There's the report. Okay, set the report. Too easy for this to away from
How you guys doing?
Come on, man.
You okay? Isn't he sharing his bed with you?
Well, Joe had to say.
Oh, we're just hanging out. We picked it out just so they could call. Not doing much, just hanging around today. Not doing much. They wanted to know about his retirement. Does that mean Randy retires? Yeah, I mean, what you, oh goodness.
What are you doing?
There you
I
go.
trained you, Bishop. You don't pull me aside. That's the most acceptable. Are you okay? You need to stop asking me.
Yeah, I guess Mel was walking Ruby in the neighborhood. And she said, there was a dog coming nearby, and so she kind of scooted her over to the other side. And then Ruby turned around and crossed in front of her, and that's when Mel tripped over. Yeah. So, but she suggests she should like, but the thing was that Ruby didn't want anybody coming near her. She was guarding.
Oh, good, I got everything out.
Yeah. So a couple of neighbors came out and there was some treats and said, "No, just drop her leash and let her go. We'll get her over to us." So they managed to get her over to Ruby. Get Mel up, but took a couple of them to help Mel, you know, get back to the house. Because Tom was, or something. Back you know, like her first. Except for she worked with her. She ended up with two jobs. But right now she's just upset. She's talking about it. Yeah, yeah. No, it was Tom at that time. They shouldn't be about well, the son Michael, his arm, she said his goes from straight across. And with him, he was right. She said there was no swelling, no bruising, so they were thinking of it until I guess a couple days later or something. He was complaining to the nurse at school, and the nurse said, "You probably ought to have this checked out." That's when he found out it was broken. But for him, it was just a matter of putting him in a sling, and he healed up pretty quickly. So that was good. Yeah, that was funny when, at the table this afternoon when Rachel was talking about this dog named Saki that was.
tell her? You said trust me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said, was she with her? Who was the person that was with her? She was this lady. She wasn't very tall. She had short hair. So was her name Diane? Yeah, I think it was Diane. Okay. I know who you're talking about. So she kept referring to him as an ambassador.
Yeah.
So, yeah. She said, I don't know what organization it is. Maybe it's an organization out of Hershey. They always come to the hospital with the dogs and they visit us. And she said, where she was talking nonstop.
She's in the adult.
I would imagine. But she looks to be an adult. She's not a kid. She might be in her 20s. I don't know.
Because they totally 100% for sure deserve it. Delicious chicken they may or may not deserve. Purdue.
Right now, living with COPD is hard, but more could be going on. And here is how you find out your COPD may be different and your health could help. The inflammation triggers and flare-ups could be caused by eosinophils. The compounds target that inflammation, and it's the all-at-once monthly auto-injector for COPD you can do right at home. Picture less flare-ups and less flare-up-related hospital visits. Nucala is an add-on injection for uncontrolled COPD with a specific marker of inflammation.
Well, I have, there was a recipe that I was going to do with chicken breasts. I'm going to try that. It's stuffed chicken breast with spinach and roasted peppers, cheese.
Take your word. It'll help fill those holes your immune system may have.
Pulse. Take care of them. It gives you 7 immune supporting nutrients, including vitamin C, D, and zinc. It's our most complete support yet.
COPD is an ugly reality. I watch as this world just keeps getting smaller. But then, Trilogy helped us see things a little differently. With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trilogy keeps airways open for
Eyes are pretty wide.
and prevents future flare-ups. Once daily Trilogy also improves
Oh,
infections, so he can breathe.
you can see it.
Oh, you're reading stuff? Oh. Well, that's what Joe was saying. He said, he's not gonna, so is the regular NBC not, is the regular NBC channel going to show the Super Bowl? Yeah, it must. Well, Joe was saying he said we don't have cable. I'm not sure what he has there, because he said he won't be able to watch it.
You should get WTIL.
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, Special Agent Quinn, your partner, Bishop.
She left. She had someplace to be.
Some time?
When she is it? Bishop? She needs some time or she had someplace to be?
She went back to the hotel. After everything went down, she just had to get
I'm on my way.
Yes, you don't have to.
Come on. Rhonda, it's just a machine.
Just a machine. Did you mess back?
Careless? First, it wasn't. And now, it's a stupid thing just because it's anything all out.
Oh, why is stupid? Stupid is an ugly word. I wouldn't do anything for you either if you treated me that way. What is it for this walk?
I don't know. I just. So,
Did you kind of break it?
no.
Mr. You have some serious TAI. Technology anger issues.
I was going to use my key spranger, but
No. Oh, no one uses a key spreader.
I mean, I'm sorry. I don't have technology issues. I have office issues. You know, I want to be out there kicking down doors. You don't find behind.
I don't kick down doors. Based on I'm a firefighter.
No, that's not me. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you're the type of crime fighting. You just not cut out for it.
Just hold your thoughts. I'm getting more shots from districts to that auto party shop. That is the warehouse for things I was tied up smugglers had been there for days. Once that bar phone, you might get that for now.
Ask me a stupid question.
There's that ugly word again.
Where's the bathroom?
The bathroom is just
No, where's the bathroom? Here. In this place. I don't see a bottle or a jug. You know, if it was really there for a few days, then where did he go? You know, he had to, go.
that is a very smart question.
Now, where's that?
I'm tasting myself. Bishop calls you.
No, I called her. She got the
Cover for what? They should have never been there.
email for what? Is she done?
Supposedly tied up for days. So where's the bathroom?
No working bathroom. Where is it? You say supposedly tied up.
So I assumed that they were therapist and dad in the public bathroom 3 miles away from the
Yeah, Mel said she gets on the camera every now and again. She said, yeah,
Every time I get on, they're sleeping.
Yeah.
Said, yeah, it'll start ramping up here soon.
Something warm with a cold.
So I was asked if I could get up without bending.
It's not even personal, you got 2 hours. You see this?
Veronica. No.
The security camera project is registered out of the brain body. Not sure if we looked at it or find something more footage.
No.
Oh. Yeah, so Grandview is gonna be closed Sundays from today till April 5th. Yes. Sundays, they'll be.
Sunday.
Sundays.
Not you, not yet. Oh, come on, buddy, you stay.
Yeah.
They're up and about, buddy. Oh, that.
I'm out making notes.
Yeah, Chip was just standing there.
Okay.
Okay. His eyes are pretty wide. They all look pretty wide.
Somebody was Milano was on his back.
Oh.
I mean, just totally,
Out.
totally relaxed.
Hi. What are you doing to your brother? Not your sister, actually. Hi, how are you? How are your collars? Pretty. How about you? Yours is pretty tight. Hey, come here, you. You still have this small one on. Oh, you nodded this. I hate to do that.
Don't you hear them? Well,
Okay, come here, champ. What? What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? You have an attitude. Here, champ. Come here, buddy. Actually, you feel kind of meaty here. Okay, come here, buddy. Let's put this on. Okay. Hey, hi, how are you? Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. Hi, little puppy. Hi. How are you? Want to go puppy? It's to Sarah. He's having an attitude. Hey, you. Hey, you. Hey, you. Hi, puppy. Hi. Hi, puppy. Oh, look at those eyes. Oh, no, that's Cortina. Hey, Cortina. Hey, puppy. Hey, puppy. Hi, puppy. Hi. How are you? Oh, hey. Where's the puppies? Hey, puppies.
you hear your babies in there? I thought you talk to your
He says, I feel my belly when I feel. My hearing's not working right now.
Yeah.
Hi. Hi. You gonna bite me? Huh? You gonna bite me? Hi, puppy. Oh, look at you guys. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Milano. Hi, puppy. Hi. You guys are moving around pretty good. We could start playing surfaces.
Yeah.
Hey, puppy. Hey, puppy. Hey, puppy. Ha, 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 ha. Mr. Vocal. Any keeps in there yet? No, not yet. I'm going to soon need to put the other board on here, aren't I? And make something for your mama to get in a little easier. That's Cortina. These feet aren't working the way they're supposed to. I think it's a little frustrating. She's trying to walk and it's not working quite right. There she goes. Whoa, down on the snoot. Whoop, now the back end leg. Where are you going, guys? Hey, little guy. Chip.
Are you doing something there, mister?
Who?
Moana.
Oh.
I see the tail.
Yeah.
Is he pooping? Or peeing?
Yeah, he's pooping.
Is he?
That's how they end up in it. They lay here. Give me a tissue.
Okay, so how's that?
It's not too bad.
All right, that's good.
It's not, they're not watery. They're just
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Oh, he thinks that's mine. Oh. Like a bunch of drunken soldiers.
Look at this one going.
Did that poop tire you out? Huh? Did that pooping tire you out? Look at you with the eyes wide open. Oh, somebody else is pooping. Watch it.
Yep, in the end.
Yep. Don't let anybody in it.
Yeah, especially that they tend to.
You're doing your job, mommy.
Hey,
Terrace. Surfaces tomorrow.
Tessero.
Yep, somebody else is pooping.
This one.
I think so. Looks like the poop stance. Yeah.
Oh, that one's a little bit way. Yeah, it's not good. Okay. Then you fall and you get an old rig yourself. Oh, there's another one. Stuck to
No, I know. As soon as they wake up, they're going to be pooping.
Hi. Hi there, Tessero. Oh, this one's, Champ was wagging his tail.
Was it?
Oh, look, there it goes again. What are you doing, huh?
Champ growling.
Champ, where are you going, Tessero? Hey, Champ. Hi. Oh, jeez. Hi, Champ. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey.
It's a shame nobody's watching.
Malone.
Oh, somebody is watching.
Hey,
One person.
can you see my head?
Yes.
The whole thing?
No.
Puppy. Hey, puppy. Hey, you guys. Hey, you. Hey, puppy. Hey, puppy. Hey, buddy, what are you barking at, huh? What are you barking at? What are you barking at, buddy? Hi. Hi. Yeah. Hi. Gina. Hey, buddy. Hi. Hi. Yeah. Come here. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? Huh? Hi. Hi. How are you? What do you think, huh? Hi. Yeah. Can you see him in the picture?
Go.
The puppy.
Somewhat. I see the top of his head. Or you gotta go lean your hands back. Or lean him back. Oh, there you go. Now you see his face a little bit.
Hi. How are you? Okay.
You gonna go get your babies?
She wants to eat. Okay. Where are you going? You out. Hey, you. Oh, there's one. Okay. Who up there?
It's a lie.
I think they ran out of gas.
All got up, moved around, and then went back to sleep.
Yeah, they're kind of just laying around here. somebody got a little bit of a show. Okay, girly girl, should we feed you now? And we'll try not to there for YouTube for breakfast. To make more. Hopefully, guys, listen to the next one. Good? Is that good? Would you like that? That's the long one. Come on, let's go. Okay, why don't you go to bed? Okay. Very good. Can I have some? Can you move? Can you open up here for him? Don't knock it. Yeah. Great. It's down all over the floor.
Yeah. You should fire that.
Put it in the lid on it.
Well, that's why I have the spatter shield on. That's supposed to help, but apparently it's not.
Yeah.
Obviously. But putting a lid on it keeps it too hot, doesn't it? I did.
Oh, that's good. It's just last night.
Girl.
That was more on that. That wasn't camp with this one. Yeah, I think the white
So what's
one, yeah.
Champ? You said
Yeah.
Champ was the one that was making noise.
There you go.
Send that to Sharon.
I always look back and say, I watched it with mom, dad, and grandpa. When you see a grown man cry, it really strikes at your soul. And that's how powerful the game is.
Growing up, every kid wants to play the Super Bowl.
Since I was playing kindergarten flag football, I have to see myself making plays in the Super Bowl. I would do anything to play in the Super Bowl and be someone who a little kid looks up to.
The player for the ages.
I love the San Francisco 49ers growing up. Watching Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, those are the greatest kid at Super Bowl Sunday.
Hey, what's up, stranger? That first time you walk on, that was Super Bowl something special.
You know, when I first came into the league, you were wearing your rings. And I didn't have my dad said to myself, I got to get myself.
There you go. That's what you play for, right?
Every generation that plays the game standing on the shoulders of giants that came before. 160 years. There's moments in history to play in some of those games. I'm still
So she's going.
and I was too afraid to drop it because they never put me another ball.
And we win that game, that's a gift of all the goosebumps talking about it now, you see.
As a little kid, I was in my backyard and looking to my dad, dreaming about being Tom Brady, big man, and to be that player now in the Super Bowl. That's a great thing.
I love you guys.
In seventh grade, beat my dad into the Super Bowl with St. Clair, and that's where now we're here. Just for our chance in this Super Bowl. A chance to go up that Memorial
Who's that?
The MVP's from the previous season.
Emmett.
Yeah, he's smiling.
They got on football and saying,
All right, go.
Okay, you guys had a good 10 minutes with one. Oh, you want to get out of there? Okay, come here. I got you. And how about you? How about you come with me too? What were the other ones? Come on, girl. You want to come over here? Come on. Okay. Move them out of your way. Okay, come on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Good girl. It's all clean. Okay, here. Here you guys. Let's go this way. Mommy's over here. Come on. Oh my goodness. You guys. Here. Hey, Mama. Spread out. Here, come on. Spread out. Alana. Mom. Come on. Hey. Oh, all the tails are gone, except that one. Now there's two.
It is the time for America's greatest single-day event. Well, thanks for having us for your Super Bowl Sunday. Like, here we go. With Chris Collinsworth, you played a couple of these, and Jake Frazier called your six. I'd love to get your perspective on the next 3+ hours, because you can tell us best what it means to these players who are going to be out in the field. Because for them, this is going to last forever.
This day truly lasts forever, regardless of the outcome. I understand that as well as everybody. But this is also the strangest part of this day. You know, locker rooms are usually, so loud and crazy, and now it just cannot be more quiet. As players, you're not used to having this much time warming up and then going to the game. 1 hour before kickoff is when they went back in those locker rooms.
Some of those quarterbacks, of course, they're front centers in the Super Bowl. They're both number 3 overall picks, and Chris both have had really special seasons.
They really have, Greg May. He's pulled a little bit here with the weather and in the playoffs, but one year he had barely missing out on that MVP award. And Sam Darnold, I think he is playing his best football in the playoffs. The doubters, they're still out there. They're not going anywhere. And he is now just one win away from a Super Bowl ring, and one glorious, I told you so.
And he gets to do it in a place he is very familiar with. Sam Darnold was a backup with the San Francisco 49ers 2 years ago. 10 years ago, teenage Drake May was in the crowd for Super Bowl 50. Now that he's here in the Bay Area for the Lombardi Trophy in Super Bowl 60, teams will take the field, but we up next.
Tonight's game coach says what TV trade free even to the time.
Step down, watch this. Watch this. Whenever I'm feeling stuck losing pounds, only to gain them back again, Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Don't take it allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression or suicidal thoughts, before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound, the #1 most prescribed weight loss medicine. Zepbound, watch this.
How do I communicate better with my mom?
Great question. Improved communication with your mom can bring you closer. Here are some techniques you can try. Start by listening. Make sure that she's remembering that underneath the words. Good conversation will work. Find a connection for shared activity. Perhaps nature walk. Or a relationship with your kids. Find emotional connection with other older women on bowling experience. The maturity of your sensitive.
Oh, you're helping them already?
Did you want me to correct your profile?
You want to lay that?
Yeah.
No, she's.
Okay. Okay, Martina. Come here. Come on, back. Come on, girl. That's a good girl. Come on. Oh, you're not pooping on your brother. You little stink. Big stink. Here.
Oh, you used the other thing. Okay.
I used what?
Well, the ounce calculator.
Yeah, I just used the next one as above the one where you're recording.
I see that, yes.
Still
Back in Santa Clara, time to bring out the Susquehanna. Seattle Seahawks. Using the lock
I'm sure she's done.
their fourth Super Bowl in the last 21 years. Let's meet the Seahawks starter.
Okay, Cortina. Okay, girly girl, come on. I think you put on somebody. Milano, you're still squirting back there, aren't you? Oh, you're a puppy. Hi. Oh, you're nice.
Where are you going? I gotta wait you. Where are you going?
Well, I have some up there this morning.
No.
So we only have 2 more days to do this.
I know that went fast. Are you sure you had 18 days here?
Yeah. Well, on the top of the country what they have is.
Yeah.
It's day 18. Right?
Day 18 will be Tuesday. Okay. Okay. Okay.
That'll be honest.
Come on. Hi, good boy.
Okay. So Sarah, what are you doing, girl? Here. Let me get your brother. You know what? I'm going to turn this off.
No, you lost.
Lost?
From this morning.
Oh, I think they were pretty good. No, they.
Oh, no, you lost. Yeah, well, same as yesterday at this time.
13. Okay. Sarah.
Sarah.
Right. Oh, a bruiser. Oh, I'm a bruiser.
Yeah, I see.
This is nice too. You boys.
There's pictures.
Okay. Verona.
Can you see how much? Okay.
How do you get poop in your head? Hi, Verona.
Where are you going?
Oh, good.
Did you not find out my friends, please?
I don't know, but she's on chicken and rice, and that's seen that. Because the last time she was on it pretty flat. That day.
All right, Sarah.
That's right.
Come on.
Hopefully you get some here. Hey, little guy. Hi, little guy. And you have an extra
I
time.
can't wait you to keep moving. Stay still.
Yep. Well, he's pooping on.
Yes.
Thank you, Jackson. Now we go to Melissa's start on the Patriots sideline with Drake May.
Yeah, please
Drake,
do.
10 years ago, you were here as a fan with your dad watching the
Oh,
Super
I
Bowl.
got
What
really
is it like
cool.
to be on the field?
Go ahead, take the.
You know what it is, Coach? It's a rare moment. First time we're in the
Much better view from down here, right? You are going up against the Seattle defense that's allowed the fewest points in the NFL this season. What's the key for you in this offense?
Yeah, play our better football. Never know to be touchdowns. We're going to bounce my person and beat us. Play for each other. Go out there and have some fun.
Have a great time.
Thanks.
All right, one note about Drake's right throwing shoulder. He's been on the injury report the last 2 weeks. He called on Friday. He told me he has no worries that the warm weather certainly helps, and he told me he plans to sling it tonight, Mike.
Shoulders good. The game faces where these mobilized things. When we come back, Carlisle sings of America the Beautiful. And Charlie Booth performs our national.
Hi.
As we count down to Super Bowl 60.
Okay. There you go. You're in the middle of everybody. Oh, well, yourself.
Okay. Yeah, putting him on.
That help?
Yeah. He's up from. He's like
Yeah,
himself from last night.
So she went on too. She was
Yeah, from 51 to 54.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Milano was thinking flat. 68. Zero is flat. Verona went up a little bit and the Champ went up. So too bad.
What?
Somebody out there looking in the window, trying to give us something. I just see a figure with something in their hand.
But with Manscaped, that meant my demise when you chopped me from between your eyes.
And that awkward part of your tries.
Although we may be small, we won't forget your face, your chest, or your butt.
Manscaped.
Not called for football. Any further words?
I just like to say, I got this. I love tonight. Every detail of the season adds up to right now. Every catch,
Okay.
every comeback, every kick. To kickers. Easy, Dante. Whether your team
I didn't think we were expecting it.
one night. Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say the same thing.
Here's the one last run.
Yeah, maybe we'll get you, we can get you on some, hopefully dog food tomorrow. Yeah, back here where they all kind of flatten.
That's what she's
That's
on.
what- yeah, that's what she was on chicken race before.
The pastor was talking about the membership report.
Yeah.
So, 105 people were removed from membership.
Wow.
That's because of no contributions, no community, no contact with us. 90 removed due to inactivity, 2 for statistics investment. Jim's our possible to St. Pete's, but only share a game rate. But they're not brethren. So I want to email church and correct, because Becky's still on the list. As a member. So, but he said if they commune or contribute, you know, they stay on the roll. So there's still more people to come off of it. Yeah. Karen's Sweden came back. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wait, it was.
Well, that was probably one of him.
Oh, Danny, yeah, that wasn't.
No, she says nothing in the background. It's the rest.
From the nation's capital and the military district of Washington, today's card will be presented by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard and Brokers from the United States Army Field Band. Returning to sign our final performance in American Sign Language is Fred B. And now, to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome multi-platinum award-winning artist and composer, Charlie Booth.
Oh, say, can you see by the time that I was so and the stars through the skies over the memories we were so many streams. If you hurt my daughter,
Did you ever cry in front of the customer?
I don't see why I would.
What if the customer's dog has died? Then would you cry?
Can we get him a dog?
Oh, no.
Your dog's gonna die. I'm sorry.
Wearing high-street flags, Skechers Sleepies. My other shoes are useless. With Skechers Sleepies.
Good girl.
And they're all right. Skechers Sleepies.
Be a businesswoman, save for a house, trampoline. This year, every American child gets an investment account. It's all time pre-funded. That's free money. We can all expand the American dream. Sign me up.
Seahawks and the New England Patriots. It's time, Jay. One of the unlikeliest of Super Bowl matchups between two preseason-long shots, both led by stellar quarterback play. Both teams ranking the top 10 offense and defense this year, so should be a battle up and down the field in Santa Clara tonight. Roughly both tickets replays to bet on touchdowns, bet $5, and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Download the app and use the promo code when you sign up.
Pretty good story there.
There's toothpicks on that ring, so 2 toothpicks.
Last year, the Seattle Seahawks and New England Patriots, they both finished the playoffs. This year, 14-3, tied for the best record in the league. Made a year in Santa Clara, California, to crown the champion of Super Bowl 60. And Chris, probably, they were both 61 shots to get to the big game when the season starts. Now we're here, now teams, and get us all ready. What are you going to be looking for when Seattle has the ball?
Let's start with Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. What an amazing year that guy has had. NFL Offensive Player of the Year. But the Patriots have always had a history of being able to take away the other team's best players. I'm anxious to see what that plan is tonight.
Let's flip it. What about when New England may have on offense?
Man, I'd love to get creative with you right here, but I can't. This game really falls on Greg May. He has to be the
Trying to find the toothpicks.
Joining them are 3 Pro Football Hall of Famers and Super Bowl MVP. He was the MVP of Super Bowl 10 from the Pittsburgh Steelers, Lynn Swan.
Wow, Lynn Swan.
Super Bowl 41 MVP and Super Bowl 50 champion played right here in the Bay Area, Peyton Manning. And 3-time Super Bowl MVP from the San Francisco 49ers, Joe Montana. For this historic coin toss, the NFL is honored to use the Libertas Americana Medal, a treasure of our nation's founding, designed by Benjamin Franklin, commemorating 1776. Following today's ceremony, this historic coin will take its place in the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History.
Oh, I don't know. Trump didn't approve it.
Game referee Sean Smith. Congratulations, gentlemen, on winning your conference championship, and welcome to Super Bowl 60. I'm Sean Smith, and I'll be your referee today. Let's see, after being the end of the team, you will make the call. In my hand is the hammer of coin, the lady of liberty representing heads, and the side is tails. Bill Montana, will you please be honored? Crossing the coin, what you did the choice. It is the choice. Tails is the choice. Tails. Heads. We're going to go to toss and let you prefer the choice in the second half.
What?
New England won the toss. They're deferring to the second half. So, get all the jitters out.
All right, the wait is over. Whose moment awaits? Super Bowl 60 kicks off next on NBC.
Tonight's kickoff show is presented on YouTube TV. Trade free until anytime.
We are interrupting our coverage. There has been a threat to publicly release government material enshrouded in secrecy.
All right. Can I do for you?
YouTube TV is amazing. Would you settle for us?
It's all just a bit. That's very kind of you. That is what I signed for. On a double plus. It's Mads across the board from the judges.
Yeah, no.
Don't settle for man. Try YouTube TV for free and see why it's rated the #1 live TV service. NBC Sports welcomes you to the following special presentation of the National Football League, Super Bowl 60.
67 degrees, beautiful Bay Area Sunday. Super Bowl in the Bay Area for the third time. As a rematch of Super Bowl 49, won late famously by the Patriots in Arizona. Great traditions of each team brought to this neutral site for the Super Bowl. The 12 spot, raised by Hall of Fame great receiver Steve Margent. In New England, they ring the bell before the game. That tradition falling to the start of Super Bowl 49, the key interception. Malcolm Butler doing job. Just in case you needed a reminder, Seattle, about the last time. New England kicks off the rookie Andy Borregales, who sends it away. Dynamic return for Seattle to Shaheed, joined by Baylor Jones. Shaheed's in back. The first play of the playoffs for the Seahawks. For a kick return touchdown in the divisional game. 60 minutes to crown the 60th Super Bowl champ. Off we go. Field position to the 35-yard line. That's your stand guard. And the Seattle offense will take over. 1 year ago today, Super Bowl Sunday, State Farm has no idea who is Seattle Seahawks. They come off a 14-win season in Minnesota. Heading to free agency, Geno Smith with the Seahawks quarterback. Seattle hoping to get a deal done.
Nice.
Went to the free agency market. They found some names. Here he is, start the Super Bowl.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay. You'll go real.
They started the journey with the 4 other teams ended up 14-win season in Minnesota.
Okay. You good? The babies are all asleep.
We talked a little bit about what's going to happen in this game. Jackson's been the big part of it. What Cleveland's defense is focused in on is one thing that they believe is they're not winning this game unless they can stop the running game for the Seattle Seahawks.
You okay? Trying to get up there because they knew there was a little bobble, a little question about whether or not that was there. Well done on the part of Seattle.
One more look at the tough catch. The ball was moving and he maintaining control. Getting clear and obvious with the only recent replay system jumped in. Otherwise, you got a challenge. They did not. Philip Terry McCauley, our top Super Bowl referee with us throughout the game. You need anything butterfly. Terry said that should have been the catch. Second and 10. Walker to the right. 50 yards. Down the 15-yard line. Makes us 3rd and 8. Walker's been terrific in these playoffs. 38 rushes, 178 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Now it's 3rd down.
And the New England Patriots love to play man coverage. One of the interesting tests here is whether or not they're going to be willing to play man coverage in tight situations against these 3 wide receivers. I mean, we are seeing the New England Patriots secondary, watch them jumping routes in here. The passes that were completed down the field were so close to being picked, and it looks like the Patriots have come out here and decided, look, we're going to take our shots. We're going to go try and get the football away from Sam Darnold. They have been very aggressive so far.
Jason Myers, 11-year veteran. Good season, kicking from 33 yards. The Seahawks get the first points of the game. 8 plays and 51 yards down the field. Stopped in one zone. The 3 for Mike McDonald. That Mike Vrabel. Guys get the ball.
So you guys are just like State Farm, right? Why barely?
Do you respect for it? Or my comfort leaves out of lives.
Don't have a bite.
Can we just get some momentum on the song?
Oh, I'm going. It's down to the hall of the clock. We won't make things right, 'cause Father and the claim is done.
Can't I just do it now or call an agent?
No blood.
State Farm. Yep. Stop living on a prayer. You get State Farm. So you're not on State Farm. Perfect. Not at all.
No, it's just the thrill of being live more than us.
So DraftKings trusted us to do this ad.
Live from the Super Bowl in Santa Clara.
Tonight, live bet the game on DraftKings. Rush your 5.
We're gonna have all of these betting sites every other commercial.
Us in the hometowns for these players in this Super Bowl in North Carolina. In year 2, about to step on the Super Bowl field for the first time. Great Bay led the Patriots to that 14-win season of the number 2 seed. In playing field now covered in shadows. And through 48 consecutive times, the Myers who had a great season at the most points of anyone in the NFL. He can't get away. 3 behind his back, I believe that has picked up. In the last half hour or so, Kyle Williams is the man the Patriots love to see returning. Dearest Johnson taking it back to the goal line. Johnson tackling around the 8-yard line. He's very good on special teams. Patrick O'Connell will tackle there. And here comes Drake May against this Seattle defense. Generation of believers. It has been Tom Brady as the quarterback they've found. And the cheers were somewhat forbidden, but it's hard. It feels like a hard to see in the crowd making noise with the Seahawks on defense. In the 28-yard line, Andre Stevens. Inside, and Stevenson takes it to the 34-yard line. So, Florida, Carolina, Great Bay plays college football, Chapel Hill. Number 3 overall pick by the Patriots, and really blossomed here in year 2. So runner-up to Matthew Stafford for league MVP, very tight one as well. Second youngest ever Super Bowl starter. Dan Marino, when he started Super Bowl 19 out here in the Bay Area. First down, 50-yard back out of Oklahoma. His tackle setting up 3rd and 1. for this New England offense. Stevenson Chris has become the guy in the backfield in these playoffs.
Yeah, he's the trusted guy. He's the one that they believe knows how to do the blitz pickup. He's a good receiver coming out of the backfield. But I do think we're going to see a little bit of trade action in this one. Some of his explosiveness.
It's officially third to nothing. Really,
Oh,
Julian Love couldn't make the play. First down, New England.
We're going to see the protection a little bit shaky on the part of Will Campbell there, but that is Stevenson making the catch. Used to be a wideout back in his days when he was playing in high school, and they would let him go around. Both these teams have come out throwing the ball in. I'll tell you, Bob Douglas this year hasn't been a believer, but he has had some massive plays, really exciting big plays for this offense. An issue Will Campbell has had in his professional career is that the offense gets knocked right back into the quarterback, and Jerry Paul went on to a powerful pass rushers for Seattle. And you can tell that Frank May was looking over his shoulder just a little bit. He knows the weakness on that left side of the offensive line.
oh man.
This is when Frank May's at his best. When he is going that way, defenses really struggle because he's learned to keep his eyes down the field and he gets big plays. And it has been the plays with his legs and the plays so far that have really made the difference.
Oh,
Comes into the slot in the nickel situations like this, and they love to send him on blitzes off the edge. And right now, it has been Seattle and their creativity on the defensive side that really saved that drive.
Seattle defense attack. They get so many people around the football. You watch a tackle, you see a lot of blue shirts around the ball. As this game goes on, Rice Barrett again for New England. But they're trying to pick the Shaheen team. And over Shaheen goes forward. Their catch just inside the 10.
so I showed Pam, both of us, and Roxy Storm the video of Charlie's dancing.
Oh,
He got a kick out of that.
We choose our path. Other times the path chooses us. Through it all, we keep pushing forward, driven by a deeper purpose, guided by an unseen force. The journey never gets any easier. The bond just gets harder to break. This is the way.
Only theaters at IMAX May 22nd. Instacart lets you choose your bananas. You just say you like. Instacart lets you choose your bananas. Bring it extra right. Use the app to control your bananas. What's on the we're time to be Tonight's 4K Skycast coverage is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And settled in here at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. Just about 40 miles southeast of San Francisco. We're at the southern end of San Francisco Bay. Most of the fans spent their week or weekend in the city of San Francisco. We're down here for this game. And welcome back to Susquehanna starts at their own 10. Just the pressure staying up there looking for Robert Spillane to come up with an interception.
Well, they told us Sam Darnold had a little Brett Favre in him, and I'm starting to believe it. He is throwing into tight windows here. That one just barely had enough room. And so far, it has been the pressure of the secondary that really has impressed me. And Darnold's going to take a shot on the back end of that. It almost looks like defensively, New England thinks they need to win the game on this side of the ball.
Swings on. They were the freshman. Shootings to hit on Darnold. Offensive player here in the league. Only 4 on that one. Burns and Davis reaching down. 7-3 and a half dozen.
I used to play receiver in the National Football League, and watching Jackson Smith and Jigba this week, I was like, I'm just stunned. I kind of ran out of words to describe his route running ability. There's been nobody able to cover him one-on-one this year.
Year 3 of Ohio State, he has been 6.
Oh, man. Oh.
Oh, what an escape first ball by Sam Darnold. And then Jigba would escape down to the back end, and oh my goodness, it was a walk-in touchdown. Jalen Hawkins just missed, got up and hustled back, and it just forced him to free a bit.
Both teams have terrific punt returners. Michael Dixon gets best punter of the game. Susquehanna gets that one away. It'll be a fair catch of a 51-yarder by Marcus Jones. At the 35-yard line. This is an effective 3-0 for Stan. Wow. 6:07 left here in the first quarter. Pass ball. Seahawks +3.
With millions of listings on apartments.com
And homes.com.
you can find virtually any place you can
Like Wix Harmony.
The countdown is on for Bad Bunny in the Apple Music Super Bowl 60 halftime show. Watch the performance and then hear his biggest hits in spatial audio on Apple Music. Circle our way back inside Levi Stadium. Drive number 2 for the Patriots. Gotta expect offensive line. They'll go 6 every once in a while. They're good for Ohio State in the lineup. This time, May flags the pocket. Oh. 43-yard line, Keyshawn Cookies with the reception. Nice game for New England.
It's almost all zone coverage when you're talking about Seattle. And you can see that Drake May no longer takes off to run when he's stepping up in the pocket. He has become a quarterback. He is looking for that ball down the field. And he can dissect those zone defenses. His receivers, good and good, are really good at that.
21 on that game. Trading on Henderson. Stacked in the backfield. Seattle, great penetration. Ernest Jones and Trey Thomas, both linebackers were there.
It's kind of interesting to watch Trey Thomas, who took over early in the year. But this guy is a little fire plug, and he just fires. Anytime he thinks he sees something, he is sprinting to the ball. And pretty much this defense, you will see 8 or 9 guys in the frame at every tackle. They really must.
Second and 14. Three runner comes again. Henderson stopped in the open field. Josh Kittle comes up the corner. They've got terrific Corners to make plays like that. They bring pressure at third and long.
So like they bring pressure here and they know what the hot is. And so then they just simply send somebody directly there. So they're understanding completely what the offense of the Patriots are. And they're adjusting to the way to make plays.
You helped Rick subdue the sleeping intruders.
Something like that.
You said that like there's more to it.
I don't possess many talents, but I know better than getting away with a good story.
Hi, I'm Dr. Darshan Shah. Has your head ever exploded from an extreme energy drink? Millions of people suffer from exploded heads every single day. It's too late for them. Not for you. That's why I teamed up with Liquid Death to develop their new Better For You energy drink. It has 100 milligrams of caffeine, equal to a cup of coffee, plus essential vitamins and zero sugar. And is guaranteed to not explode your head.
Hey, can I get a six-pack quickly?
Perfect. That is a clear and achievable goal. But confidence isn't just built in the gym. Try Step Boost Max, the insole that adds 1 vertical inch of height and helps short kings stand tall. Use code HYPEMAX at 10 for big discounts.
What's the difference between me and you?
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate and equally important groups. The police who investigate crime, and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders. These are their stories.
Actions need consequences.
Possession number 3 for Seattle. Starts back at their own 13-yard line. Cliff Kubiak, in his first year as the offensive coordinator for the Seahawks, widely expected to get the Raiders head coaching job the next few days. Zach Corcoran, the defensive plays on the side for New England. Terrell Williams was the defensive coordinator when the season started. Treated for prostate cancer. He's here watching the game. The core stepped into a really nice job calling this defense. 4th toughest scorer on in the league. You let that Kenneth Walker there on first down after game 2.
It looks like we are going to have a defensive football game, doesn't it? I mean, it really does. Such aggressive play out of New England in the secondary. Seattle's defense as well with all the blitzes. It may well come down to the way they're undercutting routes for New England.
Makes another one there.
Well, you knew trick plays were coming because this is simply the way it is in Super Bowls because everybody has 2 weeks to get ready and, they got a lot of time down their hands to think up plays and sometimes it's the old smash mouth that works best.
Good one there by Woodson, who has the most tackles for the Patriots in this postseason run. Final minute, 4-minute work. For Smith and Jigba, who hit quickly, saw Anthony Jennings kill him to take him.
Did you see this double pressure coming? I mean, this is getting wild right now. It is haymakers being thrown by both defenses, and they just don't seem to care. You know you don't really care if you end up with one of your edge players out there on best players, best receiver, and quarterback.
Looking towards Smith and Jigba. Patriots have incredibly looked in and pushed their top corner. And Seattle will punch it away again.
You can feel now, right? So early in this game, the two quarterbacks like, I can get that in there, I can get that in there. And all of a sudden now, it's starting to dawn on everybody. This might be a defensive game. I can't give them one, right? I can't keep throwing them into those tight situations and give them a big play the other way.
You saw how good Jokic starts with Dixon is excellent. They'll take right, kick the rushing on the other side sometimes. It's better than 45 yards. Jones to 32. Good enough ground. And gets back to the catch spot at the 32-yard line. Finally brought down by Drake Thomas, starting linebacker. Of course, it's the Super Bowl. Everybody's here. Great Roger Federer down on the field before the game. Taking in some of the sights, you saw John Bonchoni bring out Team Eagle Monks pretty for the Patriots. Jay-Z on the sideline here before the game with this group. Beaver's got a great seat. Adam Sandler supporting the Patriots as per usual. A month illuminators on hand. So much fun. You got these big things. What is it? Everyone else.
So I only go, so I only go.
Play my beast mode playlist. Okay.
strategy, people.
Monsters. Watch the trailer now.
Well, there it is, the Pro Football Hall of Fame Class of 2026. Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, part of the Patriots' great run. Adam Vinatieri and Roger Craig on the here in the Bay Area. Unfortunately, down in Kansas State. Conversation, but did not get in an understandable conversation, but what a class of Hall of Famers we'll see next summer in Canada.
What a class that didn't get in either.
With the conversation of Bill Belichick, Robert Kraft, and all the Patriots' success over the years. Look forward to seeing all those greats. And it doesn't seem like that long ago, we're watching Brees and Fitzgerald and Kuechly up there on the field. First ballot guys for sure.
Well, every time I watch Drew Brees, he's breaking another record. He's got like he's slinging it.
What do you think of here to start the second with Seattle up 3-0?
You know, they've had answers for everything so far. Defensively, it seems to be more aggressive these defensive play.
Commenting about, Greg was commenting about.
But this defense,
Because they keep asking for proof of life, and it's not happening. Because I just have this sinking feeling that when you take these medications that she's supposed to be on and she hasn't had them in over a week, that can't be good.
Sending to USC, third overall pick, it's going to be great for the Jets. 3 years, it wasn't. Traded to Carolina, some injury. Came to San Francisco here, and he backed up Brock Purdy on a team that went to the Super Bowl. Then as a free agent, was to Minnesota, 14-3. They get knocked out for playoffs. He didn't look good the last 2 games. On the free market, 14 wins here, 14 back-to-back. It's Tom Brady game. It's impressive stuff. Jordan, who's brought the Seahawks to Super Bowl 60. The air on first pitch, shot downfield, save.
And here's what we're going to have to see out of both these teams tonight. Take some some shots. Throw the thing up the field. Give your playmakers a chance to make some plays. But Christian Gonzalez, I'll tell you, that is a tough assignment. Rashid Shaheed, and he can fly.
That is a beautifully timed play. Well, Shaheed's big set up goal post. Look at it, Tim. Trying to get Walker to back to the inside. Here he goes. Territory. Be out of bounds. Throw back. From the 46-yard line. A strong run by Walker for the first down. 30 on the game.
We had a chance to watch Kenneth Walker in practice the other day. And so many times he's casual with the ball at first, and then he makes one of those jump cuts and takes off. I don't think I've seen a guy practice faster than he is.
On the ball quick, it is deflected, and for the moment out of the field rule, but incomplete pass.
But one of the things that's going to decide this game is the play he just ran is called an outside zone, right? And you're going to run at the edge of the defense, and if you can keep going with his speed, you're going to see some big plays in the running game. And any sort of breakout play in this one so far just feels significant.
And St. Charbonnet, he was the guy who covered the passing down. North ACL in the divisional round victory over the Lions. Another strong run for Walker, who has emerged this postseason.
Watch him set up the linebacker in the tackle, and so he can bounce out the other way. He's going to take that little cat step inside. And not only is he making plays, he is also one of those guys that's going to go on his tank. You know, he's not very tall, but he's squarely built and long-range. Inside, and so there is nobody there to block Jason. And Darnold's going to have to realize that's his. Those guys all came from that left side. There's nobody to protect him. This is just destroying both offenses.
Going down. Stiffens in the red zone. He forces Seattle field goal attempt.
That's a little bit of a concession right there, too. So we're seeing now both offensive play callers understanding real estate is going to be tough to buy out here tonight. And they were willing to run the ball on 3rd and long just to get the field goal kicker out there.
Down to the 14 on their first drive, settled for 3. Back up to the 17 on this drive. And Myers, Breeze pushing from his left to right. 39. No problem. Kicker very familiar with this stadium. Kicks it once a year. And then 6-0 Seattle. As we approach the golden hour in the Golden State.
We surprise people at the T-Mobile store to tell them why it's better over here.
You should say, oh, so plans just the fun.
We also had a second surprise.
Where's the Backstreet Boys?
It didn't go as well.
Tell me why.
It's better here.
Not the only one, but this can be heavy.
Long way this whole fits.
That's the watch, man.
We're watching, Gary. They're right. We need weather tech.
Huh? I thought they only make 4 liners and cargo liners.
Really, Gary? Really, Gary? Who do you think made the seat protector, side window deflectors, neutral lifters?
And the cup phone.
And I just ordered WeatherTech 6 products.
Get your basket needs for easy loading of heavy gear and increase storage with double fast.
And a lot of folks come in, and it is a major rebuild for the season. 30 players in their first year with this team. That's the most ever for a Super Bowl team. Both sides of the ball, veterans brought in. The postseason 17-3, 13 more wins than last year. Never been done in league history. Cleveland is the AFC champs. Here is Travion Henderson with the run. For a few yards. And Chris, in large part, I love this. We visited with Mike Grable this season and this week. Veterans in each room, each position, receivers, defensive back, all the way across. He's really built a great scheme around them.
In his opening speech for the team when he first got there, you will respect everyone in this building. And it almost shook up the players. They were talking about winning, working hard, tackling. They were talking about respect inside this building. You Bill's going to get it in on the act, and another rookie he's attacking, Jared Wilson. So it has been that left side of the offensive line that we anticipated having problems. I just don't think that New England can continue to try to run drop back passive plays. They have not protected it yet. Maybe play action, maybe bootleg, but they run it to good offense. So,
sideline for only about 5 yards. They bring up 4th down. A lot of folks and bodies on that very tight sideline. The officials was bumped down. Everybody sorted out and getting to their proper side here. So the alternate officials as well, who you see there, is helping to keep the peace. As everybody gets back to their respective sideline, the punting unit is out. And that's been Usher drives the Patriots.
You're looking for a little spice on the football field. Stephon Diggs is usually a pretty good place to start.
The new place for Gallagher, 30 man out of Michigan State to kick it away. And he's back. Hangs on it. 39 yards to kick. The Patriots find back. Don't give Shaheed fuel to fire. Defense. Frustrating the offense. The story of the first third of Super Bowl 6.
It's a beautiful day in my neighborhood. Beautiful day on paper. Would you be mine? It's hard, sweetie. Could you still see that? It's a really thing, this beauty would and neighborhood.
Stay tuned for Mad Money at the Apple Music Super Bowl 60 halftime show. Then switch to Apple Music and easily bring your playlist with you. While you were playing the commercials, Morgan Moses, the man in this game who has the most games played before he got to the Super Bowl, 191. One of those veteran leaders we talked about on this team. Getting everybody straight. That's the whole offense. There's Stephon Diggs, who made 178 regular season games to get to the Super Bowl. Both getting the Patriots offense to stay calm. 4 drives, 4 punts for New England. Here's Butler. Right around 10 yards. He is right around 85 in this first half.
It's amazing how deep inside the hole he can get and still bounce it outside and be able to get there. But I feel like I'm watching practice. It was sort of the same thing with this guy. And you can tell even the defenders were kind of like, what was that?
That's what he got. He won football and he came out with the Doug Walker Award. He was 1 year Michigan State. An inside run. Milton Williams and company trying to shut it down. Milton Williams is the one standing up in the middle, 97 for New England. He's a guy who knows all about the Super Bowl. Into a couple of his 13th playoff game. He's one of those veteran leaders. Stop Walker for long enough. It's a first and 4, Seattle.
Williams definitely believes that he has the advantage in this game.
Trying to spot here and gets to the 39-yard line. Surrounded by bodies, close, and the ball comes to the 30-yard. And the first down given. Pressure on Carter.
Oh, jeez.
Walker incomplete.
Lucky.
Working. Incomplete, second down, and here's Kaylee Arthur.
Well, Kenneth Walker told me he is playing for something extra tonight. Mike, as you mentioned, he and Zach Charbonnet were a 1-2 punch in the Seahawks backfield this season until Charbonnet tore his ACL in the divisional round. Well, Walker's responded with over 100 scrimmage yards in each playoff game. He said, I saw my brother go down, so I'm playing for him. I told Charbonnet that. He said, that's my brother for real. It means a lot. He's got my back, and I got his no matter what.
It's certainly being engaged, but Walker makes a break towards the line. He's in right now. He goes to the back.
So, what is Chicken Walker here? He's walking, as he's appropriately named. And over to the little nice stroll, and then, especially on those double team blocks, when Seattle gets out and they get to the guard, the center, and get a push. Sometimes you want to wait on them to get pushed down the field and right now. Walker's exhausted.
Jennings lead the Patriots defense. Second third down here for Seattle. 2-6 converting third down this far.
It's so interesting that most of the NFL season you would go, and this is down territory, right? But not with this head coach, and not in this game. It's so much a field position game. I feel like you would
at least.
Oh, no.
Playing for eighth likelihood at the hit on him. It sends up fourth down. And the punching is back on the field.
Really good job that time by Cooper Cup making Spillane go out and around. And basically they had this play. He's got to catch the ball. Here's the part we didn't tell you about Kenneth Walker. One, he's not a very good blocker. And two, he's not a very good receiver. So when he's running the ball, he looks great. In key moments, he's going to have to make those plays.
Well done. The kick was brilliant. English Jones escorted the ball to the sideline. Lincoln's got 98 yards to go. 9 possessions, 7 punts. Defenses, special teams. Top notch. Here's Walt 60.
To Best Buds. Taste Buds. Whoa, you're juicy and mega now? We gotta show the world the new you. Market gummy. Oh, crunchy contour. How delicious are we?
Taste Buds.
juicy gummy clusters. Unleash your senses.
When a quarterback runs, they call it scramble. You want a morning scramble, Bradley?
I'll try somewhere else today.
Think about it.
Field goal post designed after a fluke. That can't be true. Football not something true.
Player's name. Jamie Humphrey. And close look, Mr. Patterson, what do you see? On football only. It's a juice.
The Apple Music Super Bowl 60 halftime show coming up. It's an Apple Music after the show, exclusive Bad Bunny interviews, playlists, and more. And now arriving on elsewhere. Santa Clara. Bad Bunny's ready to roll for the Super Bowl 60 halftime show. First field position for either team. Thus far this evening, New England Truman's 0-2. Through, got 3 for 5. Melissa, what's it been like on the Patriots side?
Well, we saw a 12-year veteran, Morgan Moses, gather the entire Patriots offense and say, who is going to be 60 minutes? We're here. We've arrived. We're killing ourselves. Let's play our game. And then right after that, head coach Mike Vrabel said specifically to the offensive line, we're going to gain yards. We're going to go play. Go play and be us.
Trying to do the rookie left side of that offensive line.
Like this sequence may well decide the game. They've got to run the football.
Timeout taken. Seattle hits in on the field there. First yard. And they take their first timeout.
It has been the rookies on the left side of this offensive line. We talked about it at the beginning of the game, but they simply cannot hold up on the outside. It's been Joe Campbell several times, and then it was Jared Wilson who gave up the sack. This is a formula that's just not going to work as is. So, Trey Bay, his mobility is going to have to come into play. Screens, quick wide receiver screens, something to get the ball outside the interior core of that Seattle defense, because they're losing the battle there.
He gives great credit to this team. They had 2 rookies next to each other get to the Superdome. That's never happened before. You've seen that. So the timeout taken. Seattle has 10 players on the field. Second and 7. 4-3 minute. 10 zone incomplete. William Love was closing in on Pat Collins. And it'll be 3rd down for the Patriots.
I mean, they're really just playing zone defenses. That's all they're doing. And the clock in the head of Trey Bay has been so sped up. He's throwing it before he has to, and they're missing opportunities. This has to be a first down. They're going to go in roughly down at least 9.
Douglas for a very big first down. Jones there. Minnesota, they're up for You throw that jump in the water. Born in Detroit, Michigan, Sean Smith refereed his first Super Bowl. 12 yards. Offense on that's Will Campbell, the left tackle on that rookie side of the line.
They're flinching. Like, I hate to say it, but they're flinching in this game. Whether it's the passing game, whether it's the offensive lineman, they're flinching. They can do better than this. I know that they can do better than this.
Flinching's up front. Beat that up. He's taking a shot downfield. Incomplete. Running. Throw one deep. Get a flag. It's something. Instead of punching away with 3:03 till halftime.
I mean, even on that deep throw, he was hit. And Morgan Moses is doing the best he can, but he ran into the quarterback. So everything is collapsing back right now on Drake May, and he's a young player. And now they really have issues here because Seattle has a chance to put up additional points, and it doesn't look like New England's going to score many.
And time's been good trying to keep away from Tricky. With the touchdown in the history of the Super Bowl. Inside, he put down around the 43-yard line. So the defense sounds like that's up for one first down. Seattle's got the ball at 250. Good field position.
Detroit top linebacker prospect, 40 yards on it, 4.6. Isolate the top for strong leadership skills. Predict which player will have over 100 tackles and make a profile.
As we are.
Do not listen to that.
Thank you. I know how it feels.
How can I just let you walk away? When all I can do is watch you leave. So take a look at me now.
Hydrate with liquid IV.
That was terrible.
That is just tremendous play on the part of Sam Darnold there. He comes out and he's getting hit and he's still executing some of those plays. This is just a bit of a bloodbath out here. And remember, Sam Darnold is the guy that led the NFL with 20 turnovers, none in the playoffs so far, and that has been the difference with this Seattle Seahawks team.
They say death and taxes are the only guarantees in life. At least death only happens to you once. Brace yourself. The pain's coming. I can taste it. Cut! Why is there rain? Dial it up, right? Andrew, we need you to dial things down. I'm just trying to get the pain for taxes. You know, you're not some regular tax guy. You are a TurboTax expert, like Jan.
We take the pain out of taxes, remember?
Okay, just smile. Yeah. I don't do happy.
If there's no drama,
There's no Adrian Brody. I can only pick her.
I can do that.
to the right.
I hereby grant you top secret clearance to Project Hail Mary.
What's Project Hail Mary?
The plan is fine. We do nothing. Everything on this planet will go extinct. This mission is what you Americans will call a long shot.
Hail Mary. I get it.
That's not little man. Not a little man.
Not much.
Yeah. You good little man?
I'm talking little bit. Amazing.
Yeah, man.
Four parks. One vacation that changes everything. Universal Orlando Resort.
There's a downside to that too. Because basically New England is now sort of admitting for us to stop this running game, we have to bring our safeties down, which is going to create one-on-one coverages on the backside of that. And so now Jackson Smith and Jigba may be getting a chance at something downfield to prepare this thing.
Sets up third and short. Other team using timeouts.
That was a big 3 or 4 yards on the tail end of that. That's a pretty easily in field goal range now.
In those 50-50 free yards. Lisa picks up the kickoff and got down a little bit. 32, 40 seconds left. It's Brook. He's got the first down, so Seattle's in control of the clock here.
Yeah, now it shifts over. Now you're going to see Seattle go to work.
And the ball at the 30-yard line and one timeout, 32 seconds remaining. Patriots defense trying to hold the 3 again. Timeout.
Before the movie, a much better version of Football Hunting was made as a sitcom with a real genius in the lead and some other actors.
Hey, Will, did you arrange the munchkins in the Fibonacci sequence? I got a genius microphone.
He's such a genius that why put ice in his coffee. Come on, Chucky, I'm just Will Hunting. I'm not a genius.
I will marry the first man that can help me with the Fibonacci sequence.
How you win.
Don't you have a girlfriend? We're on a break. I don't need her. I have everything I need right here at Dunkin'.
Hey, kid, if you're still single doing this Boston shtick and working for Dunkin' when you're 50, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
Isn't that your girlfriend?
You like donuts?
Yeah.
Well, this is my new boyfriend. How you like these nuts?
I'm fine.
That was, oh boy.